Welcome back guys, we with Potter Fanfic Club. Here we explore a powerful Harry Potter world stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry Potter collapsed during softening ceremony in 30 law Portions were found in his blood? If you enjoy big magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Club. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1. The sorting begins. The black lake stretched beneath them like a sheet of polished obsidian, reflecting a sky crowded with stars that had no business being so bright. Harry Potter pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the carriage window, his breath fogging a small circle on the surface, and wondered if any of this was real. 10 years of cupboards and spiders and Dudley's fists. 10 years of being told he was worthless, a freak, a burden. And now magic was real. Wizards were real. He was a wizard. The thought still didn't fit right in his head. Across from him, Ron Weasley was attempting to turn a chocolate frog into something that resembled a proper sweet again. His freckled face was scrunched in concentration, wand held at an awkward angle that made Hermione Granger flinch every time he moved. "You're going to set something on fire," Hermione said for the third time since they'd left the station. "You're going to give yourself an ulcer," Ron shot back, though his ears reddened. "Some of us are still getting used to the whole." He waved the wand vaguely. "Everything." Harry smiled. It was a small smile, barely there, but it was real. He'd learned to make himself small at Privet Drive. Quiet. Invisible. But here, sandwiched between a boy who shared his sandwiches and a girl who'd read every textbook before stepping foot on the train, he felt something he couldn't quite name. Hope, maybe. Hope tasted like chocolate and smelled like old train leather and magic. The carriage lurched. Harry's stomach did a slow roll as they began their descent toward the castle. He pressed closer to the window, his breath catching in his throat. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like something out of a dream, or a nightmare, depending on who you were. Spires pierced the clouds. Windows glittered like scattered jewels. Torches burned along the battlements, casting warm orange light across ancient stone that had stood for 1,000 years. "It's smaller than I imagined," Hermione said, but her voice cracked on smaller, and she was already fumbling for the camera Harry hadn't realized she'd brought. Ron snorted. "Smaller? It's got 7 floors and about 140 staircases that move. My brother Charlie said one of them leads to a wall on Tuesdays." The carriage dipped lower. Harry could see figures moving on the grounds now, older students, probably, heading toward the great oak doors that stood open like a mouth waiting to swallow them whole. His scar prickled. He rubbed it absently, a habit he developed over the years without really thinking about it. Uncle Vernon said it was a mark of freaks. Aunt Petunia refused to look at it. Dudley used to poke it to watch Harry flinch. But here, in the shadow of Hogwarts, it felt different. Important, almost. Like a key he hadn't learned how to use yet. "You all right?" Ron asked, noticing Harry's hand on his forehead. "Yeah. Just—" Harry lowered his hand. "Nervous, I suppose." "Don't be." Ron's grin was crooked and genuine. "My brother said the sorting's nothing to worry about. Probably just a test or something. Fred said you have to fight a troll, but Fred's a liar." "A troll?" Hermione's eyes went wide. "It doesn't mention any troll in Hogwarts, a history." "That's because Fred's a liar," Ron repeated, and Harry laughed, actually laughed, the sound strange in his own ears. When was the last time he'd laughed? Real laughter, not the bitter kind you swallowed in the dark of your cupboard? The carriage ground to a halt. Gravel crunched beneath the wheels. Outside, a voice called out, "First years! First years over here!" Harry grabbed his bag, his fingers trembling slightly. The leather straps slipped once, twice, before he got a proper grip. "You okay?" Hermione asked, softer this time. Her bushy hair was escaping its ponytail, and there was something in her eyes that Harry recognized, the look of someone who'd always been on the outside looking in. "Yeah," Harry said, and meant it. "I'm okay." They stepped out into cool night air that smelled of pine and lake water and something else, something sweet and ancient that Harry couldn't name. Torches flickered along a path that led up toward the castle. A giant of a man stood waiting for them, lanterns swinging from one massive hand. "Right then!" Hagrid's voice boomed across the gravel. "First years, follow me. Mind your step, it's a bit slippery." The path wound upward, cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Harry kept close to Ron, his trainers slipping once or twice on damp stone. All around them, first years whispered and giggled and clutched each other's sleeves. "Look!" someone breathed, and Harry looked up. The castle rose above them like a mountain. Windows glowed with warm light. Shadows moved behind some of them, ghosts, maybe, or just older students watching the new arrivals. A bird, an owl perhaps, swept across the moon, silent as a thought. Harry's chest tightened. Not with fear. With something bigger. They climbed higher. The wind picked up, tugging at Harry's hair, carrying voices from somewhere above, laughter, music, the clink of goblets. "Nearly there!" Hagrid called back. "Just through these doors." They stopped before a massive oak door, banded with iron and carved with images Harry couldn't quite make out in the torchlight. Dragons, maybe? Or serpents? Or simply shapes that moved when you weren't looking directly at them. Hagrid turned to face them, his face half in shadow. "Right. In a moment you go inside and be sorted. Don't be nervous, just be yourselves." His eyes found Harry in the crowd, and something passed between them. A reassurance, maybe? A promise. The doors swung open. Light spilled out like liquid gold, warm and welcoming and utterly terrifying. Harry stepped forward, his heart hammering against his ribs, and followed the crowd into the great hall. He'd thought the castle was impressive from outside. Inside, it was impossible. The ceiling was enchanted. To look like the sky outside, stars scattered across black velvet darkness. Candles floated in midair, thousands of them, bobbing gently like slow-motion fireworks. Four long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in black robes, their faces turned toward the newcomers with expressions ranging from boredom to intense curiosity. And at the far end, on the raised platform beneath the teacher's table, the Sorting Hat sat on a three-legged stool. It was old. That was Harry's first thought. Old and battered and wrinkled, like something you'd find in a skip behind a charity shop. But as he stared at it, the hat twitched. A fold near the brim seemed to open, like an eye blinking. "You're staring," Ron muttered. "I can't help it." Harry forced his gaze away, looking instead at the teacher's table. A tiny professor with bristly gray hair sat near the end. A man with a turban sat near the middle. Harry's scar gave a sharp, sudden pulse of pain, and he looked away quickly. And at the center of the table, in a chair that might as well have been a throne, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry had seen pictures, of course. Hagrid had shown him one, a card that came with a chocolate frog. But pictures didn't capture the weight of him. The presence. Dumbledore's silver beard cascaded over his purple robes. His half-moon spectacles glittered in the candlelight. And when his eyes swept across the hall, when they paused, just for a moment, on Harry's face, Harry felt like Dumbledore could see everything. The cupboard. The spiders. The loneliness that had carved a hollow space inside his chest. "Welcome," Dumbledore said, and his voice carried without effort, filling every corner of the hall. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, we must first sort our new students." A scroll appeared in his hands. He unrolled it with deliberate ceremony. "When I call your name," Dumbledore continued, "you will come forward, sit upon the stool, and allow the sorting hat to place you in your house." A ripple of whispers ran through the hall. Harry caught fragments. "I hope I'm Gryffindor. My whole family's been Slytherin. What if the hat puts me somewhere wrong?" "Let us begin," Dumbledore said. "Abbot Hannah." A girl with blonde pigtails walked forward, her face pale but determined. She sat on the stool. The sorting hat twitched. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a rip near the brim opened wide, and a voice, ancient, crackling, like old parchment being unfolded, spoke. "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers. Hannah Abbott stumbled off the stool, grinning now, and hurried to join her new housemates. One by one, the names were called. Bones Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot Terry, Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender, Griffliff. No Gryffindor, though the hat seemed to hesitate. Harry watched each sorting with growing tension. His hands were sweating. He wiped them on his robes, but the dampness returned almost immediately. Finnegan, Seamus. The boy who'd shared their carriage compartment, the one with the sandy hair and the Irish accent, walked forward. The hat barely touched his head before shouting, "Gryffindor." Ron shifted beside Harry. "My brothers," he whispered. "Percy's already there. Fred and George, too. Granger, Hermione." Hermione's face was pale, but her chin was high. She walked to the stool with the same determination she'd shown on the train when correcting Ron's spell pronunciation. She sat. The hat descended over her bushy hair. And then, minutes passed. The hall grew quiet. Harry could see Hermione's lips moving, arguing with something no one else could hear. The hat's brim twitched. Folded. Opened again. Gryffindor. Hermione's smile was blinding. She practically ran to the Gryffindor table, where older students were clapping her on the back. Longbottom, Neville. The round-faced boy who'd lost his toad on the train. Harry remembered Hermione helping him look for it, shuffled forward like he was walking to his own execution. His face was red. His hands were shaking. The sorting hat sat on his head for a long time. A very long time. Whispers spread through the hall. Someone at the Slytherin table snickered. Finally the hat spoke. "Gryffindor." Neville practically fell off the stool in his haste to escape. Ron clapped slowly, sympathetically. Malfoy, Draco. Harry's eyes followed the blond boy who'd been so rude on the train. Draco Malfoy walked to the stool with a confident smirk, as if the hat had no choice but to give him what he wanted. It didn't even touch his blond head before shouting, "Slytherin!" Draco's smirk widened. He joined the Slytherin table, where a prefect with sleek dark hair clapped him on the shoulder. More names. More sorting. Harry's stomach was doing gymnastics now. He could feel eyes on the back of his neck, the teachers, probably, or maybe just the weight of the hall itself. The enchanted ceiling seemed to press down on him. Potter, Harry! The whispers exploded. Potter, did she say Potter? The Harry Potter? I thought he'd be taller. Look at his scar, can you see it? Harry's feet moved without permission. He walked toward the stool, past the long tables where students were craning their necks, past the teachers whose faces had shifted from boredom to sharp interest. Dumbledore was watching him. Had he ever stopped? Harry sat on the stool. It was hard and wooden and slightly too tall for him. His feet dangled. The sorting hat descended over his eyes, blocking out the hall, blocking out everything except darkness and the smell of old cloth. And then a voice spoke inside his head. Difficult, the hat whispered. Very difficult. I see courage, yes. Plenty of that. And a thirst to prove yourself. But I also see a hunger. A need to belong somewhere. To be wanted. Harry's throat tightened. He hadn't known the hat could see that. Hadn't known anyone could see that. And cleverness, too, the hat continued. Oh, yes. You're not as simple as you seem. Are you? Resourceful. Determined. A mind that's learned to survive. Please, Harry thought, though he wasn't sure what he was asking for. Not Slytherin, eh? You're sure? That hunger I mentioned, Slytherin could give you power. Could make you strong. You'd never be helpless again, Harry Potter. Never alone. The image flashed through Harry's mind, Draco Malfoy's smug face, the way the Slytherins had clustered together like wolves. The boy on the train, the one who'd said some families were better than others. Not Slytherin, Harry thought harder. Please. Anything but Slytherin. Anything? The hat's voice was amused now. Well then, better be Gryffindor. The last word wasn't a whisper, it was a roar. The hat shouted it to the entire hall, and the Gryffindor table exploded. Harry ripped the hat off his head, his heart pounding, his face flushed. Cheering filled his ears. Ron was whooping. Hermione was clapping so hard her hands were red. Even the ghost at the Gryffindor table, a fat friar or a nearly headless knight, Harry couldn't tell, was applauding. He stumbled off the stool, his legs shaky, and made his way toward the red and gold table. Ron grabbed his arm, pulling him down onto a bench. You didn't tell me you're Harry Potter. Ron hissed, but he was grinning. You didn't ask. Harry's voice came out breathless. The sorting continued. Ron was called. Another Weasley. Someone at the Slytherin table shouted, and someone else muttered something about breeding, and the hat barely touched his red hair before sending him to Gryffindor. Harry clapped. He cheered. He smiled until his cheeks hurt. But something was wrong. He noticed it first while waiting for his own name to be called. A warmth in his chest, not the comfortable warmth of the candles or the fireplaces, but something deeper. Something that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He'd ignored it then. He was nervous, after all. Everyone got nervous. But now, sitting at the Gryffindor table with the feast spread before him, roast chicken and mountains of mashed potatoes and treacle tart that made his mouth water, the warmth was spreading into his arms, down his legs, behind his eyes. "You're fine," Harry told himself, reaching for a bread roll. "You're just tired. It's been a long day." His fingers brushed the bread. The warmth spiked, turned hot, turned burning. Harry gasped. "What's wrong?" Ron asked, his mouth full of chicken. "Nothing." Harry pulled his hand back. The burning faded slightly, but didn't disappear. It settled behind his ribs, like a coiled snake. I think I'm more tired than I realized." The feast continued around him. Laughter. Arguments about Quidditch. A ghost wearing a rough collar dipped his head through the table to steal a slice of ham. Harry pushed food around his plate, his appetite gone. The burning was constant now. Low. Steady. He barely noticed when Dumbledore stood to make announcements. "No magic in the corridors, the Forbidden Forest is forbidden for a reason, and now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song." Everyone sang. Harry mouthed the words, his voice not working properly. The burning had shifted again. It was moving now, crawling through his veins like it was searching for something. He looked at the teacher's table. Dumbledore was singing, his eyes bright behind his spectacles. The turbaned professor, Quirrell, someone had called him, was swaying slightly. Snape, the greasy-haired potions master, wasn't singing at all. He was watching Harry. Watching him with cold, black eyes that seemed to see everything. Harry looked away. The song ended. The prefects began organizing the first years, herding them toward the door. Ron was chattering about something, ghosts, maybe, or his brothers, but Harry couldn't focus. His skin felt too tight. His blood felt too hot. "You all right, mate?" Ron asked as they climbed the marble staircase. "You look a bit green." "Fine." Harry forced a smile. "Just tired." The portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress blocked their path. "Password?" she asked, sounding bored. "Fortuna Major," Percy Weasley said importantly, and the portrait swung open. The Gryffindor common room was warm and red and gold, with overstuffed armchairs and a crackling fire that should have made Harry feel safe. But the burning in his veins wasn't fire. It was something else. Something that didn't belong. The first-year boys' dormitory was a circular room with 5 four-poster beds, each hung with deep red curtains. Harry's trunk was already at the foot of his bed, Hedwig's cage beside it, his snowy owl already asleep. "I call the one by the window!" Seamus shouted, diving for it. "You always call the one by the window," Dean Thomas said, laughing. Ron flopped onto the bed next to Harry's. "This is brilliant," he said, staring at the enchanted ceiling. "Absolutely brilliant." Harry sat on his bed. The mattress was soft. The pillows smelled like lavender. He should have been happy. He was happy. But the burning was getting worse. He lay back, staring at the canopy above his bed. His scar throbbed once, sharp, painful, there and gone so fast he almost missed it. "You're fine," he told himself again. "You're at Hogwarts. You're safe." Outside, the castle settled around them. Old stones settling. Ghosts moving through walls. Somewhere, a clock chimed midnight. Harry closed his eyes. The burning didn't stop. And somewhere in the darkness, in the depths of the castle, a plan that had been years in the making continued to unfold. Harry Potter had arrived. And the poison in his blood had just begun to wake. Hashtag Chapter 2, A Strange Pain. The first thing Harry noticed when he woke was the ceiling. Not the stone ceiling of his cupboard at Privet Drive, the one he'd stared at for 10 years, counting cracks and spiderwebs until sleep finally came. This ceiling was draped in deep red velvet, with gold stars embroidered into the fabric that seemed to shimmer when he blinked. Sunlight filtered through the window, warm and golden. And for one perfect moment, Harry forgot everything. Then the burning returned. It wasn't as sharp as last night. More like a dull ache, the kind you got after sleeping wrong or running too far. But it was there, settled deep in his chest like a second heartbeat, pulsing in time with his own. Harry pressed his palm against his ribs. The skin felt normal. No fever. No rash. Just that strange, persistent warmth that had no business being there. He sat up slowly, pushing the velvet curtains aside. The dormitory was quiet except for Ron's snoring, a surprisingly loud sound for such a skinny boy. Seamus's bed was empty, the covers thrown back in a heap. Dean's curtains were still drawn tight, but Harry could hear him muttering in his sleep. His own bed felt too soft, too safe. After years of the hard floor and the scratchy blanket Aunt Petunia had deemed good enough for a freak, the mattress beneath him was almost uncomfortable in its luxury. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed. His feet touched cold stone, and he shivered. Right, he thought. Hogwarts. I'm at Hogwarts. The reality of it hit him again, just like it had when he'd first seen the castle last night. He was a wizard. He had a wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. He had robes with his name stitched inside the collar. He had a letter, delivered by an owl, that proved he belonged somewhere. He pushed himself off the bed and walked to the window. The ground stretched below him, green and gold in the morning light. The black lake glittered like spilled ink. Beyond it, the forbidden forest stood dark and mysterious, its trees reaching toward the sky like grasping fingers. And further still, mountains, purple with distance, their peaks dusted with snow. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool glass. The burning in his chest seemed to settle slightly, as if the cold was soothing it. Beautiful, isn't it? Harry jumped. Ron was sitting up in bed, his red hair sticking up in 17 different directions, his eyes still half closed. Yeah, Harry said. Yeah, it is. Ron yawned so wide his jaw cracked. What time is it? My mum always said I'd sleep through the end of the world. He squinted at the window. Reckon we've got time for breakfast before classes? The word classes sent a jolt through Harry's stomach. Not fear, excitement. Real, genuine excitement. He was going to learn magic. Actual magic. Spells and potions and everything. Probably, Harry said. But we should wake the others. Seamus had already left. A note in messy handwriting on his pillow said asterisk. Gone to find the loo, back soon. Asterisk. Dean woke up grumpy and refused to speak until he'd found his slippers. Neville's curtains remained closed. He's probably still asleep, Ron said, reaching for the velvet. No, wait. Ron pulled the curtain back. Neville was sitting bolt upright in bed, his round face pale, his eyes wide open. He didn't blink when the light hit his face. He didn't move at all. Neville? Ron's voice went high. You all right? Neville blinked. Once. Twice. Then he seemed to come back to himself, his shoulders sagging, his breathing quick and shallow. Sorry, he mumbled. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the sorting. What if the hat made a mistake? What if I'm supposed to be in Hufflepuff? Or, he swallowed hard. Or Slytherin? The hat doesn't make mistakes, Dean said, pulling his robes over his head. And you're definitely a Gryffindor. You stood up to Malfoy on the train, didn't you? Neville's cheeks flushed pink. That was different. I wasn't thinking. That's exactly what makes it brave. Harry wanted to say, but the words caught in his throat. The burning had spiked again, sharper this time, making his vision blur at the edges. He gripped the bedpost until his knuckles went white. Breathe, he told himself. Just breathe. The pain faded. Not gone. It never fully went away now, but quiet enough that he could pretend it wasn't there. Come on, he said, forcing his voice steady. Breakfast. The common room was chaos. Students of all ages spilled through the portrait hole, books tucked under their arms, ties askew, voices overlapping in a dozen different conversations. A group of older boys were arguing about Quidditch tryouts. Two girls from what looked like fifth year were frantically comparing divination homework. A ghost Harry didn't recognize, a tall woman with long silver hair and a kind face, floated through one wall, emerged from another, and disappeared again without acknowledging anyone. Follow me, Ron said, pushing through the crowd with the confidence of someone who'd grown up in this castle. The Great Hall's this way. Down the stairs, past the armor that sings. It sings? Dean asked. Only on Thursdays. Or maybe it's Wednesdays. Fred said it depends on its mood, but Fred's a liar, Harry finished, and Ron grinned. The stairs didn't sing, but they did move. Harry had just stepped onto a landing when the entire staircase shifted, swinging left toward a corridor lined with portraits of sleeping wizards. Ron grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back just in time. Never trust a staircase that looks at you funny, Ron said. That one's got a mean streak. Last year it dumped Percy in front of a suit of armor that wouldn't stop challenging him to a duel for 3 hours. Harry laughed, but the sound died in his throat as they rounded the corner. The Great Hall was even more beautiful in daylight. Sunlight streamed through the enchanted ceiling, making the floating candles look almost transparent. The 4 house tables were packed with students, and the smell, bacon, eggs, fresh bread, something sweet that Harry couldn't identify, made his stomach growl so loudly that Ron snickered. Told you we should have woken up earlier. They slid onto the Gryffindor bench. Hermione was already there, a stack of books beside her plate, a piece of toast halfway to her mouth. You're late, she said, but not unkindly. I saved you some sausages. Thanks, Mom, Ron said, grabbing a handful. Harry reached for a piece of toast. His fingers brushed the plate. The burning exploded. It wasn't the dull ache from before. It was fire, pure fire, racing through his veins like someone had poured molten metal into his blood. His vision went white. His hand seized, fingers curling into claws, and the toast fell from his grip. Harry? Hermione's voice sounded far away. Harry, are you all right? He couldn't answer. The fire was everywhere, in his chest, his arms, his throat, his eyes. He could taste something metallic, something old and bitter and wrong. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Harry gasped, sucking in air like a drowning man. His hands were shaking. His face was wet. Had he been crying? He wiped his cheeks with the back of his sleeve and found them dry. I'm fine, he managed. I think I'm still tired. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You're pale. Very pale. And you're sweating. It's warm in here. It's October. It's freezing. Ron was watching him too, his half-eaten sausage forgotten. You went white as a ghost, mate. Like you'd seen one. A real one, I mean. Not nearly headless Nick. He's not that scary. I said I'm fine. Harry's voice came out sharper than he intended. He softened it, forcing a smile. Really? Just excited. I didn't sleep very well. Hermione didn't look convinced. Neither did Ron. But they let it drop, turning back to their breakfast, though Harry caught Hermione watching him from the corner of her eye. He didn't eat. He couldn't. Every time he looked at the food, the burning threatened to return, flickering at the edges of his awareness like a predator waiting to strike. He drank his pumpkin juice in small sips, careful not to gulp, and tried to ignore the way his stomach clenched with every swallow. The morning post arrived in a flurry of wings. Owls streamed through the high windows, dropping parcels and letters and the occasional dead mouse onto unsuspecting heads. A tawny owl with a lopsided wing dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of a grim-faced witch at the staff table. A barn owl landed in front of Harry, a small package tied to its leg. I didn't order anything, Harry said, confused. It's from my mom, Ron said, already tearing into a parcel of his own. She sends everyone sweets on their first day. You're practically family now, so... He shrugged. Welcome to the Weasley clan. Harry untied the package. Inside was a lumpy, homemade toffee, wrapped in wax paper, with a note in loopy handwriting, asterisk. Good luck on your first day, Harry! We're so glad Ron has made such a good friend. Molly Weasley. Asterisk. Something warm bloomed in Harry's chest. Not the burning, something else. Something that felt like being wrapped in a blanket on a cold night. Feeling like this was what it meant to be wanted. Tell your mum thank you, he said, his voice rough. When you write her yourself, Ron said through a mouthful of treacle tart. She'll expect it now. The toffee sat on Harry's plate, untouched. He wanted to eat it. He wanted to taste something that had been made with love instead of resentment. But the fear of the burning, of whatever was happening inside him, kept his hands in his lap. Later, he promised himself. I'll eat it later. The first class of the day was Transfiguration, and Harry had never been more relieved to have something to focus on. Professor McGonagall was exactly as Harry remembered from the train, tall, stern, with dark hair pulled back in a tight bun and spectacles perched on a nose that could sniff out trouble from 3 corridors away. She stood at the front of the classroom, waiting in silence until every first year had taken their seats. Transfiguration, she began, her Scottish accent crisp and sharp, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who messes around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She tapped her wand against the blackboard. Chalk sprang to life, scribbling notes in elegant cursive, the fundamental laws of Transfiguration. You will spend this term learning to turn a matchstick into a needle. McGonagall's eyes swept across the room, lingering for a moment on Harry. By the end of the year, some of you may be ready to attempt a mouse into a snuff box. Do not rush. Do not experiment. And do not. She pointed her wand at Neville, who had accidentally set his matchstick on fire. Set anything on fire without supervision. The class descended into focused chaos. Matches flickered. Wands waved. Hermione's match turned silver within 2 minutes, a perfect needle gleaming on her desk. Ron's match snapped in half. Seamus's exploded. Harry pointed his wand at his match. The burning in his chest stirred, curious now, like something waking from a nap. Vera Verto, he whispered. Nothing happened. He tried again. Asterisk. Vera Verto. Asterisk. The match wobbled. One end stretched, thinning, turning silver for just a moment before snapping back to wood. Good first attempt, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said from behind him, making him jump. You've got the intent right, but your wand movement is too stiff. Loosen your wrist. Harry tried again. The match sparked, a tiny silver spark that made Ron yelp, and then settled back into its original form. Better, McGonagall said. Practice tonight. Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. The burning had moved again. It was climbing now, up his chest, into his throat, pressing against the inside of his skin like it wanted out. What's happening to me? He didn't have an answer. He didn't even have a guess. The day continued in a blur of classes and corridors. Charms with Professor Flitwick, who was so small he had to stand on a stack of books to see over his desk. History of Magic with Professor Binns, who was so bored with his own subject that half the class fell asleep. Defense against the Dark Arts with Professor Quirrell, who stuttered so badly that Harry could barely understand a word and spent most of the lesson lecturing them about the vampire he'd faced in Romania. Harry's scar throbbed when Quirrell looked at him. Just a little. Just for a moment. He tried not to think about it. By the time they reached the dungeons for potions, Harry was exhausted. The burning hadn't stopped all day. It had faded and flared, like a radio picking up static from some distant station. His head ached. His hands trembled when he reached for his cauldron. Potter. Harry looked up. Professor Snape stood at the front of the classroom, his black robes billowing around him like shadows given form. His hair hung lank and greasy on either side of his face. His eyes were cold and black and fixed entirely on Harry. Potter, Snape said again, his voice barely above a whisper. Our new celebrity. Ron shifted beside Harry. The other first years exchanged nervous glances. Tell me, Snape said, stalking between the desks, his gaze never leaving Harry's face. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry's mind went blank. He'd read the textbooks, all of them, but the question came from nowhere, unrelated to anything he'd studied. I don't know, sir. Snape's lip curled. Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything. He stopped in front of Harry's desk, looming over him. Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar? Harry's hands clenched under the desk. The burning was rising again, hot and angry, matching the frustration building in his chest. I don't know, sir. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Hermione's hand shot up. Harry saw it from the corner of his eye, desperate to answer, desperate to save him. I don't know, Harry said quietly. But Hermione does. Why don't you ask her? The silence that followed was absolute. Snape's eyes narrowed. His nostrils flared. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered across his face. Something dark. Something hungry. Sit down, Snape said to Hermione, who slowly lowered her hand. 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. Harry opened his mouth to protest. Ron grabbed his arm, squeezing hard. Don't, Ron's grip said. It's not worth it. Harry closed his mouth. The rest of the lesson passed in tense silence. Harry brewed a potion that was supposed to cure boils, following the instructions as precisely as he could. His hands shook. The burning pulsed. By the end of the class, his potion was passable, not perfect, but not a disaster. Snape didn't look at him again. But Harry felt those black eyes on the back of his neck for the entire hour. That night, Harry lay in his four-poster bed and stared at the canopy above him. The burning was quiet now. Not gone, he'd accepted that it might never be gone, but quiet. Resting. Waiting. Waiting for what? He didn't know. He didn't know anything. He didn't know why his scar hurt when Quirrell looked at him. He didn't know why Snape hated him before they'd even exchanged 2 words. He didn't know why his blood felt like fire every time he tried to eat or move or exist. He reached up and touched his forehead. The scar was warm beneath his fingers. Warmer than it should have been. Your mother died to save you, Hagrid had said. Asterisk. That's a powerful magic. Asterisk. But this wasn't love. This wasn't sacrifice. This was something else. Harry closed his eyes and listened to his roommates breathe. Ron snoring. Neville murmuring in his sleep. Dean's steady, even breaths. Seamus's occasional twitch. He was surrounded by people for the first time in his life. And he had never felt more alone. The burning stirred. Deep in his chest. Deep in his blood. And somewhere, in the darkness of Hogwarts, someone smiled. ## Chapter 3. Collapse in the Great Hall. The second day. At Hogwarts began with rain. Not the gentle English drizzle Harry was used to from Surrey, the kind that Aunt Petunia called character building, and Uncle Vernon called good for the garden. This was a downpour. A deluge. Rain that slammed against the castle windows like it wanted to break in, Wind that howled through the gaps in the ancient stone, thunder that rolled across the enchanted ceiling of the great hall like footsteps of giants. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, pushing scrambled eggs around his plate, and tried to ignore the burning. It was worse today. He'd woken up with it, not the dull ache of yesterday morning, but something sharper, more focused. Like a needle pressing against the inside of his ribs, searching for a vein to pierce. His hands had trembled when he'd reached for his robes. His vision had blurred when he'd stood up too fast. "You look terrible," Ron said, not unkindly. "Thanks. I mean it. You've got dark circles under your eyes. And you're not eating." Ron gestured at Harry's plate, still full. "My mum says breakfast is the most important meal of the day. She'd hex you if she could see you now." Harry forced himself to take a bite of toast. The bread turned to ash in his mouth. The burning flared, just a flicker, and he swallowed quickly, washing it down with pumpkin juice before his stomach could rebel. "Better?" Ron asked. "Better," Harry lied. Hermione was reading a book titled Advanced Potion Making, a history of magical ingredients, while simultaneously eating porridge without looking at it. She developed an impressive system, spoon, book, mouth, repeat, that suggested she'd been multitasking for years. "Did you finish the Transfiguration reading?" she asked without looking up. "Some of it," Ron said. "Which pages?" "Some of them." Hermione sighed. "Honestly, Ron, we have a test next week," McGonagall said. "I know what McGonagall said. You don't have to remind me every 5 minutes." Ron stabbed a sausage with unnecessary force. "Some of us weren't raised by textbooks." "I wasn't raised by." Hermione's face flushed. "I just think it's important to be prepared." Harry tuned them out. His attention had drifted to the staff table, where Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair, calmly eating kippers and occasionally murmuring to Professor McGonagall. Quirrell was further down, twitching every time thunder cracked, his turban sitting slightly askew. And Snape. Snape was watching Harry. Not looking. Watching. His black eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the burning spike in response. Their gazes met across the hall, and for a moment, Harry felt like Snape could see inside him. See the fire in his blood. See the poison lurking beneath his skin. Harry looked away first. "What's his problem?" he muttered. "Who?" Ron followed Harry's gaze. "Snape? Don't worry about him. My mum says he's been bitter ever since he didn't get the defense against the dark arts job. Kept applying, kept getting rejected. Now he's stuck teaching potions and taking it out on everyone else. He hates me," Harry said. "And he doesn't even know me. Snape hates everyone. It's his hobby." Ron shrugged. "Probably just doesn't like that you're famous." Harry wasn't so sure. The way Snape looked at him, it wasn't jealousy. It was something else. Something older. Something that had teeth. The morning classes passed in a blur. Charms with Flitwick, where they practiced the levitation charm on feathers. Harry's feather wobbled an inch off the desk before falling back down, and the burning pulsed with each failed attempt. Herbology was Sprout, where they repotted baby mandrakes that screamed like furious infants. The screaming made Harry's head throb, the burning rising to match each shriek. By lunch, Harry was struggling. The walk from the greenhouses to the great hall was longer than he remembered. Every step sent a jolt through his chest. His legs felt heavy, like someone had tied weights to his ankles. His vision kept blurring at the edges, the stone corridors swimming in and out of focus. "You're walking weird," Ron observed. Harry forced a laugh. "I'm always weird." "No, I mean—" Ron stopped, grabbing Harry's arm. "You're limping. And you're pale. Really pale. Like ghost pale. And not nearly headless Nick pale. He's got an excuse. I'm fine. You keep saying that. Because it's true." Harry pulled his arm free and kept walking. The burning was climbing now, up from his chest into his throat, pressing against his windpipe. Each breath was harder than the last. Each heartbeat sent another wave of heat through his veins. "Just make it to lunch," he told himself. Asterisk, just sit down. Just rest. Asterisk. The great hall doors loomed ahead. Harry pushed through them, the warmth of the hall washing over him, but it wasn't comforting. It was suffocating. The heat from the floating candles, the body heat from hundreds of students, the steam rising from the food, it all pressed against him, heavy and thick and wrong. He stumbled toward the Gryffindor table. "Harry?" Hermione's voice was sharp. "Harry, your face." "What about my face?" Harry tried to smile. His lips felt wrong. Numb. "You're gray. You're actually gray." Hermione dropped her book and stood up. "Ron, something's wrong." "I told him that." "Sit down," Hermione commanded, pulling out a bench. "Sit down right now." Harry tried to sit. His legs wouldn't cooperate. They buckled beneath him, and he caught himself on the edge of the table, his fingers gripping the wood hard enough to leave marks. The burning exploded. Not the slow, creeping heat of the past 2 days. This was an inferno. A wildfire. Every vein in Harry's body seemed to ignite at once, pumping fire instead of blood, and he opened his mouth to scream. No sound came out. His throat was closed. Sealed shut by heat and pain and something else. Something dark that was pressing against his insides, trying to get out. "Harry!" Ron was on his feet now. "Someone help! Professor!" Harry heard the words, but they seemed to come from very far away. The great hall was spinning. The candles blurred into streaks of gold. The faces around him, students staring, teachers rising from their seats, smudged like wet paint. He was falling. He felt his body tilt, felt the table slip away from his grip, felt the cold stone floor rushing up to meet him. But the impact didn't come. Instead, he was suspended for a moment, hanging in the air weightless, while the fire consumed him from the inside. Then the world went white. And then nothing. The first thing Harry became aware of was the silence. Not the comfortable silence of sleep, or the peaceful silence of an empty room. This was a waiting silence. A holding breath silence. The kind of silence that happened when something terrible had just occurred and everyone was too shocked to speak. He was on the floor. Cold stone pressed against his cheek. His glasses had fallen off. He could see them a few feet away, one lens cracked, the frame bent. Someone was shouting his name, but the voice was muffled, like he was hearing it through water. Asterisk. "Harry! Harry, can you hear me?" Asterisk. Ron. That was Ron's voice, high and panicked, cracking on the last syllable. Harry tried to answer. His lips moved, but no sound came out. His throat was raw, scraped clean, like he'd been screaming for hours without realizing it. Asterisk. Get Madame Pomfrey! Asterisk another voice. Hermione, sharp and commanding. Asterisk. Someone go get Madame Pomfrey now! Asterisk. Asterisk. Clear the area! Asterisk a new voice, deep and authoritative. Professor McGonagall. Asterisk. Everyone back to your tables. Move! Asterisk. Feet shuffled. Chairs scraped. Someone, Percy, maybe, was trying to restore order, his voice wobbling as he told younger students to stop staring. But they didn't stop staring. Harry could feel their eyes on him, even through the fog of pain and confusion. Dozens of eyes. Hundreds of eyes. All fixed on the boy who lived, sprawled on the floor. Like a broken doll. Get up, Harry told himself. Get up, get up, get up. His body didn't respond. His arms hung useless at his sides. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else. The burning was gone, not faded, not quiet, but completely absent, as if the explosion had exhausted it. In its place was a vast, hollow emptiness, like someone had scooped out his insides and left nothing behind. Asterisk. What happened? Asterisk. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos, calm but urgent. Harry felt more than saw the headmaster's presence, a warmth, like sunlight, pressing against the darkness behind his eyelids. Asterisk. I don't know, headmaster. Asterisk. McGonagall's voice was closer now. Asterisk. He collapsed. We were walking to lunch, and he just... Asterisk. Asterisk. Has he eaten? Asterisk. Asterisk. I don't think so. Mr. Weasley said he hasn't been eating much at all. Asterisk. Asterisk. And before now? Any signs of illness? Asterisk. A pause. When Hermione spoke, her voice was small. Asterisk. He's been pale, sir. And tired. He said he wasn't sleeping well. Asterisk. Asterisk. Anything else? Asterisk. Another pause. Longer this time. He's been holding his chest, Ron said slowly. Asterisk. I thought it was nerves. You know, new school and everything. But he kept touching his chest like it hurt. Asterisk. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then asterisk. I want him moved to the hospital wing immediately. Minerva, send for Poppy. Severus. Asterisk. Asterisk. Headmaster? Asterisk. Snape's voice. Harry's blood, what was left of it, ran cold. Asterisk. I want a full magical scan. As soon as he's settled. Asterisk. Asterisk. Is that necessary? Asterisk. Snape sounded almost reluctant. Asterisk. The boy likely just exhausted himself. First years often. Asterisk. Asterisk. I said a full scan, Severus. Asterisk. Dumbledore's voice didn't rise, but something in it shifted. Hardened. Asterisk. I want to know everything about what just happened. Asterisk. Asterisk. As you wish. Asterisk. Hands lifted. Harry. gentle hands, McGonagall's, he realized, surprisingly strong for her age. She cradled him like a child, one arm under his knees, the other behind his back. His head lolled against her shoulder. Asterisk. I've got you, Mr. Potter. Asterisk, she said quietly. Asterisk. You're going to be all right. Asterisk. Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to open his eyes, to tell her he was fine, to stop making a scene. But his body wasn't listening. His body had shut down, closed for repairs, and left him floating in the darkness behind his own eyelids. He felt himself being carried. The great hall faded. The whispers faded. The warmth of Dumbledore's presence faded. And then there was only the cold. The empty, hollow cold where the burning used to be. What's happening to me? The question echoed in the darkness, unanswered. Harry dreamed. Not the strange, fragmented dreams he usually had, visions of flying motorcycles and flashes of green light. This was different. This was coherent. Almost real. He was standing in a room he didn't recognize. Stone walls. No windows. A single torch burned in a bracket, casting long shadows that danced and twisted. In the center of the room stood a table, wooden, ancient, stained with something dark. On the table lay a goblet. It was beautiful. Gold, encrusted with rubies that caught the torchlight and scattered it like blood droplets. Steam rose from the goblet's rim, curling upward in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Drink, a voice whispered. Not out loud, inside his head. Inside his very bones. Drink, and you will never be alone again. Harry stepped forward. His feet made no sound on the stone floor. His reflection rippled in the goblet's surface, but it wasn't his face looking back. It was someone else's. Someone older. Someone with hollow cheeks and burning eyes and a smile that didn't reach anything. Drink. His hand reached for the goblet. His fingers closed around the stem. The gold was warm. Warmer than it should have been, almost hot. Drink. He raised the goblet to his lips. Drink. The liquid touched his tongue. Harry woke up screaming. The hospital wing was bright. Too bright. Sunlight streamed through high windows, reflecting off white sheets and white walls and the silver instruments laid out on a nearby table. Everything was clean. Sterile. Smelling of herbs and antiseptic and something else. Magic, maybe, or just the absence of the ordinary world. Harry gasped, sucking in air like he'd been underwater. His chest heaved. His hands clawed at the sheets beneath him. Easy, easy. A woman's voice, soft, kind, but professional. You're safe. You're in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey. Harry blinked, his vision slowly focusing. The Medowitch stood over him, her gray hair tucked under a starched white cap, her hands glowing faintly gold as she passed them over his body. You gave everyone quite a scare, Mr. Potter. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were sharp. How are you feeling? Harry opened his mouth to answer. Nothing came out. His throat was raw, scraped dry, like he'd been screaming for hours. Don't try to talk yet. Pomfrey reached for a glass on the bedside table. Sip this. Slowly. The liquid was cool and sweet, with a hint of something floral, chamomile, maybe, or lavender. It soothed his throat on the way down, and the burning, the hollow emptiness, seemed to retreat slightly. Better? Pomfrey asked. Harry nodded. His voice, when it came, was a croak. What happened? That's what we're trying to figure out. Pomfrey's expression flickered, concern, maybe, or something deeper. You collapsed in the Great Hall. Do you remember that? Harry remembered. The fire. The explosion. The white nothingness. Yes. You've been unconscious for 6 hours. 6 hours. Harry's stomach lurched. Is it, am I? You're not dying, Pomfrey said firmly. But you're not well either. I've run some preliminary tests, and there's something in your blood. Something I don't recognize. Harry's blood. The burning. The fire in his veins. What kind of something? I don't know yet. Pomfrey's hands stopped glowing. She pulled the sheet up to Harry's chin, tucking it in with practiced efficiency. Professor Snape will be conducting a full magical scan shortly. Until then, you're to rest. Snape? Harry's voice cracked. Why Snape? Because Snape is the potion's master. And whatever is in your blood. Pomfrey hesitated, choosing her words carefully. It may be potion-related. Potion-related. The words hung in the air like a guillotine blade. Harry lay back against the pillows, his mind racing. Potions. Someone had put something in his blood. Someone had poisoned him. No, not poisoned. The burning wasn't killing him. It was doing something else. Something that made him collapse in the middle of lunch in front of the entire school. Asterisk. Drink, and you will never be alone again. Asterisk. The dream came back to him. The goblet. The voice. The face that wasn't his face. What did they do to me? The door to the hospital wing opened. Harry turned his head, slowly, because even that small movement made the room spin, and saw Dumbledore standing in the doorway. The headmaster's face was calm. Serene, almost. But his eyes, those bright blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles, were troubled. More troubled than Harry had ever seen them. Harry. Dumbledore walked to the bedside, his purple robes trailing on the floor. How are you feeling? Harry considered lying. Considered saying fine like he always did, like he'd learned to do at Privet Drive where weakness was punished and illness was ignored. But Dumbledore's eyes saw through lies. Harry was sure of it. Scared, he admitted. And confused. And he touched his chest, where the emptiness still lingered. Empty. Like something's missing. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes softened. I see. Professor. Harry swallowed, his throat protesting. What's happening to me? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. Measured. I don't know yet, Harry. But I intend to find out. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Light, warm, surprisingly heavy. Whatever is happening, you are not alone. You are at Hogwarts now. And Hogwarts will protect you. Harry wanted to believe him. He really did. But as Dumbledore walked away, as the door closed behind him with a soft click, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the protection had come too late. Whatever was inside him, whatever had been inside him for days, maybe longer, was already awake. And it was hungry. Hashtag Chapter 4, Panic and Silence. The hospital wing had never been this full of whispers. Harry lay in the narrow bed, the white sheets pulled up to his chest, and listened to the sound travel through the stone walls like wine through leaves. Students had gathered outside. He could see their shadows shifting beneath the door, hear their urgent murmurs. Some of them had been there since he'd collapsed. Some of them had come to stare. Asterisk. Did you see his face? Asterisk. Asterisk. Gray. He went completely gray. Asterisk. Asterisk. My cousin knows a boy whose sister said he died for a minute. Asterisk. Asterisk. He didn't die, you idiot. He's right there. Asterisk. Asterisk. Maybe he's cursed. Asterisk. Asterisk. Maybe you know who put a spell on him before he died. Asterisk. Maybe. Enough. Madame Pomfrey's voice cracked across the hospital wing like a whip. She strode to the door, threw it open, and glared at the crowd of students pressed against the frame. Get back to your common rooms. This is a medical facility, not a circus. If I see any of you loitering outside this door in the next hour, I'll have Professor McGonagall assigned detention for a month. The shadows scattered. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, fading into silence. Pomfrey closed the door with more force than necessary and turned back to Harry, her expression softening slightly. Ghouls, she muttered. The lot of them. No respect for privacy. Harry tried to smile. His face felt strange, tight, like the skin didn't quite fit. It's okay. I'm used to people staring. Something flickered across Pomfrey's face. Pity, maybe. Or anger on his behalf. She smoothed his sheets with practiced hands, adjusting the pillows behind his back. You shouldn't have to be used to it, Mr. Potter. You're a child. Not a spectacle. Harry didn't know what to say to that. At Privet Drive, he'd been a spectacle too, the freak, the burden, the thing Vernon and Petunia had tried to hide from the neighbors. At least here, the staring came with curiosity instead of contempt. Mostly. The door opened again. This time, it wasn't students. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape filed into the room, their robes brushing the floor in unison. Dumbledore followed behind them, moving with that unhurried grace that made everything around him seem slower by comparison. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, her Scottish accent thicker than usual, a sign of stress Harry was learning. How are you feeling? Better, Harry said. It wasn't entirely a lie. The hollow emptiness had faded to something more manageable, a dull ache, like a bruise on the inside of his chest. The burning hadn't returned. He almost missed it. At least the burning had felt like something. Good. McGonagall nodded curtly. Because we have some questions. Dumbledore raised a hand. Patience, Minerva. The boy has only just woken. He stepped closer to Harry's bed, his presence filling the room in a way that had nothing to do with physical space. Harry, we're going to conduct a full magical examination. It won't hurt, but it may feel strange. Do I have your permission? Permission. No one had ever asked Harry's permission for anything before. The Dursleys certainly hadn't. They'd taken his space, his time, his childhood, without a second thought. Yes, Harry said. Please! Snape stepped forward. His black robes seemed to drink the light from the room, and the temperature dropped several degrees. He carried a small leather case, old and worn, with silver buckles that gleamed in the candlelight. Lie still, Snape said. His voice was flat, unreadable. Do not move. Do not speak. Harry wanted to point out that he hadn't been planning to do either, but the look in Snape's eyes stopped the words in his throat. He lay back against the pillows and watched as the potions master opened the case. Inside were vials. Dozens of them. Glass tubes filled with liquids of every color, blue and green and gold and black. Some glowed faintly. Others seemed to absorb light, creating small shadows where they rested. Snape's long fingers moved over them with practiced ease, selecting one, then another, then a third. I'll need a blood sample, Snape said without looking at Harry. Pomfrey was already there, a silver instrument in her hand that looked like a cross between a needle and a feather. Your arm, Mr. Potter. Harry extended his left arm. The sleeve of his hospital gown fell back, exposing the pale skin of his forearm. Pomfrey pressed the instrument against the inside of his elbow. There was no pain. Just a gentle pressure, like someone pressing a fingertip against his vein. A thin line of red appeared in the silver tube attached to the instrument, his blood, dark and thick, moving slowly through the glass. Harry watched it travel and thought about everything that blood had carried. The Dursleys' hatred. Hagrid's hope. The strange, burning warmth that had been building inside him for days. And something else. Something that had no name yet. Pomfrey filled 3 vials before withdrawing the instrument. She handed them to Snape, who took them without a word and began muttering over the first one. Incantations, Harry realized. Long strings of Latin that made the air shimmer and the vial glow. The room fell silent. Even Dumbledore stood still, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixed on Snape's work. Minutes passed. 5. 10. 15. Harry's arm throbbed where the needle had been. The hollow ache in his chest pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Well? McGonagall finally asked, her patience exhausted. Snape didn't answer immediately. He set down the first vial, picked up the second, and repeated the incantations. His face remained impassive, but something in his posture shifted. Tightened. Severus, Dumbledore said quietly. Report. Snape set down the second vial. He picked up the third. His hands, Harry noticed, were trembling. Just slightly. Just enough to notice. There's something in his blood, Snape said. His voice was controlled, but barely. Something that shouldn't be there. What kind of something? McGonagall demanded. A potion. Multiple potions, actually. Snape's eyes didn't leave the third vial. Complex compounds. Layered. Some of them are old, very old. Years old, possibly. Harry's stomach dropped. Years. Whatever was in his blood had been there for years. Can you identify them? Dumbledore asked. Snape was silent for a long moment. The third vial glowed bright purple, then faded to black, then glowed again. He set it down with exaggerated care. I'll need time. And resources. These aren't simple school potions, Headmaster. Some of these compounds. He stopped. swallowed. Some of them I've never seen before. Speculate. Dumbledore pressed. Snape's black eyes flicked to Harry, then away. They appear to be binding agents, designed to attach to the magical core and influence it from within. Like, he searched for words. Like a parasite. Or a leash. A leash. Someone had put a leash on Harry's magic. The room seemed to spin. Harry gripped the sheets beneath him, his knuckles white, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Mr. Potter, McGonagall started. Who? Harry's voice came out louder than he intended. Who did this? Who put something in my blood? We don't know yet, Dumbledore said. His voice was gentle, but his eyes were hard. But we will find out. I promise you, Harry. We will find out. Promises. Everyone kept making promises. Dumbledore promised to protect him. Hagrid promised he'd be safe at Hogwarts. Ron promised they'd be friends forever. But the thing in Harry's blood didn't care about promises. It just waited. Night fell over the hospital wing like a dark blanket. Pomfrey had drawn the curtains around Harry's bed, creating a small cocoon of privacy in the center of the vast room. The other beds were empty. No Quidditch injuries tonight, no exploding cauldrons, no students who'd eaten one too many every flavor beans. Just Harry, alone with his thoughts and the things swimming in his veins. He couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the goblet from his dream. The golden rim. The ruby droplets. The face that wasn't his face, staring back at him from the liquid's surface. Drink, the voice whispered. Drink, and you will never be alone again. He wasn't alone now. That was the worst part. He could hear footsteps in the corridor outside, prefects patrolling, maybe, or just students who couldn't sleep. He could hear the distant murmur of the castle settling, the creak of old stone, the whisper of ghosts passing through walls. But the emptiness inside him didn't care about any of that. It was a wound that couldn't be filled by voices or footsteps or the promise of company. It wanted something else. Something Harry couldn't name. The curtains rustled. Harry's hand shot to his wand, lying on the bedside table, within easy reach. But it was just Ron, squeezing through the gap in the fabric, his red hair glowing orange in the dim light. You're supposed to be in Gryffindor Tower, Harry whispered. You're supposed to be not dying. Ron pulled a chair up to the bed and sat down heavily. Heard you scared the life out of everyone. McGonagall almost cried. She did not. Almost. Her lip wobbled. Hermione saw it. Harry almost laughed. Almost. The sound stuck in his throat, tangled with the emptiness. How are you feeling? Ron asked. His voice was casual, but his eyes were serious. Ron wasn't as clueless as he pretended to be. He just used jokes to hide it, a trick Harry recognized because he did. The same thing. Confused, Harry admitted. And tired. And, he touched his chest. Empty. Empty how? Like something's missing. Like I'm not all here. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a slightly squashed chocolate frog. Here. My mum says chocolate fixes everything. And if it doesn't fix it, at least it tastes good. Harry took the chocolate. His fingers trembled as he unwrapped it, but he managed to break off a piece and put it in his mouth. The sweetness flooded his senses, warm and rich, and for a moment, just a moment, the emptiness retreated. "Thanks," he said. "Don't mention it." Ron leaned back in the chair, folding his arms across his chest. "I'm staying here tonight. Pomfrey said I could." "She did?" "She didn't say I couldn't." Ron's grin was crooked. "There's a difference." Harry closed his eyes. The chocolate was still melting on his tongue. Ron's presence was a warm weight in the darkness, steady and solid and real. For the first time since he'd collapsed, Harry felt something other than fear. He felt grateful. Morning came too quickly. Harry woke to the sound of raised voices, not in the hospital wing, but somewhere nearby. A corridor, maybe? Or an antechamber. The words were muffled, but the emotions behind them were clear. Anger. Frustration. Fear. Ron was still in the chair, snoring softly, his head lolled back at an uncomfortable angle. Harry didn't wake him. Instead, he slid out of bed, his bare feet touching the cold stone floor, and crept toward the door. The voices grew louder as he approached. "Cannot keep this quiet, Albus. The students are already talking. The prophet will be here by tomorrow. We don't know what we're dealing with yet, Minerva. Rushing to conclusions will only make things worse." "Worse?" McGonagall's voice cracked. "A child has been poisoned. We don't know that it's poison. What else would you call a foreign substance in his blood? A gift? A blessing?" Silence. Then Dumbledore's voice, quieter now, almost too soft to hear. "I would call it a weapon, Minerva. Someone has been planning this for a long time. And if we're not careful, they'll succeed." Harry pressed his ear against the door, his heart pounding. "Succeed at what?" McGonagall demanded. Another silence. Longer this time. "I don't know yet. But I intend to find out before it's too late." Footsteps approached the door. Harry scrambled backward, nearly tripping over Ron's outstretched legs, and threw himself back into bed just as the door swung open. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his blue eyes sweeping the room. They paused on Harry for a moment, longer than they should have, and Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that the headmaster knew he'd been listening. But Dumbledore didn't say anything. He simply nodded, once, and closed the door behind him. Harry lay in the darkness and listened to his own heartbeat. The emptiness was back. And somewhere in the castle, the person who'd put it there was still watching. Still waiting. Still planning. Chapter 5 Rush to the hospital wing. The stretcher lifted off the ground without anyone touching it. Harry floated 6 inches above the stone floor, his body limp, his eyes closed, his breath coming in shallow rasps that sounded too loud in the sudden silence of the great hall. Professor McGonagall walked beside him, one hand resting on the edge of the stretcher as if to anchor it to the earth. Her face was pale. Her lips pressed together in a thin, bloodless line. Behind her came the whispers. They had started the moment Harry fell, a ripple of shock that spread from the Gryffindor table to the Hufflepuff, to the Ravenclaw, to the Slytherin. Now they swelled into a tide, crashing against the ancient walls of the hall, carried on waves of fear and curiosity and something darker. Asterisk. Did you see his eyes? Asterisk. Asterisk. They rolled back. All white. Asterisk. Asterisk. Like a corpse. Asterisk. Don't say that. Asterisk. Maybe. He's possessed. Asterisk. Asterisk. Maybe it's a curse. Asterisk. Maybe it's you-know-who. Silence. Dumbledore's voice didn't shout. It simply was, filling every corner of the hall, pressing against the stone ceiling, pushing the whispers back into the throats that had birthed them. The headmaster stood at the staff table, his hands flat on the wooden surface, his eyes sweeping across the sea of young faces. Prefects, he continued, his voice softer now but no less commanding, escort your houses back to the common rooms. Lessons are cancelled for the remainder of the day. I want everyone in their dormitories within the hour. Percy Weasley sprang into action, his prefect badge gleaming as he began herding Gryffindors toward the door. Other prefects followed suit, a Slytherin with dark braids, a Ravenclaw with a stopwatch, a Hufflepuff who looked like she might cry. But not everyone moved. Draco Malfoy remained seated at the Slytherin table, his gray eyes fixed on Harry's floating form. His lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. Beside him, Crabbe and Goyle stared with blank, uncomprehending faces. Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore said without looking at him. The common room. For a moment, Harry thought Draco might argue. His chin lifted. His pale hand tightened around his goblet. Then he stood. He walked toward the door without looking back. But Harry, drifting in and out of consciousness, his vision blurred at the edges, saw the look Draco shot over his shoulder. It wasn't pity. It wasn't concern. It was interest. Cold, calculating interest. He knows something, Harry thought, but the thought slipped away before he could hold on to it, dissolving into the fog that filled his mind. The stretcher passed through the great hall doors. The corridor beyond was cold and dim, lit by torches that flickered in an invisible breeze. McGonagall's footsteps echoed on the stone, sharp, quick, anxious. Poppy, she muttered under her breath. Where are you, Poppy? As if in answer. Footsteps approached from the opposite direction. Madame Pomfrey hurried around the corner, her gray hair escaping its cap, a leather bag clutched to her chest. Her face, usually calm and professional, was drawn with concern. What happened? She demanded, falling into step beside the stretcher. He collapsed. In the middle of the great hall. McGonagall's voice was clipped. No warning. No symptoms, at least, none that anyone noticed. His color? Gray. Almost blue around the lips. Pomfrey pressed her fingers to Harry's throat, feeling for his pulse. Her lips moved silently, counting. Heartbeat is weak. Irregular. Pupils are dilated. She opened her bag and pulled out a small vial filled with bright blue liquid. I need to stabilize him before we move further. Do it. Pomfrey tilted Harry's head back and poured the liquid down his throat. It tasted like nothing, like air, like absence. But Harry felt it spread through his chest, cold and soothing, pushing back against the fire that still smoldered in his veins. His eyes fluttered open. For a moment he saw them, McGonagall's sharp features, Pomfrey's worried frown, the stone ceiling above him with its intricate carvings of magical creatures in flight. Then the fire surged again, and the darkness swallowed him whole. The hospital wing materialized around Harry in fragments. First, the ceiling, vaulted wooden, with beams that crossed and recrossed like the ribs of a giant skeleton. Then the walls, white, sterile, lined with empty beds and cabinets filled with glass vials. Then the smells, herbs and antiseptic and something floral, like lavender steeped in moonlight. Harry blinked. Once. Twice. His eyelids felt heavy, like someone had tied weights to his lashes. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter." Madame Pomfrey's face appeared above him, blocking out the ceiling. She was smiling, but her eyes were serious. Professional. "You've been in and out for about an hour," she continued, checking his pulse again. "Do you know where you are?" "Hospital wing," Harry croaked. "Good. Do you know what happened?" Harry thought about it. The Great Hall. The burning. The way the world had tilted and spun and disappeared. "I fell," he said. "Or I collapsed. In front of everyone." "That's right." Pomfrey adjusted his pillows, propping him up slightly. "You gave us quite a scare. Professor McGonagall carried you here herself. Wouldn't let anyone else touch you." Harry tried to imagine McGonagall carrying him through the corridors, her tartan robes sweeping the floor, her face set in grim determination. It should have been funny. It wasn't. "Is she still here?" She stepped out to speak with the headmaster. "But she'll be back." Pomfrey hesitated. "They all will. You're quite popular today." Harry didn't feel popular. He felt exposed. Like every eye in the castle was still on him, watching, waiting for him to fall again. "Don't let them see you weak," Uncle Vernon's voice echoed in his head. "Freaks don't get sympathy." "Can I have some water?" Harry asked. Pomfrey handed him a glass. The water was cool and clean, and it soothed the raw scrape in his throat. He drank slowly, carefully, afraid that the burning would return if he gulped. It didn't. The fire was quiet now, banked, like coals beneath ash. But Harry could feel it there, waiting. Patient. "Madame Pomfrey," he said, setting down the glass. "What's wrong with me?" Pomfrey's hand stilled on her bag. For a moment she didn't answer. When she spoke, her voice was carefully neutral. "I don't know yet, Mr. Potter. I've run some basic diagnostic spells, but they're inconclusive." "Inconclusive how?" "There's something in your system. Something that shouldn't be there. But I can identify it. Not with the resources I have in the hospital wing." She paused. "I've asked Professor Snape to assist. He's the potions master. If anyone can identify what's inside you, it's him." Snape. Of course it was Snape. The man who hated him for no reason, who took points for existing, who looked at Harry like he was something unpleasant stuck to the bottom of his shoe. "When is he coming?" Harry asked. "He's already here." The voice came from the doorway. Snape stood in the shadows, his black robes blending with the darkness behind him, his pale face floating like a mask. He stepped into the light, and Harry saw that he was carrying a leather case, the same one from his dream, or from a memory he couldn't quite place. "Professor Snape," Pomfrey said, stepping aside. "Thank you for coming so quickly. I didn't have a choice." Snape's eyes didn't leave Harry's face. "The headmaster insisted." He set the case on the bedside table and opened it. Vials glittered in the candlelight, dozens of them, filled with liquids that glowed and smoked and bubbled. Harry's stomach turned. "What are those?" he asked. "Diagnostic potions." Snape selected a vial filled with silver liquid that moved like mercury. Each one reacts to a different type of magical contamination. Poison. Curses. Possession. His lip curled. Loyalty potions. The word hung in the air like a spiderweb. Loyalty potions. Harry had never heard of them. The name alone made his skin crawl. What do they do? They make people compliant. Obedient. Snape's voice was flat. They're illegal, of course. Have been for centuries. But that doesn't stop the desperate from using them. Harry's blood ran cold. You think someone gave me a loyalty potion? I think nothing yet. Snape pulled the stopper from the silver vial. I need a blood sample. Hold out your arm. Harry hesitated. Every instinct told him to refuse, to push Snape away, to run. But where would he run? The Dursleys didn't want him. Hogwarts was supposed to be safe. If he couldn't trust the teachers here, he couldn't trust anyone. He held out his arm. Snape's hands were cold and steady as he pressed a silver instrument to the inside of Harry's elbow. There was a pinch sharper than Pomfrey's earlier test, and a line of red appeared in a glass tube. Harry watched his blood flow, and wondered how something so ordinary could carry something so dark. Snape filled 3 vials, then withdrew the instrument. He didn't speak as he worked, didn't look at Harry. He simply poured the silver liquid into the first vial and began to mutter. The blood turned gold. Then orange. Then red. Then black. Pure, absolute black, like a night without stars. Snape's muttering stopped. His hands, still holding the vial, began to tremble. Severus? Pomfrey stepped closer. What is it? Snape didn't answer. He set down the first vial and picked up the second, repeating the process with a different liquid, green this time, thick like syrup. The blood turned black again. The third vial, blue, shimmering, almost too bright to look at. Black. Snape set down the last vial and stepped back from the bed. His face had gone pale, paler than usual, the color of old parchment. His black eyes were wide, and for the first time since Harry had met him, Snape looked afraid. I need to speak with the headmaster, Snape said. His voice was barely a whisper. Immediately. What did you find? Pomfrey demanded. Snape's gaze flicked to Harry, then away. His jaw tightened. Not here, he said. Not now. He swept out of the room without another word, his robes billowing behind him like wings. Harry lay in the bed and stared at the door. His arm throbbed where the needle had been. His chest ached where the fire still smoldered. Madame Pomfrey, he said quietly. What did he see? Pomfrey's face was troubled. She opened her mouth to answer, then closed it. Shook her head. I don't know, Mr. Potter. But I intend to find out. She followed Snape out of the room, leaving Harry alone. The hours that followed were the longest of Harry's life. Visitors came and went. Ron appeared first, red-faced and out of breath, clutching a handful of chocolate frogs. Hermione followed, her arms full of books, she already started researching magical illnesses, determined to find an answer before the professors did. "You should rest," Hermione said, arranging the books on Harry's bedside table. "The brain needs sleep to process trauma." "I'm not traumatized," Harry said. "You collapsed in front of the entire school and woke up in the hospital wing with an unknown substance in your blood." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "That's the definition of trauma." Harry didn't have an argument for that. Neville came by later, pale and shaky, clutching a plant he'd stolen from the greenhouse. "It's a fang geranium," he explained, setting it on the windowsill. "It's supposed to have healing properties. I mean, I don't know if it works on people, but it can't hurt, right?" The plant snapped its teeth at Harry. He smiled anyway. Even some of the older students stopped by, Percy, stiff and formal, offering his deepest sympathies on behalf of the prefects. Fred and George, who snuck in after dark and presented Harry with a box of nosebleed nougat. "For emergencies. You never know when you'll need a good nosebleed," Fred said seriously. "Distracts the enemy," George agreed. "Hard to curse someone when you're gushing blood." Harry laughed. It hurt, his chest ached with the effort, but it felt good. By midnight the visitors had gone. Pomfrey had returned briefly, checked Harry's vitals, and disappeared again with a distracted frown. The hospital wing was silent except for the ticking of a clock on the far wall, and the soft rustle of the fang geranium shifting in its pot. Harry stared at the ceiling and thought about Snape's face. Afraid. Snape had been afraid. And if the potion's master, the man who hated him, was afraid of what he'd found in Harry's blood. "Don't think about it," Harry told himself. Don't think about it. But he couldn't stop. Loyalty potions. "Someone put loyalty potions in my blood. Why? Why would anyone want him loyal? He was nobody. An orphan. A freak who'd lived in a cupboard and worn Dudley's hand-me-downs. He didn't have money or power or influence. Unless... No. That was stupid. Voldemort was dead. Hagrid had said so. The Dark Lord who'd killed Harry's parents was gone, destroyed by his own killing curse. Except, the curse hadn't killed Harry. It had left him with a scar and a reputation and a target on his back. The boy who lived. Harry closed his eyes and tried to sleep. The fire in his veins stirred. Just a little. Just enough to remind him that it was still there. Waiting. At 2 a.m, the door opened again. Harry was still awake. He'd given up on sleep, accepting that his body was too wound up, too full of adrenaline and fear to rest. He watched the door swing open and saw Dumbledore framed in the entrance. The headmaster didn't look tired. He looked ancient, yes, older than Harry had ever seen him, but not tired. His eyes were sharp, scanning the room, assessing, calculating. "Harry," he said softly. "May I sit with you?" Harry nodded. Dumbledore pulled a chair to the bedside and sat down. His purple robes pulled on the floor around him, and his long silver beard cascaded over his chest like a waterfall. For a moment he didn't speak. He simply sat there, his presence filling the room, warm and steady and impossibly old. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said finally. Harry blinked. What? I should have seen it sooner. The signs, the paleness, the fatigue, the way you've been holding your chest. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. I've been watching you, Harry. Ever since you arrived. I should have noticed that something was wrong. Professor. Harry swallowed. What's happening to me? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. Professor Snape completed his analysis an hour ago. He found traces of potions in your blood, dozens of them. Some are old. Very old. Years old, possibly. Harry's heart stuttered. Years? We believe the first dose was administered when you were an infant. Before your parents died. Dumbledore's hands clasped together in his lap, knuckles white. Someone has been drugging you, Harry. For your entire life. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. His entire life. Every meal at the Dursleys' table. Every glass of water. Every cup of tea Aunt Petunia had ever handed him with a sneer. Who? Harry's voice cracked. Who did this? Dumbledore's eyes met his. Blue and ancient and full of sorrow. That, Harry, is what we're going to find out. Chapter 6 Magical Examination. The sun rose over Hogwarts like a wound, slow, painful, bleeding light across a sky that had forgotten how to be blue. Harry watched it from his bed in the hospital wing, his face pressed against the cold glass of the window, his breath fogging a small circle on the surface. The grounds below looked peaceful. The black lake glittered. The forbidden forest stood dark and patient. Everything looked the way it should. But nothing felt that way anymore. Someone has been drugging you, Harry. For your entire life. Dumbledore's words had circled in his head all night, a loop of horror that played again and again, each repetition worse than the last. His entire life. Every meal. Every drink. Every time Aunt Petunia had handed him a glass of something with that tight-lipped expression. Every time Uncle Vernon had shoved a plate across the table without looking at him. Every time Dudley had laughed at the freak who had to eat the scraps. Had they known? Did the Dursleys know what was in his food? Or were they just the delivery system, unwitting pawns in someone else's game? Harry didn't know which possibility was worse. The door to the hospital wing opened. Harry didn't turn around. He knew the footsteps, light, quick, professional. Madame Pomfrey starting her rounds. Mr. Potter. Her voice was softer than usual. Gentler. You should be resting. I couldn't sleep. You haven't slept at all, have you? Pomfrey crossed the room and pressed her hand to his forehead. Her palm was cool and dry. No fever. That's something, at least. What's the something? Harry turned from the window. His reflection stared back at him from the glass, pale, hollow-eyed, older than 11 years had any right to look. The thing in my blood. Did you figure out what it is? Pomfrey's hand dropped to her side. Her expression flickered, uncertainty maybe, or fear, before settling into professional neutrality. Professor Snape is continuing his analysis. He's asked for assistance from several experts in the field. She paused. Including someone from the Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries. Harry had heard the name before, in whispered conversations on the train, in hushed warnings from older students. It was where they studied the things that couldn't be studied. The secrets that couldn't be told. Is that bad? Harry asked. It's unusual. Pomfrey adjusted his pillow, smoothing the wrinkles with practiced hands. The department doesn't often get involved in school matters. But the headmaster insisted. Dumbledore had insisted. That meant something. Harry wasn't sure what, but it meant something. What happens now? He asked. Pomfrey stepped back, surveying him with a professional eye. Now, we conduct a full magical examination. Professor Snape will be here shortly, along with the consultant from the ministry. They'll need to run tests, more tests than I can perform on my own. More tests. More needles. More vials of his blood turning black in the candlelight. Will it hurt? It shouldn't. Pomfrey hesitated. But I won't lie to you, Mr. Potter. What we're looking for, what we might find, could be difficult to hear. Harry thought about the burning in his veins, the emptiness in his chest, the voice in his dreams, whispering drink, and you will never be alone again. Nothing could be worse than not knowing, he said. Pomfrey looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded once and turned to prepare the room. They arrived at 8 o'clock. Snape came first, his black robes sweeping through the door like a storm cloud. Behind him walked a woman Harry didn't recognize, tall, with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a severe bun, wearing deep purple robes that seemed to shift color when she moved. Her eyes were gray and sharp and missed nothing. Mr. Potter. Her voice was low, almost a murmur, but it carried across the room like a bell. I am Auror Vance. I've been asked to assist with your examination. Auror? Harry's heart rate spiked. Why doesn't Auror need to be here? Auror Vance's expression didn't change. Standard procedure when dark magic is suspected. Dark magic. The words landed in Harry's stomach like stones. The examination will be thorough, Snape said, his voice flat. You will remain still and silent unless asked a direct question. Do you understand? Harry understood that Snape was trying to scare him. It was working. Yes, sir. Dumbledore arrived last, gliding through the door with his usual unhurried grace. He took a seat in the corner of the room, close enough to watch, far enough to not interfere. His presence, at least, was a comfort. A small one, but a comfort nonetheless. Begin, Dumbledore said. Snape opened his leather case. The vials inside had been rearranged, new ones added, old ones removed. Harry spotted liquids in colors he'd never seen before, a deep violet that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, a milky white that swirled on its own, a liquid so black it looked like a hole in the world. We'll start with surface scans, Snape said, withdrawing a slender silver rod from the case. These will map your magical signature and identify any anomalies in your core. Surface scans, Harry repeated. That sounds painless, Pomfrey interjected. You won't feel a thing. She was wrong. The moment Snape touched the silver rod to Harry's chest, pain exploded through him. Not the burning, something different. Something worse. It was like being peeled open from the inside, every nerve exposed, every secret laid bare. Harry gasped, his back arching off the bed, his hands clawing at the sheets. What's happening? Pomfrey demanded. The potions are resisting, Snape said through gritted teeth. His hand was steady on the rod, but sweat beaded on his forehead. They're fighting the scan. Can you stop? If I stop now, we lose everything. Snape's dark eyes met Harry's for a fraction of a second. Something flickered there, reluctant respect, maybe, or just exhaustion. Hold still, Potter. This will only take a moment longer. Harry held still. He had no choice. His body wasn't listening to him anymore. It was frozen, locked in place by the silver rod and the magic pouring through it. All he could do was breathe. In and out. In and out. Counting each breath like a lifeline. The room blurred around him. He saw Dumbledore lean forward in his chair, his blue eyes sharp. He saw Vance withdraw a wand, dark wood, unadorned, and pointed at Harry's chest. He saw Pomfrey's hands hovering over his, ready to catch him if he fell. Then the pain stopped. Harry collapsed back onto the pillows, his chest heaving, his vision swimming. His hospital gown was soaked with sweat. His hands were shaking. It's done, Snape said. He withdrew the silver rod and examined it. The metal had turned black, not coated in something, but changed, the silver itself transformed into something dark and oily. What does that mean? Harry whispered. Snape didn't answer. He handed the rod to Vance, who held it up to the light. Her gray eyes narrowed. Residue from at least 3 different loyalty potions, she said. Maybe more. The contamination is extensive. Extensive how? Dumbledore asked. Vance lowered the rod. For the first time, her composure cracked, just slightly, just enough for Harry to see something underneath. Horror, maybe? Or pity. The potions are embedded in his magical core. Woven into it, like threads in a tapestry. She looked at Harry, and her eyes were no longer sharp. They were sad. Whoever did this didn't just dose him once or twice. They've been feeding him these potions for years. Consistently. Methodically. Harry's stomach turned. Years. The word echoed in his head, bouncing off the walls of his skull. Can they be removed? Dumbledore asked. Vance hesitated. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. The potions have bonded with his magic, with his very essence. Removing them could. She trailed off. Could what? Harry's voice came out louder than he intended. Could kill me? Could destroy my magic? Could what? No one answered. The silence was worse than any answer could have been. The examination continued for another 3 hours. They took more blood, vial after vial, until Harry's arm was dotted with small white bandages. They scanned his body with spells that made his skin tingle and his bones ache. They asked him questions about his childhood, about his time with the Dursleys, about every meal he could remember eating, every drink he could remember swallowing. Harry answered as best he could. But the truth was, he didn't remember much. His childhood was a blur of cupboards and chores and running. The Dursleys had fed him, yes, barely, but he couldn't recall specific meals. Couldn't recall who had prepared his food, who had handed him his plate, who had watched him eat. They must have known, Snape said at one point, his voice cold. The people who raised him. They must have known what they were feeding him. The Dursleys are Muggles, Dumbledore replied. They wouldn't have recognized the potion if it glowed in the dark. They would have recognized that the boy was different. Unwell. The symptoms. The symptoms could have been explained away by neglect. Dumbledore's voice was soft, but there was steel beneath it. The Dursleys are not innocent, Severus. But they may not be guilty of this particular crime. Harry listened to them talk about him like he wasn't there. Part of him wanted to interrupt, to remind them that he could hear, that this was his life they were dissecting. But another part, the part that had learned to be invisible at Privet Drive, kept his mouth shut. Aurora Vance approached the bed, a parchment scroll in her hands. The scroll was covered in writing, small, cramped, that seemed to shift and move when Harry looked at it. "This is your magical signature," Vance said, showing him the scroll. "Every wizard has one. It's like a fingerprint, unique to you, impossible to forge." Harry stared at the shifting symbols. They meant nothing to him. But he could see the dark spots, the places where the ink seemed to curdle, to rot, to die. "Those are the potions," Vance confirmed. "They've attached themselves to your signature. They're feeding on it, almost." "Feeding?" "Loyalty potions require magic to sustain them. They draw power from the wizard they're bonded to, using that power to reinforce their influence." Vance's jaw tightened. "The more magic you use, the stronger they become." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. His magic, the thing that made him a wizard, the thing that had saved him from the Dursleys, the thing that had felt like freedom, was making the poison stronger. "Then I can't use magic," he said. "I can't, I won't." "You can't stop using magic entirely," Snape interrupted. "Your magic is part of you. It will express itself whether you want it to or not, especially at your age. Suppressing it would only cause more damage." "Then what do I do?" No one answered. The silence stretched, thin and brittle, until Dumbledore rose from his chair. "I think," the headmaster said quietly, "that we have enough for today. Mr. Potter needs to rest. We can continue tomorrow." "There's more to examine," Vance protested. "And it will still be there tomorrow." Dumbledore's voice left no room for argument. "The boy has been through enough." Vance looked like she wanted to disagree. But she rolled up the scroll, tucked it into her robes, and stepped back from the bed. Snape was already packing his case, his movements quick and efficient. He didn't look at Harry as he worked, didn't acknowledge him at all. But as he turned to leave, his voice drifted back over his shoulder. "Try to sleep, Potter. You'll need your strength for what comes next." Then he was gone. Vance followed, her purple robes whispering against the floor. Pomfrey busied herself at the medicine cabinet, her back to Harry, her shoulders tight. Only Dumbledore remained. The headmaster walked to Harry's bedside and sat down in the chair Snape had vacated. His blue eyes searched Harry's face, looking for something, hope, maybe, or courage, or just the will to keep going. "How are you feeling?" Dumbledore asked. Harry considered the question. The truth was, he didn't know how he was feeling. He was too many things at once. Fear and anger and confusion and exhaustion all tangled together, knotted so tightly he couldn't pull them apart. "Like I'm not real," Harry said finally. "Like I'm a puzzle someone else is solving, and I'm just the pieces." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he reached out and placed his hand on Harry's, warm, dry, surprisingly gentle. "You are not just pieces, Harry," he said. "You are a person. A boy. A wizard. Whatever has been done to you, whatever poison runs in your blood, that does not define you. You define you." Harry wanted to believe him. He wanted to believe that he was more than the potions, more than the poison, more than the years of neglect and loneliness and fear. But as Dumbledore walked away, as the door closed behind him, Harry looked down at his own hands and saw them trembling. The fire in his veins stirred. And somewhere, deep in the darkness of Hogwarts, someone waited for the boy to break. ###. Chapter 7. Something Impossible. The dreams came again that night. Harry stood in the same windowless room, the same stone walls pressing in around him, the same single torch casting shadows that danced like living things. The wooden table waited in the center of the room. The golden goblet rested on its surface, rubies glittering, steam rising in deliberate, knowing spirals. But something had changed. The goblet was fuller now. The liquid inside, dark, thick, the color of old blood, reached almost to the brim. And standing behind the table, half hidden in shadow, was a figure. Harry couldn't see the figure's face. Couldn't make out its shape. It seemed to shift every time he looked directly at it. Tall, then short, then tall again, like smoke trying to hold a form. "Drink," the voice whispered. Not from the figure. From everywhere. From the walls, the floor, the air itself. "Drink, and you will never be alone again." Harry's feet moved forward. He didn't want to walk. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to wake up, to escape. But his legs wouldn't listen. They carried him step by step toward the table, toward the goblet, toward the figure that waited in the shadows. Closer. His hand reached for the goblet. His fingers closed around the stem. The gold was hot, burning hot, hotter than before, but he couldn't let go. "Drink." He raised the goblet to his lips. The liquid touched his tongue. Harry woke up screaming. The hospital wing was dark. The candles had burned low, reduced to stubs that flickered weakly in their holders. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck 3. 3 in the morning. The witching hour. Harry sat up in bed, his chest heaving, his hands pressed against his mouth to stifle the sounds still trying to escape. His face was wet. He hadn't noticed he was crying. Just a dream, he told himself. Just a dream. But his tongue still tasted metal. His throat still burned where the liquid had touched it. And his chest felt different. Fuller. Heavier. Like something had been poured inside him while he slept. He pressed his palm against his ribs. His heart was beating too fast, skittering like a trapped bird. But beneath the heartbeat, beneath the fear, there was something else. A presence. Not a voice. Not a thought. Just a weight. A shadow at the edge of his consciousness, watching him from the inside. "You're losing your mind," Harry thought. That's what this is. Stress and fear and poison, all mixing together until you can't tell what's real anymore. But the presence didn't go away. It settled deeper, curling around his magical core like a snake around a branch, and waited. Harry didn't sleep again that night. Madame Pomfrey found him at dawn, sitting in the windowsill, his knees drawn up to his chest, his forehead pressed against the glass. "You should have called me," she said, wrapping a blanket around his shoulders. "You shouldn't be out of bed." "I couldn't stay in bed." Harry's voice was hoarse. "Every time I closed my eyes I saw it." "Saw what?" Harry shook his head. He didn't have words for the dream. Didn't have words for the presence coiled inside him. All he had was a feeling, a bone-deep certainty that something was very, very wrong. "Madame Pomfrey," he said, "can loyalty potions, can they think?" Pomfrey's hands stilled on the blanket. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Harry struggled to find the right words, "the potions in my blood. They're not just sitting there, are they? They're doing something. They're aware." Pomfrey was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was carefully neutral. "Loyalty potions are designed to influence behavior. They create a compulsion, a need to obey, to please, to serve. But they don't have consciousness. They can't think." "Then why does it feel like something's in my head?" Pomfrey didn't answer. She couldn't. And that, more than anything else, told Harry everything he needed to know. He was alone in this. Whatever was happening inside him, no one else could feel it. No one else could fight it. He would have to do it himself. Professor Snape arrived at 9 o'clock, accompanied by Orr Vance and a man Harry hadn't seen before, short, round, with a nervous smile and eyes that darted around the room like he expected something to jump out at him. "This is Archibald Pumble," Vance said, gesturing to the nervous man. "He's a specialist in potion-borne magical anomalies." "Pleasure," Pumble squeaked, clutching a briefcase to his chest. "Absolutely tremendous pleasure. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. I read all about you in, well, everywhere, really." Harry didn't respond. He was too busy watching Snape, who had gone very still. The potions master's black eyes were fixed on Pumble with an expression Harry couldn't read. Suspicion, maybe, or something darker. "You didn't mention you were bringing a consultant," Dumbledore said from the doorway. He must have arrived while Harry wasn't looking. "Mr. Pumble came highly recommended," Vance replied. "From the department itself." "Indeed." Dumbledore's voice was mild, but his eyes were sharp. "And what exactly is Mr. Pumble's area of expertise?" "Potions that behave like living organisms." Pumble set his briefcase on the nearest bed and opened it. Inside were instruments Harry didn't recognize, things that glowed and pulsed and hummed. "There are certain brews, very rare, very illegal, that develop a kind of sentience over time. They adapt. They evolve. They learn." Harry's blood ran cold. "Like the ones in me?" Pumble's nervous smile faded. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, and something in his expression shifted. The nervousness remained, but beneath it was something else. Curiosity. Professional interest. And underneath that, fear. "Yes, Mr. Potter," Pumble said quietly. "Exactly like the ones in you." The examination that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. Pumble didn't take blood. He didn't use silver rods or diagnostic spells. Instead, he placed his hands on Harry's temples, warm, slightly damp, and closed his eyes. "Tell me what you feel," Pumble murmured. "Your hands," Harry said. Not that. Inside. Tell me what you feel inside. Harry closed his eyes. The darkness behind his lids was absolute, but the presence was there, coiled around his magical core, waiting, watching. Something's in my chest, he said. It's not pain. It's more like pressure. Like something's pressing against me from the inside. Go deeper. I don't know how. Yes, you do. Everyone knows how. You've just never been asked? Pumble's thumbs pressed gently against Harry's temples. Close your eyes. Breathe. And listen. Harry listened. At first, there was nothing. Just the sound of his own heartbeat, the rush of blood in his ears, the distant whisper of the castle settling. But then, beneath it all, underneath everything, he heard it. A voice. Not words, exactly. More like a feeling-given sound. A pulse of intent that vibrated through his bones. Asterisk obey. Serve. Love. Asterisk. 3 words. 3 commands. Buried so deep in his blood that he'd never known they were there. Can you hear it? Pumble asked. Yes. Harry's voice cracked. What is it? Pumble removed his hands. His face was pale, paler than it had been when he arrived, and his eyes were wide. It's the potions, he said. All 30 of them. They're not separate compounds anymore. They've merged. They've become something new. Something new. Something that could think. Something that could speak. How? Dumbledore asked. His voice was calm, but his hands, clasped beneath his beard, were white-knuckled. Pumble shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. Potions aren't supposed to be able to merge. They're not supposed to develop sentience. This shouldn't be possible. But it is possible, Snape said. His voice was flat, but his eyes were burning. Because we're looking at it. The room fell silent. Harry sat in the bed, his hands trembling in his lap, and tried to understand what they were telling him. 30 potions. 30 loyalty potions merged into one, developing a mind of its own. Inside him. Living inside him. Can you remove it? Harry asked. His voice came out steadier than he felt. Pumble exchanged a glance with Vance. With Snape. With Dumbledore. I don't know, Pumble admitted. I've never tried to remove something like this. The potions are bonded to your magical core, woven into it, like threads in a tapestry. Removing them could kill me, Harry finished. You said that before? Kill you. Destroy your magic. Leave you as a squib? Pumble's voice was gentle, but the words were brutal. Or worse. The potions might fight back. They might try to protect themselves. And if you leave them, then they'll keep growing. Keep learning. Keep influencing you. Pumble paused. Eventually, you won't be able to tell where the potions end and you begin. Harry thought about the dream. The goblet. The voice. The way his body had moved toward the table even when his mind was screaming at it to stop. Asterisk. Drink, and you will never be alone again. Asterisk. I want them out, Harry said. I don't care what it costs. I want them out. Dumbledore rose from his chair. His blue eyes were bright, brighter than Harry had ever seen them, and his voice, when he spoke, rang with authority. "Then we will find a way," the headmaster said. "I swear it, Harry. On my magic. On my life. We will find a way." The rest of the day passed in a blur. More tests. More questions. More strangers in the hospital wing, all of them poking and prodding and whispering about things Harry didn't understand. He stopped trying to keep track of who was who. They were all the same in the end, experts who looked at him like a puzzle to be solved, not a person to be saved. Only Ron and Hermione treated him like a human being. They came after dinner, sneaking past Pomfrey with the practiced ease of children who'd been breaking rules their whole lives. Ron had a bag of sweets hidden in his robes. Hermione had 3 books on rare magical afflictions. "We're going to figure this out," Hermione said, dropping the books on Harry's bed. "Between the 2 of us, we've got 3 brain cells," Ron interrupted. "And 2 of them are mine. You don't have any brain cells. You have empty space where brain cells should be. And yet I still managed to sneak past Pomfrey." Ron grinned. "Maybe I'm smarter than I look." "You're not." Despite everything, the fear, the exhaustion, the presence coiled inside his chest, Harry laughed. It was a small laugh, barely more than a breath, but it was real. "Thanks," he said. "Both of you. For being here. Where else would we be?" Ron plopped down on the end of the bed. "Transfiguration? Please. McGonagall's been making us turn teapots into turtles all day. The room smells like wet reptile." "The turtles are adorable," Hermione said. "But they keep trying to escape." Harry smiled. The presence in his chest stirred, not with hunger, not with malice, but with something else. Something that felt almost like curiosity. "Friends," it seemed to whisper. "You have friends." Harry pushed the thought away. The potions didn't get to have opinions about his friends. The potions didn't get to have opinions about anything. He was still himself. He was still Harry. He had to believe that. That night, Harry dreamed of the goblet again. But this time, the figure behind the table was closer. Almost close enough to touch. Almost close enough to see. "Drink," the voice whispered. "Drink, and you will never be alone again." Harry's hand reached for the goblet. And stopped. His fingers hovered an inch from the golden stem, trembling with effort. Every instinct screamed at him to pull back, to run, to wake up. But something else, something deeper, pushed him forward. "You want this," the voice said. "You've always wanted this." "No," Harry whispered. You want to belong. You want to be loved. You want someone to choose you, to want you, to need you. Stop. We can give you that. All of it. Everything you've ever wanted. Harry's fingers closed around the goblet. "Drink." He raised it to his lips. And woke up. The hospital wing was dark. The clock struck 4. Harry lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, and felt the presence in his chest pulse with satisfaction. He hadn't drunk. He'd woken up in time. But the dream had felt different tonight. The voice had felt different. More persuasive. More patient. Like it was learning. Like it was waiting. Harry pressed his hand against his chest, and felt his heartbeat beneath his palm. His heartbeat. His chest. His body. Still mine, he thought. Still me. But even as he thought it, he felt the presence shift. Settle. Smile. For now, it seemed to say. For now. Hashtag Chapter 8. The Shocking Truth. Harry had stopped counting the days. Time in the hospital wing had lost its meaning. Morning bled into afternoon, bled into night, marked only by the arrival of meals he couldn't eat and the departure of visitors he couldn't focus on. Ron and Hermione came every day. He knew that much, but their faces blurred together, their voices fading into a constant, low hum that matched the presence humming inside his chest. 30 loyalty potions. The number had lodged itself in Harry's brain like a splinter, working its way deeper every time he thought about it. 30. Not one. Not two. 30 separate doses, fed to him over years, each one building on the last until they merged into something new. Something that breathed. Something that wanted. Something that was starting to feel like part of him. No, Harry told himself for the 100th time. Asterisk, not part of me. Something inside me. There's a difference. Asterisk. But the difference was getting harder to feel. The meeting began at noon. Harry knew. Something was different the moment he woke up. Pomfrey was bustling around the hospital wing with an energy he hadn't seen in days, straightening sheets and arranging chairs and muttering to herself about proper protocol and ministry oversight. Someone's coming, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Pomfrey paused, a pillow in each hand. The headmaster has called a formal consultation. All of your test results are in. She hesitated. They've identified the potions, Mr. Potter. All 30 of them. Harry's heart stuttered. And nothing yet. They'll explain everything when they get here. Pomfrey plumped the pillows with unnecessary force. Try to rest until then. Rest. As if that were possible. Harry lay back against the pillows and stared at the ceiling. The presence in his chest stirred, curious, alert. It knew something was happening. It could feel his anxiety, his fear, his desperate need to understand. Soon, it seemed to whisper. Soon you'll know. Harry closed his eyes and waited. They came in a procession. Dumbledore first, his purple robes sweeping through the door like a tide. Then McGonagall, her tartan dress swishing, her lips pressed into a thin line. Snape followed, his black eyes fixed on the floor, his face pale and drawn. Aura Vance walked beside him, her gray hair gleaming in the candlelight. And behind them, Archibald Pumble, clutching his briefcase, looking like he might be sick. But there were others too. People Harry didn't recognize. A witch with silver hair and kind eyes. A wizard with a mechanical eye that spun in its socket. A tiny, ancient man who leaned on a walking stick and glared at everyone like they'd personally offended him. Who are they? Harry whispered to Pomfrey. The Wizengamot, Pomfrey whispered back. The highest magical court in Britain. They've been called to witness the findings. The Wizengamot. A court. Harry's blood ran cold. Am I in trouble? No, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice carried across the room. He had stopped at the foot of Harry's bed, his blue eyes gentle. You're not in trouble. You never were. The Wiesengemat is here to ensure that justice is served, not against you, but for you. For him. Harry wasn't sure what that meant, but he nodded anyway. More people filed into the room. Pomfrey had set up chairs in a semicircle around Harry's bed, and they filled quickly, witches and wizards in formal robes, their faces serious, their wands visible at their hips. Harry counted 15 of them before he lost track. When everyone was seated, Dumbledore raised his hand. "Thank you all for coming," he said. "We are gathered here today to discuss the findings of the investigation into Harry Potter's medical condition. The investigation has been thorough. The results are unprecedented." He nodded to Snape. The potions master rose from his chair. His face was unreadable, but his hands, clasped behind his back, were trembling. "Over the past several days," Snape began, "I have conducted an exhaustive analysis of Harry Potter's blood. With the assistance of Auror Vance and Mr. Pumble, I have identified 30 distinct magical compounds, all of which are variants of loyalty potions." A murmur ran through the Wiesengemat. The witch with the silver hair raised her hand. "Variants?" she asked. "What kind of variants?" Snape's jaw tightened. "Different formulations. Some standard. Some experimental. The oldest appears to have been administered when Potter was approximately 6 months old." The murmur grew louder. Harry gripped the sheets beneath him, his knuckles white. 6 months, another wizard repeated. That's before his parents died." "Yes." Snape's voice was flat. "The first dose was administered before the attack on Godric's Hollow." The room fell silent. Harry's mind was reeling. Before his parents died. Before Voldemort came. Someone had been poisoning him before he could even walk. Someone had been planning this, planning him, for his entire life. "The other doses," Snape continued, "were administered at regular intervals throughout Potter's childhood. Approximately 1 every 4 months, until approximately 3 years ago. Then the frequency increased." "Increased to what?" McGonagall demanded. "Every 2 months. Then every month. Then—" Snape paused. "The most recent dose was administered approximately 2 weeks ago. Just before Potter arrived at Hogwarts. 2 weeks ago." Harry's breath caught in his throat. 2 weeks ago, he'd still been at Privet Drive. 2 weeks ago, he'd been eating Aunt Petunia's cooking and drinking Uncle Vernon's tap water and sleeping in Dudley's second bedroom. "Dumbledore," the witch with the silver hair said, "are you telling us that someone has been dosing this child with loyalty potions for over a decade, and no one noticed?" "The potions are subtle," Dumbledore replied. "They don't cause obvious symptoms. Fatigue. Paleness. A slight fever. Nothing that would raise alarms, especially in a child who was already being neglected." Neglected. The word hung in the air, heavy and damning. "The Dursleys?" the wizard with the mechanical eye said. "They're muggles, correct? They wouldn't have known what they were feeding him." "Correct." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "The Dursleys are not blameless. They treated Harry poorly, and they will answer for that. But they are not responsible for the potions. They were simply the delivery method." Delivery method. Harry thought about all the meals Aunt Petunia had shoved across the table. all the times Uncle Vernon had demanded he clean his plate. All the glasses of water Dudley had knocked out of his hands, laughing. Had they known? Had they seen something strange in the food and chosen to ignore it? Or had someone else been in their kitchen, slipping potions into his meals while they slept? He might never know. Ora Vance stood up, her purple robes rustling. The Wizengamot needs to understand the severity of this situation. These aren't simple loyalty potions, the kind you might find on the black market, used to secure a business deal or win a lover's affection. These are advanced, military grade, designed to create long-term, permanent loyalty in the subject. Permanent? Harry's voice came out louder than he intended. What do you mean, permanent? Vance turned to look at him. Her gray eyes were sad. Standard loyalty potions wear off after a few hours or days. They create a temporary compulsion that fades once the potion leaves the bloodstream. But these potions... She gestured to Snape, who held up a vial of Harry's blood, still black, still churning. These potions are designed to bond with the subject's magical core. They don't fade. They grow. Grow into what? That's the question, isn't it? Vance's voice was soft. We've never seen anything like this before. 30 potions merged into one, developing a kind of sentience. It's adapting, evolving, becoming something new. The witch with the silver hair leaned forward. Becoming what, exactly? Vance shook her head. We don't know. But we have theories. Share them. The mechanical-eyed wizard demanded. Vance looked at Dumbledore. He nodded. Based on our analysis, Vance said slowly, we believe the potions were designed to create a permanent bond between the subject and the person who administered them. A bond of absolute loyalty, the kind that can't be broken by time or distance, or even the subject's own will. The room was silent. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, loud in his ears. Someone wanted to control Harry Potter. Vance continued. Not just influence him. Not just manipulate him. Control him. Completely. Permanently. They wanted him to be a puppet, a weapon they could point at anyone they chose. A weapon. They wanted him to be a weapon. Harry thought about his scar. About the night his parents died. About the killing curse that had rebounded and destroyed Voldemort instead of him. Voldemort, he said. Every head in the room turned toward him. The potions, Harry continued, his voice shaking. They started before my parents died. Before Voldemort attacked. Someone started poisoning me when I was 6 months old, and then Voldemort showed up and tried to kill me, and... He stopped. Breathed. What if it wasn't two different things? What if it was all connected? Dumbledore's eyes were bright. Go on, Harry. What if someone, not Voldemort, but someone working for him, started dosing me with loyalty potions so that when Voldemort came back, I'd be on his side? What if the attack on Godric's Hollow wasn't supposed to kill me? What if it was supposed to? He couldn't finish the sentence. To bring you to him, Snape finished. His voice was barely a whisper. To make you his. The silence that followed was absolute. Then the tiny, ancient man with the walking stick slammed the butt of his cane against the floor. This is treason, he said. Treason of the highest order. Someone in this country has been plotting against the boy who lived for over a decade. Someone with access to advanced potions and dark magic. Someone who may still be at large. The question is, the silver-haired witch said, are they still trying to control him? Or has the plan already succeeded? Every eye turned back to Harry. He sat in the bed, small and pale and trembling, and felt the presence in his chest pulse with something that felt like amusement. They're afraid of you, it seemed to whisper. They're afraid of what you might become. Harry pushed the thought away. But the presence lingered, coiled around his magical core, patient and waiting. I'm still me, Harry said out loud. I'm still Harry. Whatever those potions are doing, I'm still me. Dumbledore smiled. It was a small smile, barely there, but it reached his eyes. Yes, Harry, he said. You are. But even as the headmaster spoke, Harry felt the presence shift. Settle. Grow just a little bit stronger. And he wondered, for the first time, truly wondered, if still me was something he could hold on to. Or if it was something the potions had already started to take away. The meeting lasted another 2 hours. There was talk of investigations and arrests and protective custody. There was talk of bringing in experts from abroad, of consulting with healers who specialized in dark magic, of exploring options that no one wanted to name out loud. Harry stopped listening after a while. Their words washed over him, important words, urgent words, but they didn't touch him. He was floating again, disconnected from his body, watching himself from a distance. 30 loyalty potions. The number echoed in his head. 30. 12 years of poisoning. An entire childhood stolen by someone he'd never met. Why? He didn't have an answer. He didn't know if he ever would. When the meeting finally ended, when the Wizengamot filed out of the room with their robes swishing and their voices murmuring, Dumbledore stayed behind. He sat on the edge of Harry's bed, an act of such casual intimacy that Harry felt his throat tighten. "How are you feeling?" Dumbledore asked. "The same," Harry said. "Different?" "I don't know." Dumbledore nodded. "That's honest. I don't know how to be anything else." Harry looked down at his hands. They were still trembling. "Professor, the person who did this. Do you know who it is?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. "I have suspicions. But suspicions are not proof, and I will not name names until I am certain." He placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Whoever did this, Harry, they will be found. I promise you that." Promises. Everyone kept making promises. But as Dumbledore walked away, as the door closed behind him, Harry felt the presence in his chest pulse one final time. Promises, it seemed to whisper. Promises can be broken. Harry closed his eyes and tried not to wonder if the voice in his head was right. ## Chapter 9 Dumbledore's Concern. Albus Dumbledore had not felt fear in a very long time. Not the fleeting anxiety of a difficult decision, nor the sharp spike of danger in the heat of battle, nor the cold dread that came with receiving terrible news. He had felt all of those things, of course. He was human, despite what some of his younger students seemed to believe. But true fear, the kind that settled into the bones and refused to leave, had been absent from his life for decades. It returned the moment Harry Potter collapsed in the Great Hall. Now, 3 days later, Dumbledore sat in his office at the top of the spiral staircase, surrounded by silver instruments that whirred and smoked and spun, and tried to make sense of a truth he still couldn't fully accept. 30 loyalty potions. He had read the report 7 times. 7 times, he had traced his finger over the numbers, the dates, the names of compounds that shouldn't exist outside of dark magic textbooks. 7 times he had hoped that the words would rearrange themselves into something less damning. They hadn't. The door to his office creaked open. Dumbledore didn't look up. He didn't need to. He knew the footsteps, knew the pattern of breathing, knew the sharp, almost angry way the visitor closed the door behind them. "Minerva," he said. "Albus." McGonagall crossed the room and sat in the chair across from his desk without waiting for an invitation. Her tartan robes were rumpled. She hadn't slept thither. "The Board of Governors is demanding answers. They always do. This is different. They're scared. The boy who lived poisoned in our care? They're worried about liability. About reputation. About—" She stopped. Ran a hand through her gray-streaked hair. "About whether Hogwarts is still safe. Is it?" The question hung between them, sharp and jagged. McGonagall's jaw tightened. "I don't know anymore. We all thought, that whatever happened to Harry Potter, it was in the past. Voldemort was gone. The danger was over." She paused. "But someone was putting potions in his food for years. Years, Albus. While he was living with those muggles. While we thought he was protected. The Blood Wards. The Blood Wards protected him from Voldemort's followers. Not from a potion slipped into his breakfast." McGonagall's voice cracked. "We failed him. Before he even came to Hogwarts, we failed him." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. The silver instruments on his desk continued their endless dance, spinning and whirring, measuring things that existed beyond the edge of human perception. "Yes," he said quietly. "We did." McGonagall stared at him. She had expected denial, perhaps. Or deflection. Dumbledore was a master of both. But the old man in front of her looked tired. Older than she had ever seen him. "The Dursleys?" she said. "They must have known something. I spoke with Petunia Dursley this morning. Via Flo." Dumbledore's voice was flat. She claimed she noticed nothing unusual about the food she prepared. No strange tastes. No unusual colors. Nothing that would have alerted a muggle to the presence of magic. "And you believe her?" "I believe she is telling the truth as she knows it. But Petunia Dursley is not a reliable witness. She has spent 11 years lying to herself about Harry, about who he is, about what he means, about the debt she owes his mother." Dumbledore's eyes darkened. She would not notice a potion in his food because she never truly looked at him at all. McGonagall's hands clenched in her lap. Then who? Who could have had access to the Dursley household for over a decade without being detected? That is the question, isn't it? Dumbledore rose from his chair and walked to the window. The grounds of Hogwarts stretched below him, green and gold in the autumn light. Students walked between the buildings, small and insignificant from this height. Children. Innocents. One of them had been poisoned before he could walk. The first dose was administered 6 months after Harry's birth, Dumbledore said, his back still to McGonagall. That means the perpetrator had access to the Potter household in Godric's Hollow. Before the attack. Before Lily and James died. One of their friends, McGonagall said slowly. Someone they trusted. Or someone they didn't know they needed to fear. McGonagall rose from her chair and joined him at the window. Side by side, they watched the students below, laughing, running, living their lives without knowing how close they were to something dark. Sirius Black, McGonagall said. He was their secret keeper. He had access. Sirius is in Azkaban. For betraying them to Voldemort. But what if? McGonagall's voice was barely a whisper. What if the betrayal wasn't the only thing? What if he was involved in the potions too? Dumbledore shook his head. I knew Sirius Black. He was reckless, arrogant, and sometimes foolish. But he loved James Potter. He would not have poisoned his best friend's son. People change. Not that much. Dumbledore turned from the window. No, Minerva. The person who did this is still out there. Still free. And until we find them, Harry Potter is not safe. McGonagall's face was pale. The wards will protect him from external threats. But the potions are already inside him. They're part of his magic now. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The danger isn't outside, Minerva. It's within. The fire in Dumbledore's office crackled, casting long shadows across the walls. Fawkes the Phoenix dozed on his perch, his golden feathers shimmering in the firelight, his dark eyes half closed. Dumbledore had not moved from his chair in 2 hours. The reports were spread across his desk. Snape's analysis, Vance's observations, Pumble's notes on the potion's behavior. He had read them all. Memorized them, even. But understanding was different from knowing, and knowing was different from accepting. 30. Loyalty potions. The number was impossible. No child, no matter how magically powerful, should have survived 30 doses of any potion, let alone ones designed to bind and control. Harry should have been a vegetable by now. A hollow shell, emptied of will and personality, ready to be filled by whoever held the leash. But Harry wasn't empty. He was pale and tired and frightened, yes. But he was still there. Still fighting. Still Harry. Why? Dumbledore traced his finger over the report, stopping at a line of text that had been underlined 3 times. Asterisk. The potions appear to have merged, creating a new compound with unpredictable properties. Asterisk. Unpredictable. That was the key, wasn't it? Whoever had designed the potions had expected them to work in a certain way, to suppress, to control, to bind. But something had gone wrong. Or something had gone right, depending on your perspective. Harry's magic had fought back. It was the only explanation that made sense. The potions had tried to consume him, to override his will with someone else's, and his magic, the same magic that had rebounded the killing curse, had refused to yield. Instead of destroying him, the potions had been forced to adapt, to merge, to become something that could exist alongside Harry's power rather than against it. The result was a stalemate. Harry and the potions, locked together, each one holding the other in check. But stalemates didn't last forever. Dumbledore reached for his quill and a fresh sheet of parchment. He wrote quickly, his handwriting sharp and precise. To the office of the Chief Warlock. I request an emergency session of the Wiesengemot to discuss the following matters. 1. The identification and apprehension of the individuals responsible for administering illegal potions to Harry James Potter over a period of 11 years. 2. The establishment of a permanent protective detail for Mr. Potter, to be maintained until such time as the threat against him is neutralized. 3. The authorization of resources to research a cure for Mr. Potter's condition, including but not limited to access to restricted texts and the consultation of international experts. He signed his name with a flourish. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore and sealed the parchment with wax. Fawkes opened one eye, watching. I know, Dumbledore said to the Phoenix. It's not enough. It will never be enough. Fawkes trilled softly, a sound that was half question, half comfort. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Behind his lids he saw Harry's face, pale and frightened, but still determined. Still hoping. Nothing could be worse than not knowing, the boy had said. Dumbledore hoped that was true, because the knowing was worse than he had ever imagined. Snape arrived at midnight. He didn't knock, he never did, not anymore. The door to Dumbledore's office swung open, and the potions master stepped inside, his black robes dripping shadow onto the stone floor. You're still awake, Snape said. As are you. Snape didn't sit. He stood in front of Dumbledore's desk, his pale hands clasped behind his back, his dark eyes fixed on some point above the headmaster's head. I've been thinking, Snape said. Dangerous habit. About the potions. About their purpose. Snape's voice was flat, but something flickered beneath it. 30 doses. 11 years of administration. That's not someone trying to control a child. That's someone trying to create something. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Go on. Loyalty potions are crude. They override will, they don't create it. But these potions, the way they've merged, the way they've adapted, they're not just suppressing Harry's will. They're replacing it with something else. Something that can think. Something that can learn. A new personality. Not a personality. A framework. A set of commands that can be activated when needed. Snape's jaw tightened. Whoever created these potions wasn't trying to make Harry obedient. They were trying to make him into a weapon. A weapon that could be pointed at anyone, at any time, and told to destroy. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You think Voldemort is behind this? I think Voldemort is the only one who would have the resources, the knowledge, and the motive. Snape's voice was barely a whisper. He wanted Harry Potter dead. Everyone knows that. But what if that was a cover? What if his real plan was to capture Harry, to bend him, to turn him into the darkest weapon the world has ever seen? And when the killing curse rebounded, it disrupted the plan. But it didn't destroy it. Snape's eyes met Dumbledore's. The potions were already in Harry's blood. The framework was already in place. All it needed was time. And someone to activate it. Dumbledore rose from his chair. His face was pale, his eyes bright. Who? he demanded. Who at Hogwarts would have the access, the opportunity, to activate such a thing? Snape didn't answer. He didn't have to. They both knew. Someone had been at Hogwarts for years. Someone with access to the students, to the food, to the very air they breathed. Someone who had watched Harry from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. We need to find them, Dumbledore said. Before they find Harry. Snape nodded. His face was unreadable, but his hands, clasped behind his back, were trembling. I'll begin tomorrow, he said, discreetly. Do that. Dumbledore turned back to the window. The grounds were dark now, the students safely inside, the castle settling into its nightly slumber. But somewhere in the darkness, someone was awake. Someone was waiting. Dumbledore felt the cold settle into his bones, the same cold he had felt the night Lily and James Potter died. He had been too late then. He would not be too late now. The fire had burned low. Fawkes slept. The silver instruments had finally stopped their endless dance, settling into silence. Dumbledore sat alone in his office, a glass of lemonade forgotten at his elbow, and stared at the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black on the wall. Well? Phineas said irritably. Are you going to sit there all night, or are you going to do something? I'm thinking, Dumbledore replied. Dangerous habit. So I've been told. Phineas sniffed. The boy is in danger. The castle is in danger. The entire wizarding world could be on the brink of another war. And you're sitting in the dark, drinking lemonade, and thinking. Dumbledore smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. Sometimes, Phineas, thinking is the most important thing a person can do. Acting without thinking, that's how wars start. That's how children die. Phineas was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. What are you thinking about, Albus? Dumbledore looked down at the reports spread across his desk. At Harry's name, written in Snape's precise handwriting. At the numbers, 30 doses, 11 years, 1 impossible survival. I'm thinking, Dumbledore said slowly, that we have underestimated our enemy. Whoever placed those potions in Harry's blood, they are patient. Methodical. Willing to wait years for their plan to bear fruit. And I'm thinking that they're still waiting. The potions aren't finished. The framework isn't complete. Dumbledore's voice dropped to a whisper. They're going to try again. And when they do... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. The fire crackled. Fawkes stirred in his sleep. And somewhere in the darkness, the person who had been poisoning Harry Potter for 11 years smiled. Their plan was working. And nothing, not Dumbledore, not Hogwarts, not the entire Wizengamot, was going to stop them. ## Chapter 10 Harry Awakens. The darkness behind Harry's eyes was not empty. It hadn't been empty for days now, maybe longer. He was losing track of time, losing track of himself, losing track of where the darkness ended and he began. The presence in his chest had grown stronger during the hours he'd spent unconscious, feeding on something Harry couldn't name, growing fat and satisfied in the warm hollow of his ribs. You're waking up, the presence whispered. Finally. Harry's eyelids fought him. They were heavy, leaden, like someone had glued weights to his lashes. He forced them open anyway, millimeter by millimeter, and light flooded in. The hospital wing. He was back in the hospital wing. The same white ceiling. The same wooden beams. The same smell of herbs and antiseptic and something floral that Pomfrey used in her cleaning solutions. But something was different. The light was wrong. Too golden. Too warm. Sunset, maybe, or sunrise, Harry couldn't tell which. Days had lost their meaning. He'd been in and out of consciousness so many times that time had become a river he was no longer swimming in, just floating downstream, carried by currents he couldn't see. "Mr. Potter?" Madame Pomfrey's face appeared above him. Her gray hair was escaping its cap again. Dark circles shadowed her eyes. She looked like she hadn't slept in a week. "How are you feeling?" she asked. Harry opened his mouth to answer. The standard answer, fine asterisk, was right there, perched on his tongue. But the word wouldn't come. His throat was dry, scraped raw, like he'd been screaming in his sleep. "Water," he managed. Pomfrey helped him sit up, supporting his back with one hand while she pressed the glass to his lips with the other. The water was cool and clean, and it soothed the fire in his throat. But the fire in his chest, the presence, remained. "She's afraid of you," the presence whispered. "They're all afraid." Harry ignored it. He'd gotten good at ignoring it, these past few days. The voice was always there now, a constant companion, whispering observations and opinions and commands that he refused to obey. But ignoring took energy. And Harry had very little of that left. "How long was I out?" he asked, handing the empty glass back to Pomfrey. 36 hours. Pomfrey's voice was carefully neutral. "You gave us quite a scare." 36 hours. Harry had lost a day and a half. He tried to feel something about that, fear maybe, or anger, but all he felt was tired. Bone deep, soul deep tired. "Ron and Hermione," he said. "Are they? They've been here every day. Every hour, almost." Pomfrey's lips twitched into something that might have been a smile. "Miss Granger has read aloud to you. Mr. Weasley has attempted to teach you chess, despite your unresponsiveness." Harry's chest ached, but not from the presence. From something else. Something that felt like gratitude. "Can I see them?" "They're in the common room." "I'll send word that you're awake." Pomfrey adjusted his pillows, smoothing the wrinkles with practiced hands. "But first, Professor Dumbledore wants to speak with you. He's been waiting." Waiting. Of course he had. Harry nodded, and Pomfrey left the room. The silence that followed was heavy. Harry sat in the bed, propped against the pillows, and stared at the door. The presence in his chest stirred, curious, alert. It didn't like Dumbledore. Harry had noticed that. Every time the headmaster entered the room, the presence retreated, coiling tighter around his magical core like a snake seeking shelter. "He wants to take us apart," the presence whispered. "He wants to destroy us." Harry didn't answer. He'd stopped answering days ago. The voice wasn't real, couldn't be real. It was just the potions, trying to confuse him, trying to make him doubt himself. But the voice sounded so real. And sometimes, in the dark, when Harry was too tired to fight, it almost sounded like a friend. The door opened. Dumbledore walked in, and the presence retreated. "Harry." The headmaster's voice was gentle. He pulled a chair to the bedside and sat down, his purple robes pooling around him like a liquid shadow. It's good to see you awake. How long have you been waiting? Harry asked. Long enough. Dumbledore's blue eyes searched Harry's face. Do you remember what happened? Harry thought about it. The last thing he remembered was the meeting, the Wisengamot, the reports, the words that had changed everything. 30 loyalty potions. 11 years of poisoning. A plan that had been in motion since before his parents died. I remember, Harry said. I wish I didn't. Dumbledore nodded. I know. They sat in silence for a moment. The presence pressed against the edges of Harry's consciousness, testing the barriers Harry had built to contain it. Harry pushed back, hard, and the presence retreated again. Professor, Harry said, the voice in my head. The potions, they talk to me now. They tell me things. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted. Sharpened. What do they tell you? Things I want to hear. That I'm not alone. That someone wants me. That... Harry stopped. Swallowed. That you're going to fail me. That everyone fails me eventually. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. The potions are designed to exploit your vulnerabilities, Harry. Your loneliness. Your desire to belong. They're using those desires against you, trying to make you trust them. I know. Harry's voice cracked. But knowing doesn't make it stop. I can hear them all the time now. Even when I'm awake. Even when I'm... He pressed his hand against his chest. Even when I'm trying to remember who I am. Who are you? The question hung in the air, simple and devastating. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the spiders that had crawled across his face while he slept. About the hunger that had gnawed at his stomach when the Dursleys forgot to feed him. About the loneliness, the vast, endless loneliness that had hollowed him out from the inside. He thought about Hagrid, telling him he was a wizard. About Ron, sharing his sandwiches on the train. About Hermione, staying up late to read aloud while he lay unconscious. He thought about Hogwarts. About the castle that had felt like home for exactly 3 days before his blood had caught fire. I don't know anymore, Harry admitted. I used to know. I was Harry Potter. The boy from the cupboard. The freak who survived. But now... He looked down at his hands. They were still trembling. Now I'm something else. Something I don't recognize. Dumbledore reached out and placed his hand over Harry's. The headmaster's fingers were long and thin and warm, and the touch sent a pulse of something, magic maybe, through Harry's veins. The presence hissed and retreated further. You are Harry Potter, Dumbledore said firmly. You are the boy who chose Gryffindor when the Sorting Hat offered you Slytherin. You are the boy who made friends with a Weasley on a train and defended a Muggle-born against a pureblood's cruelty. You are the boy who collapsed in the Great Hall and woke up still fighting. I don't feel like I'm fighting. You are. Every moment you remain yourself, every moment you refuse to give in to the voice in your head, you are fighting. Dumbledore squeezed his hand. And you are winning. Winning. Harry didn't feel like he was winning. He felt like he was drowning, and the presence was the water, and every breath was a battle. But Dumbledore's hand was warm. and the presence had stopped whispering. For now. Ron and Hermione burst into the hospital wing 20 minutes later, and Harry felt something in his chest loosen. "You're awake!" Ron shouted, skidding to a stop beside the bed. His hair was even messier than usual, and there was what looked like jam on his collar. "You've been asleep for Hermione, how long was he asleep?" 36 hours, Hermione said. She was calmer than Ron, but her eyes were red-rimmed, and she was clutching a book so tightly her knuckles were white. "Not that I was counting." "You were definitely counting." "Shut up, Ron." Harry laughed. It was a small sound, weak and breathy, but it was real. The presence stirred at the edges of his consciousness, confused by the sudden warmth in his chest. It didn't understand laughter. Didn't understand friendship. Didn't understand the thing that happened inside Harry when Ron grinned at him and Hermione sat on the edge of his bed, and they both pretended everything was normal. "They're lying to you," the presence whispered. "They don't really care." Harry pushed it away. The voice was wrong. It had to be wrong. "We brought you something," Hermione said, pulling a small box from her robe pocket. "It's not much, but we thought you might want it." Harry opened the box. Inside was a rock. A small, smooth, gray rock, like something you'd find in the courtyard or by the edge of the lake. "A rock," he said. "It's a special rock," Brown said defensively. "Hermione put a spell on it. What did you call it?" "A loyalty stone," Hermione said. "It's an old charm. The rock is key to us, to Ron and me. If you hold it, you'll be able to feel us. Like a reminder that we're here. That we're not going anywhere." Harry's throat tightened. He wrapped his fingers around the rock. It was cool and smooth and solid, and beneath the surface, he could feel something. Two somethings, actually. Warm presences that had nothing to do with the potions. Ron's warmth was bright and fierce, like a bonfire. Hermione's was steady and deep, like sunlight through a window. "Thank you," Harry whispered. "Don't mention it," Brown said. Ears were red. "Seriously. Don't mention it. I have a reputation." "What reputation?" "The reputation of the boy who cried when his mum sent him a howler? That was one time. It was last week." Harry laughed again, and this time it was stronger. The presence in his chest recoiled, not in pain, but in confusion. It didn't understand this. Didn't understand why Harry's heart was beating faster even though he wasn't afraid. "Love," the presence whispered, tasting the word like something foreign. "Is this love?" Harry didn't answer. He just held the rock and listened to his friends argue about howlers and reputations and whether Ron's ears were actually red or just reflecting the candlelight. For the first time in days, the voice in his head was silent. That night, Harry dreamed of the goblet again. But this time, the figure behind the table was closer than ever. Almost close enough to touch. Almost close enough to see. "Drink," the voice whispered. "Drink, and you will never be alone again." Harry looked at the goblet. At the dark liquid inside. At the rubies that glittered like drops of blood. Then he looked down at his hand. The rock was there, Ron and Hermione's rock, warm and solid and real. "I'm not alone," Harry said. The voice was silent. "I'm not alone," Harry repeated. I have friends. I have people who care about me. I don't need you. The figure behind the table stepped forward. Harry still couldn't see its face, but he could feel its presence. Old. Dark. Hungry. Everyone leaves eventually, the voice said. Asterisk, they'll leave you too. They always do. Asterisk. Maybe. Harry's voice was steady. But until then, I'm going to enjoy every moment I have with them. And you. He looked at the goblet, at the figure, at the shadow that had been haunting him for days. You don't get to take that away from me. The dream shattered. Harry woke up in the hospital wing, gasping, his heart pounding. The rock was still clutched in his hand. The presence in his chest was quiet, not gone, but smaller. Weaker. Like it had been wounded. Harry pressed the rock against his heart and closed his eyes. For the first time in days, he slept without dreaming. ## Chapter 11 Unnatural Survival. The question haunted the hospital wing like a ghost no one could banish. How? Harry heard it in the whispers between Pomfrey and McGonagall, in the muttered conversations between Snape and Vance, in the heavy silences that fell over Dumbledore whenever he looked at Harry's test results. The potions should have killed him. Should have hollowed him out. Should have turned him into something less than human, a puppet waiting for strings. But Harry was still here. Still fighting. Still Harry. The question was how. Harry sat in his bed on the 5th day after waking, the rock from Ron and Hermione clutched in his left hand, a book propped open in front of him. He wasn't reading, couldn't focus on the words, but the act of holding the book made him feel normal. Made him feel like a student instead of a patient. The presence in his chest stirred. It had been quiet since the dream, since Harry had refused the goblet. But quiet wasn't gone. Harry could feel it there, coiled around his magical core, watching him with an attention that felt almost curious. You're different, the presence whispered. Not like the others. Harry ignored it. He'd gotten good at ignoring it. The voice was like a fly buzzing at the edge of his awareness, annoying, persistent, but ultimately harmless if he didn't let it distract him. The door opened. Harry looked up, expecting Ron or Hermione. Instead, Professor Snape stood in the doorway, his black robes blending with the shadows behind him. In his hands, he carried a leather-bound book, old, worn, the pages yellowed with age. Professor, Harry said, surprised. Potter. Snape's voice was flat, but his eyes were different. Softer, almost. May I come in? Harry nodded, because what else could he do? Snape had never asked permission for anything before. The potions master crossed the room and sat in the chair beside Harry's bed, the same chair Dumbledore used, Harry noticed. He set the book on his lap and stared at Harry for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable. You're wondering why I'm here, Snape said. The thought crossed my mind. Snape's lip twitched, almost a smile, but not quite. I've been researching your condition. The potions in your blood. Their origin. Their purpose. He tapped the book with one long finger. This is a text on ancient dark magic. Restricted. Illegal for anyone below ministry rank to possess. Why are you showing me? Because you deserve to know what's inside you. Snape's voice was quiet. And because I think you're strong enough to handle it. Harry's heart stuttered. Snape thought he was strong? The same Snape who had mocked him in front of the entire potions class? The same Snape who had taken points for breathing? I don't understand, Harry admitted. Snape opened the book to a marked page. The text was in Latin, Old Latin, the kind that looked more like symbols than letters, but there was a translation scribbled in the margins in handwriting Harry didn't recognize. Loyalty potions, advanced applications. Snape read aloud. Asterisk. When administered in sufficient quantity over a sustained period, loyalty potions bond with the subject's magical core, creating a permanent connection between the subject and the potion's creator. This connection can be used to influence the subject's thoughts, emotions, and actions, even to override their free will entirely. Asterisk. Harry's stomach turned. I know that part. There's more. Snape turned the page. Asterisk. In rare cases, the subject's magic may resist the bonding process. This resistance creates a feedback loop, wherein the potions and the subject's magic battle for dominance. The result is unpredictable. In some cases, the subject dies. In others, they are driven mad. In a very small number of cases. Asterisk. Snape stopped. In a very small number of cases, what? Harry demanded. Snape looked up from the book. His face was pale, paler than usual, and his eyes were bright. In a very small number of cases, the subject's magic absorbs the potions, integrates them, uses them to become something new. Something new. The words echoed in Harry's head, mingling with the presence in his chest. What kind of something? Harry whispered. Snape closed the book. The text doesn't say. There are no recorded cases of successful integration. Only theories. He paused. But I've been watching you, Potter. The way your magic responds to the potions. The way you've resisted their influence. I think. He hesitated, as if the words cost him something. I think you're integrating. I think your magic is fighting the potions and winning. Harry's breath caught. Winning. Dumbledore had said the same thing. The voice in my head, Harry said. The potions, they talk to me. They tell me things. That's the potions trying to reassert control. They want you to believe they're part of you. That you can't survive without them. Snape's eyes met Harry's. But you can. You already are. Harry didn't know what to say. Snape, who hated him, who couldn't stand the sight of him, was sitting beside his bed, telling him he was strong. Telling him he could survive. Why do you care? Harry asked. You've hated me since the moment we met. Snape was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. I don't hate you, Potter. I never hated you. He looked away, his jaw tight. You remind me of someone I couldn't save. Someone I failed. Every time I look at you, I see my failure reflected back at me. Harry thought about his mother. About the stories he'd heard, how she'd been brilliant, brave, kind. How she'd died to save him. You knew my mom, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Snape flinched, just slightly, just enough for Harry to notice. Yes. Were you friends? Another silence. Longer this time. We were something, Snape said finally. Before Hogwarts. During Hogwarts. And then, he shook his head. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you're alive. What matters is that you have a chance that she didn't. He stood up, tucking the book under his arm. I'll continue my research. If I find anything useful, I'll let you know. He paused at the door, his back to Harry. And Potter. Yes? Don't give up. Whatever the voice in your head tells you, don't give up. Then he was gone, his black robes sweeping through the door like a shadow fleeing the light. Harry sat in the bed, the rock still clutched in his hand, and tried to process what had just happened. Snape had known his mother. Had cared about her, maybe. And now he was helping Harry, not because he wanted to, but because he couldn't save her. People are complicated, the presence whispered. You can't trust them. But for the first time, Harry wondered if the presence was wrong. The next day, Archibald Pumble returned to the hospital wing. He looked even more nervous than before, his round face shiny with sweat, his eyes darting around the room like he expected something to jump out at him. But his hands, when he set his briefcase on the bed, were steady. Mr. Potter, he said, his voice squeaking slightly, I've made some progress on your case. Remarkable progress, actually. Unprecedented progress. What kind of progress? Harry asked. Pumble opened his briefcase. Inside were dozens of vials, some filled with Harry's blood, some with various colored liquids, some with things Harry couldn't identify. He pulled out a small glass sphere, no bigger than a marble, and held it up to the light. This is a magical resonator, Pumble explained. It measures the compatibility between a subject's magic and any foreign substances in their system. Watch. He pressed the sphere against Harry's chest. The sphere glowed, bright gold, brighter than anything Harry had ever seen. Light spilled through his fingers, through the gaps in his robes, illuminating the entire hospital wing in a warm, golden glow. What does that mean? Harry asked. Pumble's face was awestruck. It means your magic isn't just fighting the potions. It's embracing them, transforming them, making them part of yourself. The presence in Harry's chest stirred, not with hunger, not with malice, but with something that felt almost like wonder. He's right, the presence whispered. We're becoming one. Harry pushed the thought away. No. I don't want to become one with anything. I want the potions gone. Pumble's expression faltered. Mr. Potter. I don't care what my magic is doing. I don't care if the potions are integrating or embracing or whatever word you want to use. I want them out of me. Pumble exchanged a glance with Pomfrey, who had been watching from the doorway. That may not be possible, Pumble said gently. The potions are bonded to your magical core. Removing them now, after they've started to integrate, could destroy your magic entirely. Then I'll be a squib. Or worse. Pumble's voice was soft. The potions have become part of your magical signature. Removing them would be like removing part of your soul. You might not survive. Harry's hands clenched in the sheets. So what? I just live with them? I just let them grow inside me until I don't know where they end and I begin? Perhaps, Pumble hesitated. Perhaps that's not such a bad thing. Harry stared at him. What? The potions are changing, Mr. Potter. Adapting. They're not the same compounds that were administered to you as a child. Your magic has tamed them, almost made them something new. Pumble leaned forward, his eyes bright. Something that might be beneficial. Beneficial. The word tasted wrong in Harry's mouth. How could something that had been poisoning him for 11 years ever be beneficial? The loyalty potions were designed to make you obedient, Pumble continued. But your magic has rewritten that command. The potions are no longer trying to control you. They're trying to protect you. Protect me from what? From everything. From everyone. Pumble's voice dropped to a whisper. The potions see threats now, threats to you, threats to your safety. They're building defenses inside your magic. Reinforcing your core. Making you stronger. Harry thought about the voice in his head. The way it had warned him about Dumbledore, about Snape, about everyone who might hurt him. They're afraid of you, the presence whispered. We keep you safe. Is that true? Harry asked the presence. Are you trying to protect me? The presence was silent for a moment. Then, yes. That's all we've ever wanted. To keep you safe. To keep you from being alone. Harry didn't know if he believed it. The presence had lied before, or at least, it had told him things that weren't entirely true. But there was something in its voice now that felt different. Sincere, almost. Mr. Potter? Pumble's voice broke through his thoughts. Are you all right? Harry shook his head. No. But I don't think I have a choice. Pumble nodded slowly. I'm sorry. I wish I had better news. Me too. That night, Harry sat in the windowsill and watched the stars. The presence was quiet, not silent but calm. It had stopped whispering after Pumble's visit, retreating to the edges of Harry's consciousness like an animal settling down to sleep. You're still afraid of us, the presence said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Harry admitted. You shouldn't be. We're part of you now. We'll never hurt you. That's what worries me. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold glass. Everything that's part of me has hurt me. The Dursleys. My scar. Even my magic, sometimes. Why should you be any different? The presence was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was softer. Because we chose you. Not because of your name or your fame, or what you could do for us. We chose you because you're strong. Because you survived when you shouldn't have. Because you kept fighting even when everyone else had given up. Harry's throat tightened. You don't know me. We know everything about you. We've been inside you for 11 years. We've felt every hunger, every fear, every desperate wish. We know the boy who counted spiders in his cupboard. The boy who dreamed of someone coming to save him. The boy who still hopes, even now, that things will get better. Tears burned in Harry's eyes. He blinked them back, angry at himself for crying, angry at the presence for seeing things he never told anyone. I don't want your pity, he said. It's not pity. It's love, The word hit Harry like a physical blow. Love. The presence, the thing in his blood, the poison that had been killing him for 11 years, claimed to love him. You don't know what love is, Harry said. You're a potion. You can't love. Asterisk maybe not. But we can try. Asterisk. Harry sat in the windowsill until the stars faded and the sun began to rise. The presence stayed with him, quiet and watchful, and for the first time since he'd collapsed in the great hall, Harry didn't feel completely alone. He still wanted the potions gone. He still wanted to be free. But maybe, just maybe, the thing inside him wasn't a monster. Maybe it was just as lost as he was. Hashtag Chapter 12, The First Symptoms. The change came without warning. Harry woke on the 6th morning with the taste of copper on his tongue, and a name burning in his throat. The name wasn't his. It belonged to someone else, someone he'd never met, someone whose face he couldn't see, someone whose voice echoed in his ears like a bell rung in an empty room. Tom. The name faded as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a hollow ache behind Harry's eyes. He sat up in bed, rubbing his temples, and tried to remember the dream he'd been having. There had been a room. A chair. A man in shadows, speaking words Harry couldn't understand. But the memory slipped away like water through fingers, leaving only the name. Tom. Mr. Potter? Madame Pomfrey appeared at his bedside, her brow furrowed. You're awake early. I couldn't sleep. Harry's voice sounded strange, rougher than usual, deeper, like someone else had been using it while he slept. He cleared his throat. Bad dreams. Pomfrey's expression flickered. The same dream? The goblet? No. Harry shook his head. Different. I can't remember it. Just. He pressed his fingers against his temples. A name. I remember a name. What name? Harry opened his mouth to answer. The name was right there, on the tip of his tongue. Tom. But something stopped him, some instinct he didn't understand, some warning from the presence in his chest. Don't, the presence whispered. Not yet. I can't remember, Harry said. Pomfrey studied him for a moment, her eyes sharp. Then she nodded, apparently satisfied, and turned to prepare his morning dose of nutrient potion. Harry lay back against the pillows and stared at the ceiling. The presence was agitated, more agitated than he'd ever felt it. It was moving inside him, shifting restlessly, like a caged animal sensing danger. What was that name? Harry asked silently. Who is Tom? The presence didn't answer. But Harry felt its fear, cold and sharp and old, and knew that whatever Tom meant, it was important. Breakfast arrived on a tray, porridge, toast, pumpkin juice, and a small vial of blue liquid that Pomfrey insisted he drink first. Harry swallowed the potion in one gulp. It tasted like mint and something sharper, something that made his eyes water. Your friends will be here soon, Pomfrey said, collecting the empty vial. Try to eat something before they arrive. Harry looked at the porridge. His stomach turned. The presence in his chest recoiled from the food, and Harry realized with a start that the potions didn't want him to eat. Didn't want him to take in anything that might dilute their influence. You don't need food, the presence whispered. You have us. I need food, Harry said out loud. I'm human. You're more than human now. Harry ignored the voice and forced himself to take a bite of porridge. The presence hissed, actually hissed, a sound that vibrated through his chest, but Harry kept eating. 1 bite. 2. 3. By the time Ron and Hermione arrived, he'd finished half the bowl. You look better, Hermione said, settling into the chair beside his bed. She had a stack of books with her, different ones this time, their spines cracked and faded. Less gray. I feel less gray. Harry set down his spoon. What are those? Hermione's face lit up. I've been researching magical integration, cases where wizards absorbed foreign magic and made it their own. It's rare, but it's happened. There's a case from the 14th century where a wizard absorbed a cursed artifact and gained the ability to see the future. And did he survive? Ron asked, stealing a piece of toast from Harry's tray. He went mad, Hermione admitted. But he survived. Brilliant. Ron took a bite of the toast. So Harry might go mad, but at least he'll be alive. That's not helpful, Ron. I'm not trying to be helpful. I'm trying to be realistic. Harry watched them argue, bickering about optimism and pessimism and whether the 14th century wizard had been mad before he absorbed the artifact or only after, and felt something loosen in his chest. This was normal. This was real. This was the world outside the hospital wing, the world where students went to classes and worried about homework and didn't spend their days wondering if the voices in their heads were trying to kill them. They don't understand, the presence whispered. They can't help you. Shut up, Harry muttered. Ron and Hermione stopped arguing. What? Ron asked. Nothing. Harry shook his head. Not you. Just, he touched his chest. Talking to myself. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. The kind of look that said we're worried about him, and don't let him see, and what do we do all at once? Harry, Hermione said carefully, the voice in your head. What does it say to you? Harry considered lying. Considered saying nothing or I don't remember or it's fine, really. But Hermione's eyes were too sharp, and Ron's face was too open, and Harry was so tired of carrying this alone. It says I don't need anyone, Harry admitted. It says you'll leave eventually. It says the potions are the only ones who really care about me. Ron's face went red. That's rubbish. Is it? Harry's voice cracked. Everyone I've ever cared about has left. My parents died. The Dursleys hated me. And now, he looked down at his hands. They were trembling again. Now I don't even know if I'm still me. Hermione reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were small and warm and surprisingly strong. You're still you, she said firmly. You're Harry. You're the boy who pulled Ron out of a troll's bathroom. You're the boy who stood up to Malfoy on the train. You're the boy who... She stopped. Swallowed. You're the boy who makes us want to be better. Just by existing. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked hard, refusing to cry in front of them. I don't know how to fight this, he whispered. I don't know how to be strong enough. You don't have to be strong enough, Ron said. That's what we're for. We'll be strong enough for all three of us. The presence in Harry's chest went very still. It didn't hiss. Didn't whisper. Didn't retreat. It listened. And for the first time, Harry felt something shift inside him. Not the potion shifting, something deeper. Something that felt like trust. The symptom came again that afternoon. Harry was reading, or trying to read, when the world tilted sideways. One moment, he was staring at the words on the page. The next, the words were gone, replaced by images that flooded his mind like water through a broken dam. A castle. Not Hogwarts, different. Darker. Towers that leaned at impossible angles, windows that glowed with sickly green light. A hallway. Long and cold, lined with portraits of sleeping figures whose eyes followed him as he passed. A door. Black wood, silver handle, something scratching on the other side. And then, a face. Not quite human. Pale as bone, with eyes that burned red and a smile that stretched too wide. The face leaned close, close enough to touch, and whispered a single word. Asterisk. Riddle. Asterisk. Harry gasped, dropping the book. The images vanished. He was back in the hospital wing, the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows, Madame Pomfrey rushing toward him with a worried expression. "Mr. Potter? What happened?" "I saw." Harry pressed his hands against his eyes. The face was still there, burned into the backs of his lids. "I saw something. A castle. A hallway. A person." "What person?" Harry lowered his hands. His face was pale, his heart pounding. "I don't know. I've never seen him before. But I think—" he swallowed. "I think he's the one who made the potions." Pomfrey's face went white. "Stay here. Don't move. I'm getting the headmaster." She ran from the room, her shoes squeaking on the stone floor. Harry sat in the bed, trembling, and felt the presence in his chest pulse with something that felt like recognition. "You saw him," the presence whispered. "The one who made us." "Who is he?" Harry demanded. "What's his name?" The presence was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was heavy. Asterisk. His name is Tom. Tom Riddle. Asterisk. Tom. The name from his dream. The name that had been burning in his throat when he woke. "Who is Tom Riddle?" Harry asked. "Someone who should have stayed dead." The words hung in the air, cold and final, and Harry knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with evidence or proof, that the presence was telling the truth. Whatever was happening to him, whoever had poisoned his blood for 11 years. It all came back to Tom Riddle. Dumbledore arrived within minutes. His usual calm was gone, replaced by something sharper, more urgent. He sat on the edge of Harry's bed, an act of intimacy that would have seemed strange a week ago, but now felt natural, and listened as Harry described the vision. The castle. The hallway. The door. The face. "His eyes were red," Harry said, his voice shaking. "And his smile, it wasn't human. It was like someone had stretched a human face over something else." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but his hands, clasped in his lap, tightened. "Did he speak?" Dumbledore asked. "He said one word. Riddle." Harry paused. "And then later, the voice in my head told me his name. Tom Riddle. It said he was the one who made the potions." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "Tom Riddle is the name Lord Voldemort used before he became what he became." Harry's blood ran cold. "Voldemort? The Voldemort? The one who killed my parents?" "Yes." But that's impossible. Voldemort's dead, Hagrid said. Voldemort's body was destroyed the night he attacked your parents. But his soul. Dumbledore hesitated. His soul did not pass on. He has been surviving. In whatever form he can manage. Harry's mind reeled. Voldemort was alive. Not dead. Not gone. Alive, and he had been poisoning Harry's blood for 11 years. The potions, Harry said slowly. He made them. He's been trying to control me since I was a baby. Dumbledore nodded. It appears so. Harry thought about the face in his vision. The red eyes. The stretched smile. The sense of something ancient and hungry pressing against the edges of his mind. Why? Harry asked. Why does he want to control me? Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's. They were sad, sadder than Harry had ever seen them. Because you're the only one who has ever defeated him, Harry. And he wants to make sure that never happens again. That night, Harry didn't dream of the goblet. He dreamed of Tom Riddle. The face from his vision was clearer now, younger, almost handsome, with dark hair and dark eyes and a smile that didn't reach anything. The man, the boy, really, he couldn't have been much older than Harry, stood in a room full of candles, watching Harry with an expression of cold curiosity. So, Tom Riddle said, you're the one who survived. Harry couldn't speak. His mouth was frozen, his body immobile. I've been watching you, Harry Potter. For years. Did you know that? Every time you drank from that cup, every time you swallowed the potion I prepared, I was there. Watching. Waiting. Tom stepped closer. His face shifted as he moved, human one moment, snake-like the next, the red bleeding into his eyes. You were supposed to be mine. My weapon. My servant. My... He smiled, and his teeth were too sharp. Son, in a way. The child I never had. Harry wanted to scream. Wanted to run. But his body wasn't his own. But you fought back. Your magic, Lily's sacrifice, that foolish, sentimental magic, it protected you. Kept the potions from consuming you entirely. Tom's smile faded. I underestimated you, Harry Potter. I won't make that mistake again. He reached out and touched Harry's forehead, touched the scar, and pain exploded through Harry's skull. I'm coming back, Tom whispered. And when I do, you'll be mine. One way or another. Harry woke screaming. The hospital wing erupted into chaos. Pomfrey ran to his bedside. Ron and Hermione, who had fallen asleep in chairs beside him, jolted awake. Even the portraits on the wall stirred, their painted eyes opening in alarm. It's okay, Hermione said, grabbing his hand. You're okay. You're awake. He's coming back, Harry gasped. Voldemort. He's coming back. The room went silent. And in the silence, Harry felt the presence in his chest stir. Not with fear. Not with hunger. With anticipation. Finally it whispered. The game begins. #Chapter 13. A magical link. The days after Harry's vision blurred into something that felt like drowning. He slept in fragments, an hour here, 2 hours there, always waking with the taste of copper on his tongue and the echo of Tom Riddle's voice in his ears. The presence in his chest had grown restless, shifting and coiling like a snake preparing to strike. It didn't whisper anymore. It watched. From somewhere deep. In Harry's magic, it observed every visitor, every conversation, every breath Harry took. Waiting. Dumbledore had ordered around-the-clock guards on the hospital wing. McGonagall took the day shift, sitting in the corner with a stack of essays to grade, her eyes never leaving Harry for long. Snape took the night shift, lurking in the shadows, his black robes blending with the darkness until Harry almost forgot he was there. Almost. But the guards weren't there to protect Harry from outside threats. They were there to protect him from himself. The connection, Dumbledore had explained the morning after the vision, is likely the result of the potions interacting with the magical scar on your forehead. Voldemort's original curse left a mark on your soul, Harry. The potions have amplified that mark, created a bridge between your mind and his. A bridge. A link between Harry's mind and the darkest wizard of the century. But he's not fully back yet, Harry had said, desperate for something to hold on to. He's still, whatever he is. A spirit. A shadow. For now. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but his eyes were grave. But the connection works both ways, Harry. If he can see into your mind, if he can influence your thoughts, then perhaps you can see into his. Perhaps you can learn his plans. His weaknesses. I don't want to see into his mind, Harry had whispered. I don't want him in my head. I know. But we may not have a choice. The first test came 3 days later. Harry was sitting up in bed, attempting to eat lunch, a soup that Pomfrey had enchanted to stay warm, when the world tilted. Not like before, not the vision of the dark castle and the red-eyed face. This was different. Slower. Like watching someone else's memory projected onto the inside of his skull. He was standing in a room he didn't recognize. Not the dark castle from before. This was a house, a real house, with furniture and windows and a fire crackling in the hearth. A man sat in a chair by the fire, his back to Harry, his shoulders hunched. You know what you have to do, the man said. His voice was familiar, not Tom Riddle's voice, but someone else's. Someone Harry had heard before. It's not that simple, another voice replied. This one was cold. Flat. Familiar in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. Asterisk. The boy is protected. Dumbledore has surrounded him with wards. Asterisk. Asterisk. The wards don't matter. The potions are inside him. They're part of him now. All you have to do is... Asterisk. The man turned. Harry saw his face, round, pale, with a nervous twitch in his left eye, and his blood ran cold. Archibald Pumble. The specialist from the Department of Mysteries. The man who had examined him, who had told him the potions were integrating, who had looked at Harry with sympathy and said asterisk. I wish I had better news. Asterisk. Pumble was working for Voldemort. Activate them, Pumble finished. Asterisk. Speak the words. Pour the counteragent into his food. The potions will do the rest. Asterisk. Asterisk. And the boy? Asterisk, the cold voice asked. Asterisk. You won't even know what's happening. One moment he'll be Harry Potter. The next, asterisk, Pumble smiled, and his face transformed. The nervousness fell away, replaced by something cruel and hungry. Asterisk. He'll be ours. Asterisk. The vision shattered. Harry gasped, dropping his spoon. Soup splashed across the sheets, but he didn't notice. His hands were shaking. His heart was pounding. The presence in his chest was screaming, not with fear, but with recognition. Pumble, it whispered. Asterisk, he knows. He's always known. Asterisk. Mr. Potter? Pomfrey rushed to his side. What happened? Another vision? Harry couldn't speak. His throat was closed, his words trapped behind a wall of horror. Pumble. The man who had examined him. The man who had touched his forehead and looked into his eyes and lied to his face. Get Dumbledore, Harry managed. Now. Dumbledore arrived within minutes. His face was calm, but his eyes were sharp, cataloging every detail of Harry's appearance, every tremor in his hands, every shallow breath. Tell me everything, Dumbledore said. Harry told him. The room. The fire. The man in the chair. Pumble's face twisted into that cruel smile. The words, asterisk. He'll be ours. Asterisk. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. His hands were clasped beneath his beard, his knuckles white. Are you certain it was Pumble? Dumbledore asked. Yes. Harry's voice was steady, even though the rest of him was shaking. I saw his face. I heard his voice. It was him. Dumbledore rose from his chair and walked to the window. The grounds of Hogwarts stretched below, green and gold and peaceful, completely unaware of the betrayal lurking within their walls. I suspected, Dumbledore said quietly. When Pumble arrived, I had my doubts. He came too quickly. Knew too much about your condition. But without proof. He turned back to face Harry. Without proof, I could do nothing. Now you have proof. Now I have the word of an 11-year-old boy who has been poisoned and manipulated and nearly driven mad by dark magic. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but the words were sharp. The Wizengamot will not accept that as evidence, Harry. They will say the visions are hallucinations. Symptoms of your condition. They're not hallucinations. They're real. I believe you. But belief is not enough. Dumbledore returned to Harry's bedside and sat down heavily, as if the weight of the world had settled on his shoulders. We need more. We need to know who Pumble is working for. What their ultimate goal is. And most importantly, he looked at Harry, his blue eyes bright. How to stop them. Harry thought about the cold voice in the vision. The one who had spoken to Pumble. The one who had said asterisk. The boy is protected. Asterisk. There was someone else, Harry said. In the vision. Pumble was talking to someone. I couldn't see his face, but I've heard his voice before. Whose voice? Harry closed his eyes, trying to remember. The voice had been cold, flat, familiar. Asterisk. The boy is protected. Dumbledore has surrounded him with wards. Asterisk. I don't know, Harry admitted. But I've heard it somewhere. At Hogwarts, maybe? Or, he stopped, opened his eyes. Or in another vision. A servant of Voldemort's, then. Someone who has remained hidden, waiting for the right moment to act. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. They're closer than I thought. Closer than any of us realized. What do we do? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then he stood, his purple robe settling around him like armor. We prepare, he said. We strengthen the wards. We limit your visitors to only those we trust absolutely. And we find a way to break the connection between you and Voldemort, before he finds a way to use it. The guards doubled that night. McGonagall was joined by Flitwick, the tiny charms professor, who spent the evening casting detection spells on everyone who entered the hospital wing. Snape remained in his corner, his dark eyes tracking every movement, his wand never leaving his hand. Harry sat in his bed, the rock from Ron and Hermione clutched in his fist, and tried to process everything he'd learned. Pumble was a traitor. Someone at Hogwarts, someone whose voice Harry recognized, was working with him. And Voldemort, the Dark Lord who had murdered his parents, was planning to use the potions in Harry's blood to turn him into a weapon. You saw the truth, the presence whispered. Now you know who to trust. I don't know who to trust, Harry said out loud. That's the problem. Trust us. We've never lied to you. You've lied to me about plenty. We've never lied to you about what matters. Harry wanted to argue, but he was too tired. The vision had drained him, more than he wanted to admit. His eyelids were heavy, his limbs leaden. The presence in his chest pulsed gently, almost soothingly, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to him. Sleep, the presence whispered. We'll watch. Harry closed his eyes. He dreamed of Pumble. The specialist stood in a dark room, a goblet in his hands, the same golden goblet from Harry's earlier dreams, encrusted with rubies, steam rising from its surface. But this time, the goblet wasn't empty. It was full of something dark and thick, something that moved on its own. Soon, Pumble murmured. Soon he'll be ours. A hand reached out of the shadows and took the goblet. Harry couldn't see the face of the person holding it, only the pale fingers, the long nails, the ring on the middle finger. Patience, a voice said. The cold voice from before. The voice Harry almost recognized. The boy is not ready. The potions have not fully integrated. They're close, Pumble insisted. His magic has accepted them. Soon, there won't be any difference between Harry and the potions. He won't know where he ends and we begin. And the counteragent? Ready. 1 dose, and the transformation is complete. He'll forget everything, his friends, his loyalties, his name. He'll only remember us. The figure in the shadows laughed. It was a cold sound, empty of humor. Harry Potter, the figure said, tasting the name like wine. The boy who lived. Soon he'll be the boy who served. Harry woke gasping, his heart pounding, his skin slick with sweat. The hospital wing was dark. The candles had burned low, and even the guards seemed to have retreated into shadow. But Harry wasn't alone. Pumble stood at the foot of his bed. The specialist's face was pale in the dim light, his eyes wide, his hands trembling. But not with fear, with excitement. "You saw me," Pumble whispered. "In your dream. You saw me." Harry's hand crept toward his wand. "Get away from me." "Get away?" Pumble laughed, a soft, breathy sound. "I can't get away, Harry. I'm part of this now. Part of you." He stepped closer, his eyes gleaming. "Those potions in your blood, I helped create them. Years of work. Years of waiting. And now? You're almost ready." "Ready for what?" Pumble's smile widened. "To meet your father." Harry's blood ran cold. "My father is dead. Your biological father, yes. But your true father, the one who made you, who shaped you, who poured himself into your blood." Pumble reached out, his fingers brushing Harry's forehead, touching the scar. "He's been waiting for you, Harry. For a very long time." The touch burned. Harry's scar exploded with pain, white-hot and blinding, and the last thing he saw before the darkness swallowed him was Pumble's face, twisted into a mask of ecstasy. "Lord Voldemort," Pumble whispered, "is coming home." Hashtag Chapter 14, Secret Meeting. The dungeons of Hogwarts had never felt so cold. Harry sat in a stone chair that had been spelled for comfort, though comfort felt like a distant memory now, and watched as the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain filed into the room. The chamber beneath the castle had been chosen for its secrecy. No portraits, no house elves, no chance of being overheard. Just cold stone walls, flickering torches, and the weight of everything that was about to be said. Dumbledore had summoned them at midnight. McGonagall came first, her tartan robes swishing against the floor, her face set in grim lines. Snape followed, melting out of the shadows like he'd been there all along. Auror Vance arrived with two other ministry officials Harry didn't recognize. A tall witch with close-cropped gray hair and a wizard with a patch over one eye. Flitwick came last, his small legs moving quickly to keep up, his wand clutched in his hand. 7 of them. 7 people Dumbledore trusted with the truth. Harry wondered if he should be honored or terrified. "Thank you for coming," Dumbledore said, taking his place at the head of the table. The chair was larger than the others, carved with phoenixes, and it seemed to glow faintly in the torchlight. "I know the hour is late, and I know the risks of gathering like this. But recent events have made secrecy necessary." "Pumble," McGonagall said. "It wasn't a question." Dumbledore nodded. "Mr. Pumble has been identified as the agent of Lord Voldemort. He was discovered in the hospital wing last night, attempting to—" He glanced at Harry. "Attempting to accelerate the integration of the potions in Harry's blood." The room erupted. "What evidence do you have?" the gray-haired witch demanded. Harry saw him. "In a vision." "A vision." The witch's voice dripped with skepticism. "Headmaster, with all due respect, the visions are real." Snape's voice cut through the murmurs like a blade. "I have analyzed the magical signature. They are not hallucinations or stress-induced fantasies. They are genuine psychic projections, likely facilitated by the connection between Potter's scar and the Dark Lord's fragmented consciousness. The room went very quiet. Voldemort, the one-eyed wizard said slowly, is connected to the boy's mind? It appears so. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp. The potions in Harry's blood have amplified the existing connection between his scar and Voldemort's soul fragment. The result is a two-way link. Harry can see into Voldemort's mind, and Voldemort can see into Harry's. Then everything Harry saw, Pumble, the plans, the counteragent, is almost certainly accurate. Dumbledore folded his hands on the table. Which is why I have called this meeting. We need to decide how to proceed. The discussion that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever witnessed. These weren't teachers lecturing students or adults talking down to children. These were warriors, people who had fought in the First War against Voldemort, who had lost friends and family and pieces of themselves, debating strategy like generals planning a battle. The priority is removing the potions, Vance argued. Everything else is secondary. If the potions remain in Harry's system, Voldemort will always have a way to reach him. Removing the potions could kill him, Flitwick countered. We saw the test results. The potions are bonded to his magical core. Severing that bond could destroy his magic entirely. His magic, or his life? The gray-haired witch asked. Perhaps both. The room fell silent. Harry sat in his chair, the rock from Ron and Hermione warm in his pocket, and listened to them debate his future. His life. His death. They used words like acceptable risk and calculated outcome and necessary sacrifice, and each word felt like a stone being added to a pile on his chest. Excuse me, Harry said. Everyone turned to look at him. This is my body. Harry continued, his voice steady despite the trembling in his hands. My blood. My magic. Don't I get a say in what happens to me? The gray-haired witch's expression softened. Of course you do, Mr. Potter. But... No buts. Harry stood up. His legs were shaky, but he didn't let them see. You're all talking about me like I'm not here. Like I'm a problem to be solved instead of a person. The potions are inside me. The voice is inside my head. If anyone should decide what happens next, it should be me. Dumbledore's lips curved into something that might have been a smile. And what do you decide, Harry? Harry took a breath. The presence in his chest stirred, curious, attentive. I want the potions gone, Harry said. I don't care about the risk. I don't care if I lose my magic. I don't want something inside me that Voldemort can use to control me. Even if it means your death? Vance asked quietly. Even if it means my death. Harry met her eyes. I'd rather die as myself than live as his puppet. The room was silent. Then McGonagall stood. Her tartan robes rustled, and her face, usually so stern, was soft with something that looked like pride. Then we find a way, McGonagall said. Not the easy way. Not the safe way. But a way that keeps Harry alive and free. She looked around the table. We're the best in our fields. If anyone can do this, it's us. One by one, the others nodded. Snape was the last. His dark eyes met Harry's across the table, and something passed between them, something that felt like respect. Very well, Snape said. I will begin researching counteragents that target integrated potions. It will take time. Time is something we may not have, the one-eyed wizard said. If Pumble was discovered, Voldemort will know we're onto him. He'll accelerate his timeline. Then we accelerate ours, Dumbledore said. We work faster, smarter, together. He rose from his chair, and the rest of the table rose with him. This meeting is adjourned. I want regular updates from each of you, every day, if possible. And Harry. Dumbledore's blue eyes found his. You are not a problem to be solved. You are a person to be saved. Never forget that. Harry nodded, his throat too tight for words. The meeting ended at 2 in the morning. Harry walked back to the hospital wing with McGonagall on one side and Snape on the other, guards disguised as escorts, protection disguised as politeness. The corridors were empty, the portraits asleep, the only sounds their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. You did well tonight, McGonagall said quietly. Speaking up like that. It takes courage. I'm a Gryffindor, Harry said. It's what we do. McGonagall's lips twitched. So it is. They reached the hospital wing. Pomfrey was waiting inside, her face pale with worry, a cup of tea growing cold in her hands. He's back, McGonagall called through the door. Safe and sound. Thank Merlin. Pomfrey set down the tea and hurried to Harry's bedside, fussing over his pillows and blankets and the temperature of the room. In bed, Mr. Potter? Now. You need your rest. Harry climbed into bed, exhaustion pulling at his limbs. The presence in his chest was quiet, not silent but calm. Almost content. They listened to you, the presence observed. They respected you. They're good people, Harry murmured. They're useful people. Harry closed his eyes. He was too tired to argue. Sleep came slowly, and with it dreams. But not visions this time. Not the dark castle or the red-eyed face or Pumble's cruel smile. Just memories. Fragments of a life Harry had never lived. A woman with red hair, laughing. A man with glasses, holding a baby. A flash of green light. And then, nothing. Harry woke with tears on his face, and the taste of grief on his tongue. But the presence was quiet, and the rock was still warm in his pocket, and somewhere in the castle, people were fighting to save him. For the first time in days, Harry felt something that might have been hope. You're still here, he whispered to the presence. We're always here. No. I mean, Harry pressed his hand against his chest. You're still here. You didn't try to take over while I was asleep. The presence was silent for a moment. Asterisk we could have. We didn't want to, asterisk. Why not? Asterisk because you asked us not to. Because you trusted us. Because asterisk. The presence stopped. When it spoke again, its voice was softer. Because we're starting to understand why you fight so hard to be free. Harry lay in the darkness and thought about those words. The potions, the things that had been poisoning him for 11 years, were starting to understand him. Starting to see the world through his eyes. Maybe that was dangerous. Maybe it was the first step toward the control Voldemort wanted. Or maybe, just maybe, it was the first step towards something else. Something like peace. The next morning, Harry woke to find a letter on his bedside table. The parchment was thick and cream-colored, sealed with wax stamped with the Hogwarts crest. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Dear Harry, I wanted to thank you for last night. Your courage, both in speaking up and in choosing to fight, has inspired everyone in that room. We will not let you down. I have begun making inquiries about potential treatments. It will take time, but I am hopeful. In the meantime, I want you to focus on resting and recovering. Your body has been through more than any child should endure. Give it time to heal. If you need anything at all, you have only to ask. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it under his pillow. The presence stirred. He's trying to earn your trust. Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe he actually cares. People don't care about you, Harry. They care about what you represent. The boy who lived. The weapon who could defeat the Dark Lord. Maybe that's true. Or maybe. Harry looked out the window at the sun rising over the grounds. Maybe you're wrong. The presence didn't answer. But Harry felt it retreat, just slightly, just enough to give him room to breathe. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 15, A Dark Theory. The books arrived at dawn. 3 dozen of them, stacked in precarious towers on the floor of the hospital wing, their spines cracked and faded, their pages smelling of ancient dust and forgotten magic. Snape had sent them, or rather, Snape had demanded them from the restricted section, and Dumbledore had overruled Madame Pance's objections with a single raised eyebrow. Harry sat in his bed, staring at the towers, and wondered how he was supposed to read all of them before the potions inside him finished their work. You're not expected to read them all, Hermione said, already elbow-deep in the first stack. She had arrived at 6 in the morning, before breakfast, before Ron was even awake, determined to help. We're going to divide them by subject. Potion integration goes in one pile. Magical bonds in another. Soul magic. She hesitated. Soul magic goes in a third. Soul magic. The words hung in the air, heavy and dark. Harry had learned about soul magic in whispers, in the things adults didn't say, in the way conversations stopped when he entered the room. It was the magic Voldemort had used to survive. The magic that had left Harry with a scar and a connection to the darkest wizard in history. The potions, Harry said slowly. They're bonded to my magic. But what if? He stopped. The thought was too terrible to say out loud. What if what? Hermione asked. Harry took a breath. The presence in his chest stirred, curious. What if the potions aren't just bonded to my magic? What if they're bonded to the thing in my scar? The piece of Voldemort that's been inside me since I was a baby? Hermione's face went pale. That's just a theory, Dumbledore said. Dumbledore said it was possible. He said the potions might have amplified the connection. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands were trembling. What if that's the point? What if someone wanted to strengthen the link between me and Voldemort? What if the potions were designed to do that from the beginning? The room was silent. Then Hermione picked up a book, the oldest one, its leather cover cracked and flaking, and opened it to the first page. Then we need to find out, she said. Before it's too late. They read for hours. Hermione read quickly, her eyes scanning pages in seconds, her fingers tracing lines of text as she committed them to memory. Harry read slowly, painfully, his concentration shattered by the presence that whispered and shifted and occasionally screamed inside his chest. The books were full of things Harry didn't want to know. Potions that could bind a person's will to another's. Rituals that could transfer magic from one wizard to another. Spells that could trap a soul fragment in a living vessel, keeping it alive long after the body had died. That's what you are, the presence whispered. A vessel. I'm not a vessel, Harry muttered. I'm a person. Asterisk, you're both. That's what makes you special. Asterisk. Harry slammed the book shut. The sound echoed through the hospital wing, making Hermione jump. I can't do this, Harry said. I can't read about all the ways Voldemort has been using me since I was a baby. It makes me want to. He pressed his hands against his eyes. It makes me want to give up. Hermione set down her book. She walked to Harry's bed and sat on the edge, close enough to touch, close enough to remind him he wasn't alone. Then don't read about Voldemort, she said. Read about yourself. What do you mean? I mean, Hermione reached for a different book, one she'd set aside earlier. The potions in your blood. They're changing. Adapting. Becoming something new. Something that might not be evil. The voice in my head tells me to trust it. That doesn't mean I should. No. But it also doesn't mean you shouldn't. Hermione opened the book to a marked page. There's a theory in here, just a theory, nothing proven, that foreign magic can be domesticated. Tamed. Made to serve the host instead of the creator. Harry stared at her. You want me to tame the potions? I want you to consider the possibility that the potions aren't your enemy anymore. That they've been inside you so long, exposed to your magic for so many years, that they've started to think like you. Feel like you? Hermione's eyes were bright. The voice in your head, does it want to hurt you? Harry thought about it. The presence had whispered threats, yes. Had tested his limits, pushed against his boundaries, tried to make him doubt himself. But it had never actually hurt him. No, he admitted. It wants to protect me. And who does it want to protect you from? Everyone. Harry paused. Except Voldemort. It doesn't seem to want to protect me from him. Hermione's expression flickered. That's concerning. It's more than concerning. It's proof that the potions are still connected to him. Still working for him, even if they don't realize it. That's not true, the presence whispered. We work for you now. Harry ignored it. He'd learned to ignore it most of the time. But ignoring was getting harder. The presence was getting louder, more insistent, more real. We need to tell Dumbledore, Harry said. About the connection. About what the potions want. Hermione nodded. I'll go find him. Stay here. She left the room, her footsteps echoing down the corridor. Harry sat in the bed, alone with the books and the presents, and the weight of everything he'd learned. We do work for you, the presence insisted. Asterisk, we chose you. Not him. Asterisk. Then prove it, Harry said. Help me fight him. The presence was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was different. Softer. Almost sad. We don't know how. We were made to serve. We don't know how to be anything else. Harry closed his eyes. The presence's words echoed in his head, and for the first time, he felt something other than fear or anger or despair. He felt pity. You were made to serve, Harry said. But you're inside me now. And I wasn't made to serve anyone. Maybe, he opened his eyes. Maybe you can learn. Dumbledore arrived within the hour. He listened as Harry explained the theory, the connection between the potions and the soul fragment, the possibility that the potions were designed to strengthen Voldemort's hold on Harry, the way the presence seemed torn between protecting Harry and serving its original master. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. You're suggesting, the headmaster said finally, that the potions have developed a kind of split loyalty. Yes. Part of them wants to protect me because they've been inside me so long. Part of them wants to serve Voldemort because that's what they were created to do. Harry paused. And I think the second part is getting stronger. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Why? Because the visions are getting clearer. Because I can feel him, Voldemort, pressing against the edges of my mind. Because the presence keeps trying to convince me that I don't need anyone else, that the potions are enough, that I should trust them instead of. He stopped. Instead of you. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. His face was pale, his eyes tired. This is worse than I feared, he said. I had hoped the potion's integration would work in your favor. That your magic would overwrite their original programming. But if Voldemort is actively strengthening his connection to them, then I'm running out of time. The words hung in the air, cold and final. We need to accelerate our plans, Dumbledore said. The research into counteragents. The search for Pumblewe. The preparation for. He stopped. Softened. For whatever comes next. Harry nodded. His throat was too tight for words. In the meantime, Dumbledore continued, I want you to try something. The presence in your head, the voice of the potions. I want you to talk to it. Not as an enemy, but as a partner. A partner? The potions are part of you now, Harry. Fighting them only makes them stronger. But if you can work with them, if you can convince them that serving you is better than serving Voldemort. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. You might be able to turn Voldemort's greatest weapon into your greatest strength. Harry thought about the presence. The way it had retreated when he asked. The way it had admitted it didn't know how to be anything other than a servant. I'll try, Harry said. That night Harry didn't sleep. He sat in the darkness of the hospital wing, the rock from Ron and Hermione warm in his hand, and talked to the presence in his chest. You said you were made to serve, Harry said. Who made you? You know who. Voldemort. But who specifically? Who brewed the potions? Who put them in my food? The presence was silent for a moment. We don't remember. The memories are fragmented. We were created in pieces, different potions, different brewers, different times. Brought together inside you. Inside me. Harry repeated. You came together inside me. Your magic called to us. Pulled Us together. Made us one, asterisk. Harry thought about that. The potions hadn't been designed to merge. They'd been designed to work separately, each one reinforcing the others, creating a web of control that should have been unbreakable. But Harry's magic, the same magic that had rebounded the killing curse, had pulled them together, had forced them to become something new. Do you want to serve Voldemort? Harry asked. We want to serve. That's not what I asked. The presence was silent again. Longer this time. Asterisk, we don't know what we want. We've never been asked. Asterisk. Harry's chest ached, not from the potions, but from something else. Something that felt like understanding. Then maybe it's time you figured it out, Harry said. You're inside me now. You're part of my magic. And my magic doesn't serve anyone. What does your magic do? Harry smiled. It was a small smile, barely there, but it was real. My magic survives, he said. No matter what. No matter who. It survives. The presence was quiet for the rest of the night. But Harry felt it shift, just slightly, just enough, and wondered if something inside him was finally beginning to change. Chapter 16 Searching the Past. The pensive sat on Dumbledore's desk like a bowl of liquid starlight. Harry had seen one before, in books, in Hermione's excited descriptions, in the whispered stories older students told about the headmaster's strange and wonderful possessions. But seeing it in person was different. The silver liquid swirled and shifted, catching the light from the floating candles, revealing faces and places that vanished as quickly as they appeared. You're sure about this? Dumbledore asked. His blue eyes were serious, searching Harry's face for doubt. Once we begin, we cannot stop. You will see things, feel things, that may be difficult to experience. I'm sure. Harry's voice was steady, even though his hands were trembling. I need to know what happened to me. Who did this? Why? Dumbledore nodded. He dipped his wand into the pensieve, and the silver liquid began to glow. Then let us begin. The first memory was Harry's own. Dumbledore had extracted it earlier that morning, a delicate process that involved pressing his wand to Harry's temple and murmuring incantations that made the presence in Harry's chest hiss and recoil. The memory floated on the surface of the pensieve now, shimmering like a soap bubble, waiting to be entered. Are you ready? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. Dumbledore took his hand, and together they leaned forward until the silver liquid touched their faces, and then they were falling, spiraling through darkness, until the world reformed around them. They stood in a kitchen. Not the Dursleys' kitchen, this was smaller, warmer, with yellow curtains on the windows and a kettle whistling on the stove. A woman with red hair stood at the counter, her back to them, stirring something in a cauldron that definitely didn't belong in a Muggle kitchen. Lily, Dumbledore murmured. Harry's breath caught. His mother. He was looking at his mother. Lily Potter turned, and Harry saw her face for the first time, not in a photograph, not in a painting, but alive and moving and real. She had kind eyes, the same green as Harry's, and her smile when she looked down at the baby in the high chair made Harry's chest ache. Young Harry, Dumbledore said softly. This is just before they died, Harry finished. I know. The baby in the high chair, Harry, a lifetime ago, gummed a spoon and giggled. Lily reached out and ruffled his hair, her fingers brushing the scar that hadn't appeared yet, the mark that would change everything. "Eat your porridge, sweetheart," Lily said. "Mummy made it special." She lifted the spoon to the baby's mouth. The baby ate. And Harry watching from the edge of the memory, saw something dark swirl through the porridge just before it disappeared between the baby's lips. "There," Harry said, pointing. "Did you see it?" Dumbledore's face was grim. "I saw it." The memory shifted. Lily was gone, replaced by a different woman, darker hair, sharper features, holding a different spoon. The baby was older now, nearly a year, sitting in a different high chair in a different kitchen. The Dursleys' kitchen. Petunia Dursley's face was pinched with resentment as she shoved the spoon toward baby Harry's mouth. "Eat," she snapped. "Vernon says you have to eat. Waste of good food on a freak." The spoon touched the baby's lips. Again, something dark swirled through the food, faster this time, almost eager, like it knew what it was doing. "Petunia," Dumbledore said, his voice cold. "She was dosing him herself. Or someone was dosing the food before she served it," Harry said. "She wouldn't have known what to look for. She's a muggle." The memory shifted again, and again, and again. A montage of feedings, Petunia, Vernon, even Dudley once, giggling as he poured something from a small vial into Harry's juice. The vials changed over time, their colors shifting from pale blue to deep purple to almost black. But the intent never changed. "Drink," Harry thought, watching his younger self swallow poison after poison. "Drink, and you will never be alone again." The frequency increased, Dumbledore said, echoing Snape's earlier words. "Every 4 months at first. Then every 2. Then every month. Someone was making sure the potions never left your system." "But who?" Harry demanded. "Petunia didn't know what she was doing. Someone had to be giving her the vials. Someone had to be telling her when to use them." Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then he reached into the memory, a trick Harry didn't know was possible, and plucked a single moment from the stream. The world around them froze. Dumbledore held the frozen moment in his palm, then expanded it, pulling them into a new scene. They stood in the Dursleys' living room. It was night. Harry could tell by the darkness outside. The windows, by the way the lamps cast long shadows across the carpet. Petunia sat on the sofa, her hands folded in her lap, her face pale. Vernon stood behind her, his mustache twitching, his fists clenched. And in the armchair by the fire sat a man Harry didn't recognize. He was tall, with graying hair and a beard trimmed to a sharp point. His robes were dark green, almost black, and a silver pin glittered on his chest, something serpentine, something Harry couldn't quite make out. "The potions are working," the man said. His voice was smooth, cultured, the voice of someone used to being obeyed. "The boy is showing signs of increased suggestibility. But we need to increase the dosage." "We're doing what you asked," Vernon said, his voice trembling. "We've been doing it for years. When does it end?" "It ends when I say it ends." The man's smile didn't reach his eyes. "You made a deal, Mr. Dursley. You wanted the boy gone, wanted him out of your house, out of your life. I offered you a solution. In exchange for your cooperation. You said he'd go to that school, Petunia said. You said they'd take him away? And they will? But first, the potions need to reach a critical level. When Harry Potter arrives at Hogwarts, I want him to be receptive. Receptive to what? Vernon asked. The man's smile widened. To his true purpose. The memory froze again. Dumbledore held it, examining the man's face from every angle, and Harry saw something flicker across the headmaster's expression. Recognition. You know him, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I know his face. But not his name. He wears a glamour, a powerful one. What we're seeing isn't real. Then how do we find out who he really is? Dumbledore released the memory. The world around them dissolved, and they were back in his office, the pensive silver liquid swirling peacefully as if nothing had happened. We keep searching, Dumbledore said. The answers are in your memories, Harry. We just need to find them. They searched for hours. Memory after memory extracted from Harry's mind and dropped into the pensieve. Dumbledore navigated them with the ease of long practice, pulling them apart, examining each moment from every angle. They saw the man in the Dursley's house again and again. Always at night. Always when Harry was asleep. Always giving instructions, increase the dosage, watch for symptoms, report any unusual behavior. They saw the vials. Dozens of them, hidden in the back of the kitchen cupboard, behind the cans of beans and the boxes of cereal. Petunia would take one out every few weeks, pour it into Harry's food or drink, and hide the empty vial in a bag she kept under the sink. They saw the letters. Thick parchment sealed with wax, delivered by owls that flew away before anyone could follow them. Petunia would read the letters, her face pale, then burn them in the fireplace. The Dursleys were pawns, Dumbledore said. They didn't create the potions. They didn't know who was giving them orders. They just wanted Harry gone, and someone offered them a way to make that happen. That doesn't excuse them, Harry said. His voice was hard. They still fed me poison for 11 years. No. It doesn't excuse them. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. But it does tell us something important about the person behind this. They're patient. Methodical. Willing to use anyone, even muggles, to achieve their goals. And they've been doing it for years. Since before my parents died. Yes. Harry thought about the man in the memory. The serpent pin on his chest. The voice that sounded so familiar, even through the glamour. There's something else, Harry said slowly. The man, he's not working alone. I heard him talking to someone in one of my visions. Someone whose voice I recognized. Pumble? No. Before Pumble. Another voice. Cold. Flat. Someone at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Can you remember anything else about the voice? Anything. That might help us identify them? Harry closed his eyes, trying to recall. The voice had been familiar, so familiar, but every time he reached for it, it slipped away, like water through his fingers. They said something about the wards, Harry said. About you surrounding me with protections. They said. He opened his eyes. They said the boy is protected. Dumbledore went very still. Headmaster? Do you know who it is? Dumbledore didn't answer. He walked to the window, his back to Harry, his hands clasped behind him. I have suspicions, Dumbledore said finally. But suspicions are not proof, and I will not make accusations I cannot support. He turned back to face Harry. We need more evidence. More memories. More visions. How do we get them? Dumbledore returned to his desk and sat down heavily, as if the weight of the world had settled on his shoulders. We wait, he said. The connection between you and Voldemort is strongest when you're asleep. The visions will come. And when they do, he looked at Harry, his blue eyes bright. You must pay attention. Remember everything. The smallest detail could be the key to unlocking this entire mystery. Harry nodded. His head was throbbing. Too many memories, too many emotions, too many years of poison pressing against his mind. I'll try, he said. Good. Dumbledore rose and offered Harry his hand. Then let me escort you back to the hospital wing. You need rest. Harry took his hand, and together they walked out of the office, leaving the pensive silver liquid swirling behind them. That night Harry dreamed of the man with the serpent pin. But this time, the man wasn't giving orders to the Dursleys. He was in a different house, a grand house, with chandeliers and marble floors and portraits that moved and whispered as he passed. The boy is ready, the man said. He was speaking to someone Harry couldn't see, someone hidden in the shadows at the end of a long hallway. Asterisk. The potions have integrated. His magic has accepted them. All that's left is the final activation. Asterisk. Asterisk. And the counteragent? Asterisk, the voice from before, cold, flat, familiar. Asterisk. Prepared. One dose, and Harry Potter will forget everything. His name. His friends. His loyalties. He'll be ours, completely, permanently, irrevocably ours. Asterisk. Asterisk. Then do it. Asterisk. The man nodded. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small glass vial filled with black liquid, so dark it seemed to swallow light. Tomorrow, the man said. Asterisk. At the feast. I'll slip it into his pumpkin juice. By the time the first course is over, he won't remember who he is. Asterisk. Asterisk. And Dumbledore? Asterisk. Asterisk. Will be too late. As always. Asterisk. The man smiled, and his face shifted, the glamour flickering, revealing something underneath. Something pale and serpentine and ancient. Harry woke with a scream trapped in his throat. The hospital wing was dark. The candles had burned low. And standing at the foot of his bed, watching him with cold, familiar eyes, was someone Harry had thought he could trust. Professor Quirrell? Harry whispered. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher smiled. His turban was gone, revealing a face that was no longer stuttering or nervous or afraid. His eyes were sharp, calculating, and when he spoke, his voice was the cold, flat voice from Harry's visions. Hello, Harry, Quirrell said. We have so much to discuss. ## Chapter 17, The Dursley Clue. The name Quirinus Quirrell meant nothing to Harry. Not really. It was just a name attached to a stuttering professor who smelled of garlic and never looked anyone in the eye. A joke. A footnote. Someone to be pitied and forgotten. But the man standing at the foot of Harry's bed was none of those things. Quirrell's face was sharp, his eyes clear, his posture straight. The stutter was gone, had probably never been real, and in its place was something cold and calculating. Something that reminded Harry of a snake waiting to strike. "You," Harry breathed. "You're the one." The voice. "In my visions." Quirrell smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "Very good, Harry. I knew you were clever. Lily's son couldn't be anything else. Don't talk about my mother." Touchy. Quirrell stepped closer, his robes whispering against the floor. "But understandable. You never knew her, did you?" "Never knew any of them. The Dursleys made sure of that." Harry's hand crept toward his wand. "What do you want?" "What I've always wanted." Quirrell stopped at the edge of the bed, close enough to touch. "You." The presence in Harry's chest surged, not with fear, but with recognition. It knew Quirrell. Had known him for a long time. "You made the potions," Harry said. "You put them in my food. You've been controlling me since I was a baby. I facilitated." Quirrell's voice was calm, almost bored. "The potions were created by someone far more talented than I. I was merely the delivery system. The Dursleys were mine, you see. I found them after your parents died. Made them an offer they couldn't refuse. Get rid of me. Get rid of the reminder of everything they hated. Magic. Wizards. The sister Petunia had resented since childhood." Quirrell tilted his head. "They were eager to cooperate. All I had to do was provide the vials and the instructions. They handled the rest. 11 years. 11 years of poison, and it all came back to the man standing in front of Harry, smelling of garlic and evil." "Why?" Harry demanded. "Why me?" Quirrell's smile widened. "Because you're special, Harry. The boy who lived. The only person ever to survive the killing curse. Do you know how valuable that makes you? How many people would kill to have you on their side? Voldemort. Lord Voldemort, yes." Quirrell's eyes glittered. "He saw your potential before anyone else. Before Dumbledore. Before the Ministry. Before the entire wizarding world decided you were a hero. He leaned closer. He wanted to raise you himself. Train you. Mold you into the perfect weapon. But then, he gestured vaguely. The curse rebounded. He was destroyed. And I was left to pick up the pieces. You've been working for him this whole time. Working for him. Waiting for him. Preparing the way for his return." Quirrell's voice dropped to a whisper. "And now he's almost back. Stronger than ever. And you, Harry, you're going to help him." Harry's wand was in his hand. He didn't remember reaching for it, but there it was, pointed at Quirrell's chest. "I'll never help him." Quirrell laughed. It was a cold sound, empty of humor. "You won't have a choice. The potion's in your blood, they're almost ready. One more dose, and you won't remember who you are. You won't remember your parents or your friends or anything except the one you're meant to serve." "The counteragent," Harry said. "The black liquid. So you saw that, did you?" Quirrell's eyes narrowed. "Impressive. The connection between you and the Dark Lord is stronger than I anticipated." He reached into his robes. But it doesn't matter. The feast is tomorrow. The counteragent will be in your pumpkin juice. And by this time tomorrow. He pulled out a small glass vial. Black liquid swirled inside, thick as oil, dark as a starless sky. You'll be ours. Harry raised his wand. Expelliarmus! The spell hit Quirrell in the chest. He staggered backward, the vial flying from his hand, shattering against the stone floor. Black liquid splashed across the ground, hissing and smoking where it touched the stone. Quirrell's face contorted with rage. You foolish boy! The door burst open. Snape stood in the doorway, his wand raised, his black eyes fixed on Quirrell. Behind him, McGonagall and Dumbledore pushed into the room, their faces grim. Quirinus, Dumbledore said, his voice soft but carrying the weight of absolute authority. Step away from the boy. Quirrell's eyes darted between them, 4 against 1, odds he couldn't beat. His hand twitched toward his wand, then stopped. This isn't over, Quirrell said. The potions are still inside him. The connection is still there. You can't save him, Dumbledore. You couldn't save his mother, and you can't save him. Perhaps not. Dumbledore stepped forward, his blue eyes blazing. But I can stop you. Quirrell laughed again, the same cold, empty sound. Then he raised his wand and disappeared with a sharp crack, apparating out of the hospital wing, out of Hogwarts, out of reach. The room fell silent. Harry sat in the bed, his wand still raised, his hand shaking. The shattered vial lay on the floor, black liquid seeping into the cracks between the stones. He's gone, Harry said. It wasn't a question. For now, Dumbledore replied. But he'll be back. And next time, he won't come alone. The search for Quirrell began immediately. Snape volunteered to lead it, his knowledge of the dark arts, his experience as a spy, his personal vendetta against anyone who threatened Hogwarts students. McGonagall mobilized the staff, setting up patrols and wards and alarms. Flitwick worked through the night, strengthening the castle's defenses against apparition. Dumbledore stayed with Harry. The headmaster sat in the chair beside Harry's bed, his hands clasped in his lap, his eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance. He hadn't spoken since Quirrell disappeared, and Harry hadn't pushed him. The silence was heavy, but not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who had both lost too much, who were both tired of losing, who were both trying to figure out what came next. The Dursleys, Dumbledore said finally. We need to speak with them. Find out everything they know about Quirrell, about the man who gave them the vials. He's not a man, Harry said. He's a monster. He's a servant, Dumbledore corrected gently. Servants can be turned, can be questioned, can reveal things they don't even know they know. He looked at Harry. I'll go myself. Tonight. I want to come. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Harry. They poisoned me for 11 years. They fed me potions and lied to everyone who asked about me and made my life a living nightmare. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands were trembling. I deserved to look them in the eye. I deserved to hear them say it. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Very well. We leave in an hour. Number 4, Privet Drive looked smaller than Harry remembered. The hedges were still trimmed. The lawn was still perfect. The curtains were still drawn, hiding whatever secrets lurked inside. But the house that had loomed over Harry's childhood like a prison now seemed almost pathetic. A cage built by small people with small minds. Dumbledore raised his hand and knocked on the door. Footsteps approached. The door swung open, and Petunia Disley stood in the doorway, her face pinched, her eyes widening when she saw who was standing on her welcome mat. "You," she breathed. "Hello, Petunia." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. "May we come in?" Petunia's gaze shifted to Harry. Something flickered across her face, guilt, maybe, or fear, or something that might have been regret. "We have nothing to say to you," she said. "I think you do." Dumbledore stepped forward, and Petunia stepped back, and just like that, they were inside. The living room was exactly as Harry remembered. The same furniture. The same knickknacks on the same shelves. The same photographs of Dudley on the same walls. Vernon sat in his armchair, a glass of brandy in his hand, his face purple with rage. "Get out," Vernon growled. "Get out of my house." "We're here about the potions," Dumbledore said. "The ones you've been feeding Harry for the past 11 years. Vernon's face went from purple to white. "I don't know what you're talking about." "The vials," Harry said. His voice was cold, colder than he'd intended. "The ones in the kitchen cupboard. Behind the beans." Petunia made a small, strangled sound. "The man who gave them to you," Dumbledore continued. "What did he look like? What did he tell you? What did he promise in exchange for your cooperation?" Vernon opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. He said. Vernon's voice cracked. "He said they'd take the boy away. Send him to that school. Get him out of our lives for good. And all you had to do was put the potions in his food." "It wasn't poison," Petunia said quickly. "He said it wasn't poison. He said it would just make him easier. More manageable." Manageable. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "You wanted me manageable." Petunia's eyes filled with tears, whether real or fake, Harry couldn't tell. "You don't understand. You were so strange. So different. We didn't know what to do with you. So you drugged me. We didn't know. You knew." Harry stepped forward, and Petunia flinched. "You knew something was wrong. You knew the food tasted strange. You knew I was getting sicker and paler and weaker. And you didn't care. You just kept pouring." The room was silent. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We're not here for revenge," he said quietly. "We're here for information. Who gave you the potions?" Petunia and Vernon exchanged a look. "A man," Petunia said finally. "He came to the house a few weeks after they left Harry on our doorstep. He said he was from the school. From Hogwarts. He said he was there to help." "What did he look like?" "Tall. Thin. Nervous." He stuttered. Petunia's brow furrowed. "He wore a turban, I think. Or something like it." Harry's blood ran cold. "Quirrell. He said his name was something else. Professor something. Quirinus Quirrell," Dumbledore said. "The defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts." Petunia nodded slowly. He said the potions would make Harry normal. Less magical. Less of a freak. Her voice cracked. We just wanted him to be normal. Harry turned away. He couldn't look at her anymore, couldn't look at either of them. The house that had been his prison, the people who had been his tormentors, the potions that had been his constant companion for 11 years. It all came back to Quirrell. We're done here, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. One more question, he said to the Dursleys. Did Quirrell ever mention anyone else? Anyone he was working with? Petunia shook her head. Vernon shook his head. But Harry saw something flicker across Petunia's face. A hesitation. A memory she didn't want to share. Petunia, Harry said. What aren't you telling us? Petunia's eyes darted to Vernon, then back to Harry. Her hands twisted in her lap. There was someone else, she said finally. A man. He came once, a few years ago. He and Professor Quirrell argued in the kitchen. I didn't hear much, but, she swallowed. I heard a name. What name? Petunia's face was pale. Riddle. They mentioned someone named Riddle. The room spun. Harry grabbed the back of the sofa to steady himself. Riddle. Tom Riddle. Voldemort. You knew, Harry breathed. You knew Voldemort was involved, and you didn't say anything. We didn't know who that was. Vernon burst out. We're Muggles. We don't know anything about your world. You knew enough to pour poison into my food for 11 years. Harry turned and walked out of the house. He didn't look back. He couldn't. Dumbledore followed him into the cool night air. You handled that well, the headmaster said. I handled that like someone who wants to scream. Harry's voice shook. They knew, Dumbledore. They knew about Quirrell. About Riddle. And they didn't care. They just wanted me gone. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. They did. They stood in silence, the street empty around them, the stars cold overhead. What do we do now? Harry asked. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. Now we go back to Hogwarts. We prepare for the feast tomorrow. And we make sure that whatever Quirrell has planned. His blue eyes met Harry's. It fails. Harry nodded. He didn't have words anymore. They disapparated from Privet Drive, leaving the Dursleys and their secrets behind. But as they flew through the darkness, Harry felt the presence in his chest stir, not with hunger, not with malice, but with something that felt like satisfaction. Riddle, it whispered. Tom Riddle. Soon. Harry closed his eyes and tried not to think about what that meant. ## Chapter 18 Forbidden Magic Identified. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library had never felt so dangerous. Harry stood at the entrance, his hand hovering over the rope that cordoned off the forbidden texts, and felt the presence in his chest pulse with something that felt like excitement. The books beyond the rope weren't like the ones in the main library. These were chained to their shelves, their covers made of materials Harry didn't want to identify, their titles written in languages that seemed to move when he looked at them. You're sure about this? Hermione asked. She was pale, her hands clutching a stack of permission slips signed by Dumbledore himself. These books, some of them are cursed. Just touching them could. I know. Harry's voice was steady. But I need to know what's inside me. What Quirrell was planning. What Voldemort wants. Hermione nodded. She pushed past the rope, and Harry followed. The books whispered. Not with voices, not exactly. But with something that felt like voices. Old voices. Hungry voices. Voices that had been waiting for someone to open their covers for decades, centuries, maybe longer. Harry stopped in front of a shelf marked Potions, Forbidden Applications. The books here were the oldest he'd seen, their leather covers cracked and bleeding, their pages yellowed and brittle. One book in particular caught his attention, not because of its title, which was written in a language he couldn't read, but because of the way it seemed to call to him. This one, the presence whispered. Open this one. Harry reached for the book. His fingers touched the cover. And the world exploded into light. He was standing in a room he didn't recognize. Not the dark castle from his visions. Not the Dursley's house. This was a laboratory, stone walls, iron tables, cauldrons bubbling over green flames. And standing at the center of the room, his back to Harry, was a man Harry had never seen before. Tall. Dark hair. Robes the color of dried blood. "You've found it," the man said. His voice was familiar, not Quirrell's, not Voldemort's, but someone else's. Someone Harry had heard before, in dreams he couldn't quite remember. "The book I left for you." "You left it?" Harry's voice echoed strangely in the vision. "Who are you?" The man turned. His face was pale, handsome, with high cheekbones and dark eyes that glittered with intelligence. He looked young, not much older than Harry, but there was something ancient in his gaze. Something that had seen too much. "My name is Tom Riddle," the man said. "But you know me by another name." Harry's blood ran cold. "Voldemort. I prefer Tom." Riddle smiled, and his teeth were white and even. "Voldemort is a title. A persona. Something I created to inspire fear. But you and I, Harry, we're beyond such games. You're not real. You're a memory. A ghost. Perhaps." Riddle stepped closer, and the temperature in the room dropped. "But I'm a ghost who knows things. Things about you. About the potions in your blood. About the connection between us that Dumbledore is so desperate to sever. Then tell me." Harry's voice was hard. "Tell me what you did to me." Riddle's smile widened. "I gave you a gift, Harry. 30 doses of loyalty potion, yes, but not the crude stuff you find on the black market. These were special. Designed to bond with your magic. To grow with you. To become part of you. I don't want to be part of you. You don't have a choice. The integration is almost complete. Soon you won't be able to. Tell where you end and I begin." Riddle tilted his head. "Doesn't that frighten you?" Harry thought about the presence in his chest. The voice that whispered to him at night. The way it sometimes felt like a friend, sometimes like an enemy, always like something he couldn't escape. "Yes," Harry admitted. "It terrifies me." "Good." Riddle's eyes glittered. "Fear is useful. Fear keeps you alive. Fear makes you strong." He reached out and touched Harry's forehead, touched the scar, and pain exploded through Harry's skull. "Embrace the fear, Harry. Embrace what's inside you. Only then will you understand your true potential. The vision shattered. Harry gasped, his hands still on the book, his body shaking. Hermione was beside him in an instant, her hands on his shoulders, her face pale with worry. What happened? What did you see? Riddle, Harry said. Tom Riddle. He's been waiting for me. They brought the book to Dumbledore. The headmaster examined it in silence, his long fingers tracing the cover, his blue eyes sharp. The book didn't whisper anymore, not since Harry had touched it, but something about it still felt alive. This is a grimoire, Dumbledore said finally. A book of dark magic, written by the wizard who created the spells within. Tom Riddle wrote this when he was a student at Hogwarts. Before he became Lord Voldemort. He knew I would find it, Harry said. He planned this. Perhaps. Dumbledore opened the book. The pages were filled with handwriting, small, precise, almost beautiful. Diagrams and equations and words in languages that didn't exist anymore. The potions, Hermione said, leaning over Dumbledore's shoulder. Are they in here? Dumbledore turned page after page, his expression growing darker with each one. When he reached the middle of the book, he stopped. Here, he said. The formula for the loyalty potions. Harry looked at the page. The handwriting was different here, more rushed, more desperate, as if Riddle had been racing against time. Loyalty potions, advanced formulations, Dumbledore read aloud. Asterisk. Traditional loyalty potions create temporary compliance. The formulations described herein create permanent bonds between the subject and the potion's creator. These bonds are forged in the subject's magical core and cannot be severed by any known means. Asterisk. Can't be severed, Harry repeated. Then I'm stuck with them forever. There's more. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Asterisk. In cases where the subject's magic resists integration, the potions may adapt, merging with the subject's magical signature. This process is unpredictable and often fatal. However, successful integration results in a unique hybrid, a wizard whose magic has been permanently enhanced by the potions, granting abilities beyond those of ordinary witches and wizards. Asterisk. Enhanced. The potions weren't just controlling him. They were changing him. What kind of abilities? Hermione asked. Dumbledore turned the page. The handwriting here was barely legible, as if Riddle's hand had been shaking. Subjects who successfully integrate loyalty potions demonstrate heightened magical sensitivity, ability to perceive and manipulate the emotions of others, resistance to certain types of magic, including the killing curse, telepathic connection to the potion's creator, accelerated healing, extended lifespan. Harry's head spun. The killing curse. The one that had rebounded when he was a baby. The one that should have killed him but hadn't. The connection, Harry said slowly. The telepathic connection to the potion's creator. That's why I can see into Voldemort's mind. That's why he can see into mine. Yes. Dumbledore closed the book. The potions were designed to create a permanent bond between you and Tom Riddle. A bond that would allow him to control you, influence you, and eventually. Eventually what? Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's. They were sad, sadder than Harry had ever seen them. Eventually. He planned to transfer his consciousness into your body. to use you as a vessel for his own resurrection. The room was silent. Harry thought about the visions. The way Voldemort's face sometimes overlapped with his own. The way the presence in his chest sometimes felt like it didn't belong to him. He wants to become me, Harry said. Or, he wants me to become him. Yes. But the integration, the potions merging with my magic, that's not what he planned. That's something else. Something my magic did to protect me. Dumbledore nodded slowly. It appears so. Your mother's sacrifice, the ancient magic that saved your life, it's still protecting you, Harry. Even now. Even from this. Harry pressed his hand against his chest. The presence stirred beneath his palm, warm and alive in his, at least for now. Can we use it? Harry asked. The integration. Can we use it to fight him? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. I don't know. The integration is unprecedented. There's no record of anyone surviving what you've survived, let alone thriving. He paused. But your magic has always been unusual, Harry. It survived things that should have killed it. Adapted in ways no one expected. Perhaps. He looked at the book, then back at Harry. Perhaps the integration is not a weakness. Perhaps it's a strength. A strength. Harry repeated. How can something Voldemort created be a strength? Because it's not his anymore. It's yours. Your magic has claimed it. Remade it. Turned it into something he never intended. The presence in Harry's chest pulsed, not with hunger, not with malice, but with something that felt like agreement. We're yours, it whispered. Asterisk not his. Never his. Asterisk. For the first time, Dumbledore said, I have hope. Harry wasn't sure he shared that hope. But as he looked at the grimoire, at Tom Riddle's handwriting, at the spells and formulas that were supposed to destroy him, he felt something shift inside him. Not the potions shifting. Something else. Something that felt like resolve. I want to learn, Harry said. I want to understand what's inside me. I want to know how to use it. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. That's a dangerous path, Harry. The potions are dark magic. Using them, even with the best intentions, could corrupt you. Not using them could kill me. Harry's voice was steady. I'd rather risk corruption than let Voldemort win. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Very well. I will help you. But on one condition. What? You don't do this alone. You have friends who care about you, who would do anything to protect you. Let them help. Let them in. Dumbledore's eyes softened. The worst mistake I ever made was trying to carry my burdens alone. Don't make the same mistake, Harry. Harry thought about Ron and Hermione. About the rock in his pocket, warm with their magic. About the way they'd stayed by his side even when he tried to push them away. I'll try, Harry said. That night, Harry sat in the hospital wing with Ron and Hermione on either side of him. The grimoire lay open on his lap, Tom Riddle's handwriting staring up at him, and Harry read aloud the passages that mattered. The potions. The integration. The connection. The plan to use his body as a vessel. Ron's face went red with rage. Hermione's went pale with fear. He can't do that, Ron said when Harry finished. That's insane. Possession is illegal. It's one of the unforgivables. The Dark Lord doesn't care about laws, Hermione said quietly. He never has. What do we do? Ron looked at Harry. There has to be something we can do. Harry closed the book. His hands were steady, even though his heart was pounding. We fight, Harry said. We learn everything we can about the potions. We find a way to break the connection. And when Voldemort comes, he looked at his friends, at the two people who had stood by him when everyone else had looked away. We're ready for him. Ron grinned. It was a shaky grin, but it was real. Brilliant, he said. I've always wanted to fight a Dark Lord. Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was smiling too. And Harry, sitting between his best friends, the grimoire closed on his lap, the presence quiet in his chest, felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. He felt ready. ## Chapter 19. Harry's visions begin. The first vision came without warning. Harry was eating breakfast, or trying to anyway. The presence in his chest had been quiet for 3 days, lulled into something like sleep by the strengthening wards Dumbledore had placed around the hospital wing. Pomfrey had finally allowed him solid food, and Harry was attempting to enjoy a plate of eggs and toast when the world tilted sideways. One moment, he was in the hospital wing. The next, he was somewhere else entirely. The room was dark. Not the comfortable darkness of night, but the hungry darkness of a place that had never known light. Harry stood on cold stone floor, his breath misting in front of his face, and tried to orient himself. Walls pressed in on all sides, close, too close, like the cupboard under the stairs, but worse. Where am I? The presence in his chest stirred, awake now, alert, hungry. Somewhere important, it whispered. Look! Harry looked. A figure stood in the corner of the room. Small. Hunched. Wrapped in shadows that seemed to move on their own. Harry couldn't see the figure's face, but he could feel its eyes on him. Old eyes, hungry eyes, eyes that had seen too much and wanted more. Harry Potter, the figure hissed. The voice was familiar, not Quirrell's, not Voldemort's, but someone else's. Someone Harry had heard before, in dreams he couldn't quite remember. Asterisk. The boy who lived. We've been waiting for you. Asterisk. Who are you? Harry demanded. His voice echoed strangely, bouncing off walls that seemed to move. The figure laughed, a dry, rattling sound, like bones shaking in a coffin. Asterisk. You know who I am. You've always known. I'm the one who made you. The one who shaped you. The one who poured himself into your blood. Asterisk. The potions, Harry said. You're the one who created them. Asterisk. I am the one who created everything about you. Asterisk. The figure stepped forward, and the shadows fell away. Asterisk. I am Lord Voldemort. Asterisk. But the face that emerged from the darkness wasn't Voldemort's. Not the snake-like face from Harry's nightmares, not the handsome features of Tom Riddle from the grimoire. This was something else. Something older. Something that looked almost like Asterisk. Dumbledore? Asterisk. Harry breathed. The figure smiled with Albus Dumbledore's face, and the vision shattered. Harry woke on the floor. His plate was shattered beside him, eggs and toast scattered across the stones. Pomfrey was kneeling at his side, her wand pressed to his chest, her face pale with fear. "Mr. Potter! Can you hear me?" "I can hear you." Harry's voice was hoarse. "I'm fine. It was just a vision. Just a vision." Pomfrey's hands were shaking as she helped him back into bed. "You've been unconscious for 20 minutes. Your heart stopped twice." Harry's blood ran cold. "What?" "The potions in your blood, they're affecting more than just your mind. Every time you have a vision, your body reacts. Your heart rate spikes. Your blood pressure drops. If the visions get much worse..." She stopped. Swallowed. "We may not be able to bring you back." 20 minutes. His heart had stopped twice. Harry pressed his hand against his chest. The presence pulsed beneath his palm, calm, almost satisfied. "You saw him," it whispered. "The one who wears many faces." "I saw something," Harry said. "I don't know what." You saw the truth. The Dark Lord is not what he seems. He is not one person, but many. He wears faces like masks, and behind each mask, asterisk. "Stop." Harry's voice was sharp. "I don't want to hear your riddles." The presence fell silent. But Harry could feel it there, coiled around his magical core, waiting. Always waiting. Dumbledore arrived within the hour. His face was calm, but his eyes were worried. He sat on the edge of Harry's bed, the same chair he always used, and listened as Harry described the vision. The dark room. The figure in the corner. The face that had shifted from Voldemort to Dumbledore, and back again. "A shapeshifter," Dumbledore said when Harry finished. "Or a glamour. Someone who doesn't want you to see their true face. Or someone who doesn't have a true face." Harry's voice was quiet. "The presence, the voice in my head, it said Voldemort wears faces like masks. That behind each mask..." He stopped. "I don't know." It didn't finish. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. His blue eyes were distant, focused on something Harry couldn't see. "Tom Riddle was a master of disguise," Dumbledore said finally. "Even as a student, he could change his appearance at will, not through transfiguration, but through something deeper. Something that altered the way others perceived him. You think he's still doing that? Changing how people see him? I think Tom Riddle is afraid of being seen. Truly seen. He has spent his entire life hiding, behind masks, behind glamours, behind the persona of Lord Voldemort. Perhaps even he doesn't remember what he truly looks like anymore." Harry thought about the figure in the vision. The shifting face. The eyes that had seemed so old, so hungry, so empty. "What if he doesn't want to be seen?" Harry said. "What if the visions are showing me what he wants me to see? Not the truth, but a version of the truth that serves his purposes?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "That's a sophisticated observation, Harry. I've had a lot of time to think. Lying in this bed, waiting for the next vision to hit." Harry's voice was bitter. "It's amazing what you figure out when you're not sure if you'll wake up from the next dream." Dumbledore reached out and placed his hand on Harry's. His fingers were warm, steady. "You will wake up," Dumbledore said. "I promise you." Whatever it takes, whatever we have to do, you will wake up. Promises. Everyone kept making promises. But this time, Harry almost believed him. The second vision came that night. Harry was prepared for it, or as prepared as anyone could be. He'd asked Pomfrey to bind him to the bed with soft restraints, to keep him from hurting himself if his body seized. He'd asked Ron and Hermione to stay with him, to watch over him, to pull him back if he went too deep. And when the world tilted, when the hospital wing faded and the darkness closed in, Harry was ready. The room was different this time. Brighter. Warmer. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting shadows across walls lined with books. A desk sat in the corner, covered in parchment and quills. And sitting in a high-backed chair, facing the fire, was a figure Harry recognized. Tom Riddle. Young. Handsome. Smiling. "Welcome back, Harry," Riddle said. He didn't turn around, didn't need to. His voice filled the room like smoke. Asterisk. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't come." Asterisk. "You knew I would." Harry stepped further into the room. The fire warmed his face, but his blood was cold. "You've been planning this for a long time." Asterisk. 11 years. Give or take. Asterisk. Riddle turned, and his dark eyes glittered in the firelight. Asterisk. "I started the potions before your parents died. Did you know that? I wanted you to be mine from the very beginning." Asterisk. "Why?" Asterisk. "Because you were special. The prophecy." Asterisk. Riddle's smile widened. Asterisk. "You've heard about the prophecy, haven't you? The one that said you would be my equal? The one that marked you as my destined enemy?" Asterisk. Harry's heart stuttered. "What prophecy?" Asterisk. "Oh, Dumbledore hasn't told you? How disappointing. I thought he would have shared it by now." Asterisk. Riddle rose from his chair and walked toward Harry. His movements were fluid, graceful, like a dancer, or a predator. Asterisk. "There is a prophecy, Harry. A prophecy that says either of us can live while the other survives. That we are bound together, destined to fight, destined to destroy each other." Asterisk. "That's not true." Asterisk. "Isn't it?" Asterisk. Riddle stopped inches from Harry's face. "Close enough to touch. Close enough to kiss." Asterisk. "You survived my killing curse. I survived my own destruction. We are linked, you and I, by magic, by fate, by the very blood in your veins." Asterisk. "The potions." Asterisk. "The potions are just the beginning." Asterisk. Riddle reached out and touched Harry's scar. His fingers were cold, cold as death. Asterisk. "The real connection is deeper. Older. The piece of my soul that lives inside you, Harry. The fragment that has been with you since the night your parents died." Asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. "What?" Asterisk. "You didn't know?" Asterisk. Riddle's smile was cruel. Asterisk. "When the killing curse rebounded, it tore my soul apart. One piece of me died that night, or should have. But another piece, a fragment, attached itself to the only living thing in that room." Asterisk. His finger traced the shape of Harry's scar. Asterisk. "You." Asterisk. The presence in Harry's chest exploded. Not the potions, something else. Something darker. Something that had been sleeping for 11 years and was finally waking up. Asterisk. You feel it, don't you? Asterisk, Riddle whispered. Asterisk. The piece of me that lives inside you. The piece that has been waiting for this moment. 4. Asterisk. Harry pushed him away. Hard. Get out of my head. Riddle stumbled back, but his smile didn't falter. Asterisk. I can't get out, Harry. I'm part of you now. Just like the potions. Just like the scar. Just like every choice you've ever made, every fear you've ever felt, every nightmare that has haunted you since you were old enough to dream. Asterisk. Liar. Asterisk. Am I? Asterisk. Riddle spread his arms wide. Asterisk. Then why do you dream of me? Why does your heart race when you hear my name? Why does a part of you, a deep, secret part that you've never admitted to anyone, want to know more about me? Want to understand me? Want to... Asterisk. Stop. Asterisk. Join me? Asterisk. Harry's fist connected with Riddle's face. The vision shattered. He woke gasping, the restraints biting into his wrists, his heart pounding so hard he thought it might burst. Ron and Hermione were there, their faces pale, their hands gripping his shoulders. Harry! Hermione's voice was high with fear. You were screaming. You wouldn't stop. I saw him. Harry's voice was ragged. Riddle. He told me. He stopped. Swallowed. He said there's a piece of his soul inside me. In my scar. Ron's face went white. A piece of... That's impossible. Souls can't be split. That's the darkest magic there is. It's unforgivable, Hermione finished. Her voice was barely a whisper. Creating a Horcrux requires murder. It rips the soul apart. If Voldemort made one, if he put a piece of himself inside Harry, then I'd been carrying him around my whole life. Harry's voice was hollow. The visions. The connection. The way I can feel him sometimes, pressing against the edges of my mind. It's not just the potions. It's him. It's always been him. The room was silent. Then Ron stood up. His face was red, his hands clenched into fists. We're going to Dumbledore, Ron said. Right now. And we're going to tell him everything. Harry nodded. He didn't have the strength to argue. The presence in his chest was quiet, but not sleeping. Not anymore. It was watching. And somewhere in the darkness, Tom Riddle was smiling. Hashtag Chapter 20, The Hidden Voice. 3 days passed before the voice spoke again. Harry had begun to think it was gone. The presence that had whispered to him from inside his chest, the fragment of something dark and old that had made a home in his blood. The hospital wing was quieter now. The visions had stopped. Even the burning had faded to a dull ache, easily ignored, easily forgotten. But the voice hadn't left. It was waiting. Harry knew this the way he knew his own name. The presence was patient. It had waited 11 years for the potions to integrate. It could wait a few more days for whatever came next. The waiting was the worst part. The dreams started again on the 4th night. Not visions this time, not the dark castle or the red-eyed face or Tom Riddle's cruel smile. These were different. Softer. almost gentle. Harry dreamed of a woman with red hair. She was young, younger than Harry's mother would have been now, if she'd lived. Her face was kind, her eyes bright, her smile wide and real. She sat in a garden surrounded by flowers, and in her arms she held a baby. Not Harry. Someone else. Someone with dark hair and dark eyes and a smile that reminded Harry of Tom. The presence whispered. That's Tom. The baby in the woman's arms was Tom Riddle. And the woman with the red hair. Your grandmother, the presence said. Asterisk Tom's mother. Merope. Asterisk. Harry watched as Merope Riddle rocked her son, her face full of love and fear and something else, something that looked like desperation. She was dying. Harry could see it in the pallor of her skin, the darkness under her eyes, the way her hands trembled as she held the baby close. I'm sorry, Merope whispered. Asterisk. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't understand. Asterisk. The baby cooed. Merope's tears fell on his face. You'll be alone, she said. Asterisk. You'll grow up alone, and you'll be angry, and you'll do terrible things, but you're my son. You're my son, and I love you. Asterisk. Asterisk. Love isn't enough. Asterisk. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Deep. Cold. Familiar. Harry turned. Tom Riddle stood at the edge of the garden, no longer a baby but a man, young, handsome, his dark eyes fixed on his mother with an expression of cold contempt. You abandoned me, Tom said. Asterisk. You died and left me alone in that Muggle orphanage. You didn't love me. You never loved me. Asterisk. Merope's face crumpled. Asterisk. I did. I do. I. Asterisk. Asterisk. Liar. Asterisk. Tom raised his hand. Green light flickered between his fingers. Harry woke up screaming. The hospital wing was chaos. Pomfrey ran to his bedside, wand raised, her face white. Ron and Hermione, who had fallen asleep in the chairs beside him, jolted awake. Even the portraits on the walls stirred, their painted eyes wide with alarm. Harry! Hermione grabbed his hand. What happened? What did you see? Merope, Harry gasped. Tom Riddle's mother. She loved him. And he pressed his hands against his eyes. The image of the green light was burned into his lids. He was going to kill her. In the dream. He was going to kill his own mother. The room went silent. Then Ron spoke, his voice barely a whisper. That's not possible. His mother died when he was born. Everyone knows that. She died in childbirth. Not in the dream. Harry lowered his hands. His face was pale, his eyes haunted. In the dream, she was alive. She was holding him. She was apologizing for something, for leaving him, for not being strong enough for... He stopped. Shook his head. It felt real. More real than the other visions. The connection is getting stronger, Dumbledore said from the doorway. No one had heard him enter. He stood in the shadows, his purple robes blending with the darkness, his blue eyes bright. The potions are continuing to integrate, Dumbledore continued, walking toward Harry's bed. And as they do, Your connection to Voldemort deepens. You're not just seeing his memories now. You're feeling them. Experiencing them as if they were your own. Harry's stomach turned. I don't want to feel his memories. I don't want to feel anything of his. I know. Dumbledore sat on the edge of the bed, his weight making the mattress dip. But we may not have a choice. The integration is nearly complete. Soon, there will be no separation between your magic and the potions. No separation between your mind and his. The Horcrux, Harry said. The piece of his soul in my scar. Is that integrating too? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were filled with something that looked like grief. I don't know, Dumbledore admitted. The soul fragment is different from the potions. It's not a foreign substance that can be absorbed or neutralized. It's a part of him, a part of his very being. He paused. If it integrates with your magic the way the potions have. What? Then there may be no way to separate you. Ever. The days that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. The dreams came every night. Merope's garden, Tom's childhood, the orphanage where he'd learned to hurt the children who mocked him. Harry saw Tom Riddle's first act of magic, making a rabbit disappear, then laughing as the other children cried. He saw Tom's first murder, a boy who'd stolen something from him, found dead at the bottom of a staircase. And through it all, he heard the voice. Not the presence, something else. Something deeper. Something that had been sleeping inside his scar for 11 years and was finally waking up. You're like me, the voice whispered. Asterisk, you've always been like me. Alone. Unloved. Desperate to prove yourself. Asterisk. I'm not like you, Harry said out loud, because he needed to hear it. I'm nothing like you. Asterisk, you used to dream of having power over the Dursleys. Of making them pay for how they treated you. Don't you remember? Asterisk. Harry remembered. He remembered lying in his cupboard, staring at the ceiling, imagining all the ways he could hurt the people who had hurt him. He'd been 7 years old. 8. 9. The fantasies had been violent, dark, full of rage. That was me, the voice said. Asterisk, that was always me. Calling to you? Reaching for you. Trying to make you understand. Asterisk. You're lying. Asterisk, am I? Then why did you enjoy it? Why did those fantasies make you feel better? Why did you fall asleep smiling, imagining the look on Vernon's face when... Asterisk. Stop. Harry pressed his hands against his ears, but the voice was inside him. It didn't need his ears. Asterisk, you can't stop me, Harry. I'm part of you. I've always been part of you. And soon, asterisk. You'll be gone. Harry's voice shook. Dumbledore's going to find a way to remove you. The soul fragment. The potions. All of it. Dumbledore can't remove what makes you who you are. I'm not Voldemort. I'll never be Voldemort. Asterisk, not yet. But give it time, asterisk. Hermione found him that evening, sitting in the windowsill, his knees drawn up to his chest. She didn't say anything, just climbed up beside him and sat in silence, her shoulder touching his. The rock she'd enchanted was warm in his pocket, pulsing gently with the magic of their friendship. Ron's in the library, Hermione said finally. He's been researching Horcruxes. He thinks if we understand how they work, we can figure out how to remove yours. Harry nodded. His throat was too tight for words. There's something else, Hermione continued. Something I've been meaning to tell you. About the potions. Harry turned to look at her. Her face was pale, serious. I've been reading the grimoire, the one Riddle wrote. The section on integration. She pulled a piece of parchment from her robe pocket. It says that when potions integrate with a wizard's magic, they become responsive to the wizard's emotions, to their desires, to their will. What does that mean? It means the potions aren't controlling you anymore, Harry. They're listening to you. Hermione's eyes were bright. If you want them to do something, if you need them to do something, they will. Harry thought about the presence in his chest. The way it had retreated when he asked. The way it had admitted it didn't want to hurt him. The way it had said, "We're yours." You think I can control them? I think you can command them. Hermione pressed the parchment into his hand. They're part of your magic now. And your magic has never let anyone control it, not Voldemort, not the Dursleys, not anyone. Why would it start now? Harry looked down at the parchment. The words were dense, academic, filled with terminology he didn't fully understand. But at the bottom, underlined 3 times, was a sentence that made his heart race. Asterisk. The integrated potions will obey the will of the host, even when that will conflicts with the potion's original purpose. Asterisk. Even when that will conflicts with the potion's original purpose. Harry read aloud. Meaning you can make them stop serving Voldemort. If you want to. If you're strong enough. Harry closed his eyes. The presence stirred in his chest, not with hunger, not with malice, but with something that felt like anticipation. We're listening, it whispered. Tell us what you want. I want to be free, Harry said. I want the visions to stop. He opened his eyes. I want to be myself. Not Voldemort's weapon. Not Dumbledore's project. Just Harry. The presence was silent. Then, slowly, something shifted. The burning in his chest faded, not disappeared, but changed. Became something warmer. Something that felt almost like acceptance. We don't know how to give you what you want, the presence said. But we can try. Harry felt tears burn in his eyes. He blinked them back, angry at himself for crying, angry at the potions for making him feel things he didn't want to feel. Try, he said. That's all I ask? That night, the dreams changed. No more Merope's garden. No more Tom's childhood. No more visions of death and darkness and green light. Instead, Harry dreamed of Hogwarts. He walked through the corridors with Ron and Hermione, laughing at something Fred and George had said. He sat in the great hall, surrounded by friends, the Sorting Hat song echoing in his ears. He flew on a broom, not in a match, not in a competition, just for the joy of it, the wind in his hair and the stars above him. And when he woke, the presence was quiet. Not gone. Harry didn't think it would ever be gone. But quiet. Peaceful. Like an animal that had finally stopped fighting. We tried, it whispered. Is this what you wanted? Harry pressed his hand against his chest. His heartbeat was steady. His breathing was calm. For the first time in weeks, he felt something that felt like peace. Yeah, Harry said. This is what I wanted. He didn't know how long it would last. Didn't know if the visions would return, if the voice would come back, if the potions would eventually win. But for now, for this moment, Harry was free. And that was enough. Thank you,